I'll pull it up.
Yeah,
because I woke up to it and I'm like, oh god, and then I second checked it to make sure that it was true. So like I said, okay, I insisted on this wasn't going to happen.
Oh my god,
I was wrong for once, but predictions are the only thing I get wrong. And then I made the kitty mouse.
Oh my god, I forgot it was Captain and Cap.
Yeah. So like,
oh my god, that's gonna be awesome. Bad Empanado's is gonna lose his fucking mind.
The main reason that this guy lost, though, is because he's the one who like destroyed the economy. So he's like, here, I'll fix all my problems. Well, even though he had a complete mental breakdown on TV, you know, but like there is a lot of so-called libertarian pushing into the region, the southern region, like
okay.
The Ayn Rand Institute is investing in a lot of these countries as well. We have some videos coming out about it, I think. Have you reviewed those?
No, I don't think so.
But anyway, yeah. Expect to if he won, expect this to be a trend, because he was the biggest win that the libertarians, so-called libertarians of the Americas, could get.
We'll see.
I mean, even us too. You know, the Americas, like that is the biggest win they could have gotten.
Oh, for sure. But I guess we'll see what happens. All right.
Okay. Now we're gonna see this news that's supposedly unbiased and see how it is. And if it's fine, we'll move on to actual biased news.
Hold on. Gotta hit one thing before we start. Where is it?
You've already started.
I know, but where's the soundbite?
What are you looking for?
The news one.
No, you want to move it to the top when you find it.
Yeah, please. I got it.
I didn't say only news.
I don't know what you had in mind, but here we stand on opposing sides.
Huh?
Let's go to war. Let's go to war.
What is happening?
Cringe. This is cringe.
This is very cringe.
We've done, name them off one by one. Let's go to war. Let's go to war.
Gross. Can we skip this?
This is so cringe.
Can we skip this intro music? He made a music video.
As the weather.
Okay, we're finally here.
All right.
Bro, I do not understand it. It hurts my brain. I will never understand.
With so much happening around the world, it can be easy to forget that there's still very much a war in Ukraine. As the weather in the Northern Hemisphere starts to turn, we are likely to see less troop movement and ground gain during this part of the year. According to a spokesperson for the Ukrainian Air Force, Ukraine is experiencing...
All right, so see that right there? So that's proper citation. That's like a classically trained journalism school citation. Like, according to a spokesperson, that's the story. It's not anything opinionated already right here. This is a pretty good sign you're watching somebody good.
Yeah, it's a good start.
Of drone attacks over
and by good, I just mean they abide by the actual standards of journalism at this point. Yeah. Like, you can be absolutely garbage at your job, but as long as you're meeting the standards of journalism, you're a good journalist now. That's how bad the industry has gotten.
Yeah.
All right.
Which is also why I don't want to work in the industry, because it's a fucking joke.
That's why we'll make our own.
Yeah.
That have hit Ukrainian soil in the month of September alone. Southern and western Ukraine are still experiencing heavy bombardment, particularly around the city of Kherson, with the region being bombed 59 times in a single night, leaving 12 civilians injured. Fortunately, there were no deaths reported. It's not all bad news for Ukraine, however, as the nation has been steadily regaining territory, albeit slower than they would have liked. According to the UK's Ministry of Defence, Ukraine has regained approximately 125 square kilometres, or 844.8 American football fields, since the counteroffensive began in June.
Now, think about how this is. I'm very impressed with just the first 2 minutes already. And I don't think we'll watch this whole thing, but just how this is going to contrast with everything else we watch after this, you know? Where we're just going not the best source.
Well, we haven't. I don't feel like we're not going to have to use that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Continues to pour in as the White House requested an additional $61 billion USD from Congress to send to Ukraine. In addition, the US confirmed that they have sent ATA-CMS missiles, or Army Tactical Missile Systems, which Ukraine has already employed in combat. These are said to be especially effective in the south of Ukraine, as their presence there makes it harder for Russia to deploy attack helicopters where they're deployed. In addition, viewers may recall the controversy surrounding Sweden and Finland's attempt to join NATO in May of last year. Although Finland was granted membership in April of this year, Sweden's application remained in limbo. That appears to be ending soon, as President Erdogan of Turkey finally submitted an approval for Sweden's membership to Turkey's parliament. Viewers may recall that Sweden and Finland were originally denied entry by Turkey due to Sweden's policy of hosting a large population of Kurdish refugees.
Okay, I'm satisfied.
He didn't source that, though. He should have sourced that.
Yeah. I'm pretty satisfied with this.
Yeah, so I'm just being critical. But let's see what else he's got in here.
All right, U.S. Senate. Okay, let's go here.
May not be signing checks, rent is still due, and bills still need to be paid to avoid a they missed during the shutdown. Additionally, military troops will still be paid by the banks who run payroll, and the government will just pay the banks back when the shutdown ends. Beyond payments, services like national parks and government call centers will be closed for the duration as well. While a shutdown will not be as catastrophic for the country as a default, from the perspective of someone who would be home without a paycheck, it may be tough to see it that way. After all, even though the government may not be signing checks, rent is still due and bills still need to be paid. To avoid a shutdown on November 17th, someone will need to unify the Republican House.
Yeah, that was 3 days ago.
Well, it is.
Did it shut down?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, so they basically kicked the can down the road till January, February. And the exact thing that they did was the exact thing that they kicked the last speaker out for. Which is hilarious, right?
That is very funny.
So,
fucking hell. All right, let's see how it goes.
Be elected full speaker, negotiate with the Democratic president and evenly split Senate, and then get a majority in both chambers and the president to agree to a very polarizing bill. Quite annoyingly, the front-running candidate for Speaker has changed multiple times during our script writing process. So in the interest of providing the most relevant information possible, we're just going to have the editor for this story put a name on screen if anything has been decided. We now move on to Japan, whose biggest exports are car parts and copies of Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Viewers may remember that on
the cringe stuff in here is really unneeded. You know?
Yeah, it keeps it
I don't think it's. I think it brings it down.
I agree, but in the state of YouTube and the content that's out at the moment, I mean, people can't even talk on TikTok without running like attention-grabbing video at the bottom, so that they actually stay on the video and listen.
But
like, it's pathetic.
The thing is that there's no actual news anymore. So like the market is so small that I like to see it. Taken more seriously if you're doing this approach.
Yeah, that is that's a fair point.
Like I love TLDR.
Yeah. I still haven't watched.
People still accuse them of being biased though, which is funny. This is better than them though. This is better than them. It's just the cringe I don't like.
Was it Pod Save America you said to look at?
Sometimes they'll have like good interviews and shit. That's really interesting on there.
Yeah.
You just have to like. There's oh my god, fucking
Democrat shit.
I was fucking so Hassan was crying about something, right? And like I was like, he's just like, oh, I want to be critical of America or something, you know? And he's like says like the same old shit that's been being said for 70 years, you know? That's like the same communist rhetoric that's been being used for 70 years. And I'm like, bro, Pod Save America did up-to-date coverage on the Saudi mortaring civilians under U.S. approval, like, and they're like establishment bootlickers.
Yeah,
they literally are Obama admin bootlickers, and they're criticizing America better than you. Get like real, dude.
That's pretty sad.
Get real. You are not criticizing America. You are an idiot.
But that's what happens when you're a nepo baby.
Let's Shinzo Abe backblasted.
Former Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, was assassinated by a lone conspirator with a pipe pistol straight out of Fallout 4. While we aren't going to go through his entire history, Mr. Abe was a controversial figure, especially among younger generations.
It's very funny because Shinzo Abe wanted to expand the military. People hated him for it. Now they're expanding the military because of China.
Like I think they could have done like if they didn't even say the pipe pistol from Fallout 4 and they just put the stats on screen, like the joke still would have landed, and they could do a lot more jokes visually while the script stays
serious.
Yeah.
Due to increasing pressure to stabilize an aging population, basically his policies were focused on making Japan more horny. The assassin, however, wasn't so concerned about Shinzo Abe trying to slam the Japanese youth together like they were Ken and Barbie dolls, but rather his affiliation with the Unification Church. To start off, the church was first founded
in Space Cowboy.
in 1954 in South Korea by Reverend Sungmyung Moon and was widely regarded as
Let's get to some garbage.
Yes. How about Newsmax?
Okay. What do they have to say to me today?
Oh
God.
New 9/11.
Oh God.
So this is apparently the new Bin Laden. His name is Nasrallah. He's the head of
the new Bin Laden.
All of my elderly Noble Gold Investment. Terrorist maniac in Lebanon. And today he went globally viral with a 4.5-hour speech where it was all death to Israel, death to America, all that stuff. But he seems to watch a lot of TV. He knows that Joe Biden is very, very weak. That seems to
just had to pull up a little bit of a statistic here. He has been the Secretary General of Hezbollah since 1992. So
Jesus.
Not a new face on the block, my guy. Been around for a minute. Been a meme for a while, like you.
Don't worry. These guys only just found out about him because they live in a world where they think that America is everything and they don't give a shit about anything outside of its borders, unless it's Mexicans coming over the border. Then they care. And then they advocate for drone strikes and killing civilians. So
civilians were killed, and that's what we're going to continue to try to do.
I was just telling rodents to shut the fuck up.
And he also knows that we did, suffer a humiliating loss in Afghanistan. And this has made us vulnerable.
A loss?
People don't respect us anymore. And
Who made that deal, my guy? Your buddy? Your friend? Your favorite person?
Biden could have always pulled out, but the thing is that really what we needed was a better deal because it needed to end anyway. So he could have pulled out and like extended the war and like went into another deal after betraying the last deal. Not going to leave a lot of good faith left with the Taliban in the United States, right?
No.
So.
Like it was obviously, I feel like it would have been a hard decision to be like, do we go through with this? But
he extended it because the hard cutoff was an anniversary of the Doha talks. It happened to be the anniversary of 9/11, so he extended it. It was supposed to end in March.
Okay. Interesting.
Looks like he wants to do something really horrible to the United States. He may have signaled to terror cells in this country to do your business, to unleash your dragons on America.
Unleash your dragons. I'm sure he said that.
Our boss is coming to kill you. Look behind you. They're already here.
We know right here at Newsmax that this man, based on what he said today, has become a legitimate military target for America.
Probably.
We can and probably should take him out.
He's the head of Hezbollah. You think he just became a legitimate military target?
And fucking people probably watching this like, yeah, fucking get him, yeah.
Bro, they could like unlike Assad, right? Like, bro, Soleimani is a more controversial kill than the head of a literal terrorist organization like Hezbollah, right? The IRGC was too, but like, Hezbollah is also a state apparatus in this similar way, but like, come on.
For who? Lebanon?
Yeah, because basically the president is loyal to them.
Interesting.
Yeah, and like so, even though Lebanon is divided into thirds, like the Hezbollah control a specific house of the government because that was the mandate, is that the Shia would control this house.
Yeah, it's divided on religion, right?
Yeah, but it's divided by like who. So the Catholics or the Christians, they might be Catholics.
Something.
Because the reason, because it's Roman Empire, right? So like there's a lot, but it's also in the East. So I think there's both. I think there's Orthodox and Catholics there.
Yeah.
But those people are always going to be the federal branch, so the president, right?
Okay.
So you just get a president loyal to Hezbollah, and Hezbollah already controls another section of the government. That's why, like you remember Miriam, she like her first protest movement when she like left. Can't say, but you know, when she left certain organizations, and groups, then she went into the independents and like did the "You Stink" protest because it was about the garbage, because Hezbollah is supposed to be handling the waste and they're just dumping it on the street and shit, and like robbing their economy and stuff. It's literally a criminal government. It's not even a terrorist. Like that's another thing. He's a criminal more than a terrorist.
Yeah.
With like not only that, like they could go in and fucking extradite him. More than likely.
Would it be worth it though? I just don't feel like.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't really. There's not really Hezbollah. See, the thing is that we know that if he's ahead of Hezbollah, they're going to continue to be worthless. A more radical man isn't going to come in and lead them, right? What do? Fucking shoot rockets at a few comm towers and then get mortared like by Israel. Like, what does Hezbollah do besides destroy Lebanon, sell drugs, control the narco trade, funnel money into Africa then goes into Wagner, like what does Hezbollah do besides, that's the thing, is it's like to think of them like a threat, like only in the Israel perspective and not like the crime network.
Yeah.
Like they do so much worse shit outside of the Middle East. Like in Africa and Mexico.
Mexico?
Yeah, they work with cartels in Mexico.
What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, and Wagner. And then they also are in like Venezuela. IRGC is in Venezuela. So they station between those places. It's all for drugs though. It's not anything like actual terrorism and surveillance stuff.
Okay.
Listen to this.
You, the Americans,
nice chair you got there, man.
Remember your defeats in Lebanon, Iraq, Afghanistan, and your humiliating withdrawal from Afghanistan. Those who defeated you in Lebanon.
Look, it is a bearded man yelling at camera. Scary.
Still alive. Backed and supported by their children and grandchildren.
Bro, Newsmax is giving Hezbollah exactly what they want.
That's the funniest part.
Well, the funniest part is like all the analysts were like, "Why did I watch that? Why did I stay up to catch that to report on it?" And I was like, I didn't even look at it because I knew exactly what it was going to be.
Empty
like.
threats.
Bro, this like the wrestling teases beforehand too, and I'm like, it's so funny that they're teasing this just to hype people up for him to say we're not doing shit and it's Hamas's fault. Leave us alone.
It got a lot worse too, and all these creepy signals about what could happen to us if we mess with them, if we stick up for our ally Israel. And did you hear? He's talking about the Marines they killed 40 years ago this month. Remember the truck bombing? Some guys are still alive who are responsible. Well, let's get them. Let's get them. Look, I'm speaking emotionally, but that's how I feel right now.
Yeah, it's because you're a shit journalist.
Something bad is about to happen in America.
No, it won't.
It really
No,
is.
the next 9/11 is coming, bro.
Hezbollah
will do it.
9/11. But possibly worse than 9/11. 9/11, as bad as it was, 4 planes, the Pentagon, Shanksville, and the World Trade Center, 3,000 people dead. It's going to be different and possibly worse. And you know it. I know it. Look at our border. How long can this go on?
Hezbollah's there, bro. You can connect it.
Remember, they used to have to come in
Let's
through
see if they make
airports, and we missed
They
it.
don't know.
No, they have no idea.
The airports, at least, we knew they were kind of here. We didn't follow up on anything. They're here. They're here, and everybody knows it. So 9/11, something worse. And let me ask you something. Are you ready? Are you ready for the next terror attack? Imagine that an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse bomb, which Iran is said to possess.
Bro, no way. No way.
Somewhere.
Oh my
America.
God.
You know, it could
This
fry
is
every
awesome.
single circuit, every single computer.
That's
EMP,
awesome.
bro. Hezbollah's going to hit us with an EMP.
Does he know that you need a nuclear weapon for that?
I think that's what he's implying. Maybe. I don't know.
Chip, every single microchip, we would be blown back into the Stone Age in a second.
Well,
no, we wouldn't. No, we wouldn't.
Like, no. Just no. Because all military hardware is in hardened fucking bunkers. So, no.
Are you afraid? You're on scare tactics for old people.
That's literally what it is. It's just 80-year-old people who are like, oh, Fox News is too left now.
Hezbollah's coming to get me!
And what will we do? Do you have enough water at your house? I don't. Do you have enough food at your house? I don't. I got to start looking at this stuff. We got to start talking about it. We got to.
Newsmax going to start selling prepper kits like Tim Pool?
I'm sure they already do. Watch, this is going to lead into an ad.
Our government is not helping. You know, not too long ago, actually, post 9/11, the government was actually good for some things. Yeah, they tried to keep us safe. They made some terrible mistakes, but
post 9/11,
when it comes to public service announcements, this is pretty good.
What's in your go bag?
Socks.
My identification.
Socks. Definitely some money.
Power bars.
Underwear. Warm clothing.
My cellular telephone.
Toothbrush.
Toothpaste. Water, batteries, radio, phone.
Clarice, my Wonder Pug.
Medical things.
Fruit roll-ups.
Water. You gotta have water. A map. A Bible. There's not a heck of a whole lot.
A Bible.
Now for the right answers. Check our website or call for a free copy of Ready New York. Get prepared.
Are you
Put
prepared?
things in that bag.
The bag, the to-go bag, the go bag. Yeah, if you can't live in your house anymore because of a terrorist attack, or you got to evacuate or whatever, you got to have the. And this is from the state government of New York. And on the website, they had, you may want to get batteries, you may want to stock up on water, you may want to do this, that, and the other thing.
My guy, 9/11 literally happened in their backyard. They started filming this in 2002, probably. My guy.
That's what government is for. Now, what do we have government for? This is government in New York. Kathy Hochul, virtue signaling at a gay pride parade, right? This is what passes for leadership now. Hey, look at me. I'm with the gay people. What freaking difference does it make? We have serious problems right now.
Hezbollah's coming to get
us.
We have to keep our country gay.
Right? Seriously. Us. Not them, not the Democrats, not the media, nobody but us. We the people. Isn't that the preamble, the Declaration, the Constitution? We the people. We the people.
We the people.
They've got all the institutions. They've got academia. They've got media. They've got, you name it, they're running it. But
your
we're the people,
media.
and we've got power. And we can't just sit around this weekend watching football, watching the woke football.
The woke football.
We got to get active.
God damn.
I have to emphasize this again. I'm sorry. I don't care if it's corny. I don't care if it sounds
my mom loves football, okay? Loves football. So she wrote essays as a kid on why it's not fair girls can't play football. That's how much she likes football. All right.
There are no rules that stop women from playing in the NFL, by the way. There is no rule.
She told me. Yeah, but these men are like 800 pounds, my God.
I know.
She told me that she almost stopped watching football because of Colin Kaepernick taking the knee.
Oh, my God.
Isn't that pathetic?
She would have lost her mind when everybody started doing it.
That's she was offended by how woke and disrespectful it was. Right? And this is like when I had just came back, right?
Yeah.
And this is when I was like, you gotta stop watching the news.
That's what I tell my parents. Stop watching it, please.
Inadequate, but we have to be busy. This is it. This is time. Ready? It's simple, too. What do? Okay. Give money. Give money to political candidates. Maybe raise money.
Okay.
You know that $1,000.
But don't I need this money for my prep?
Yeah, exactly. But don't worry, Republicans need it more. This is the grift, right? This is the cult. They're like, this is no different to like religious cults.
I was about to say, this
give
is
us all my
church
money.
shit.
Yeah, this is literally church shit.
1,000 donors. That's 1,000 times better than one guy giving $1,000. It really is. The grassroots. It's
so
real.
we can start killing the Protestants.
No, Michael, that's not what this is
Post
about.
on social media. You know what? Yeah, I know it's kind of a waste of time.
Okay.
But that's where the conversation is happening.
Up
Too many
Hezbollah?
people are keeping their head low. Oh boy, if I say something,
What
wrong,
you can do to help save America?
I think they've transitioned out of Hezbollah now, and they're just talking about Biden now and Democrats. I think that's what's happening.
The transition was to say that post 9/11, New York City people were really fucking terrified and wanted the government to do something about it. And then now they go to gay pride parades. And that was a transition from Hezbollah's going to destroy us and set off an EMP. And now we're at give us money and post on social media.
Pretty much.
Okay. You think he'll wrap back around?
No. He'll forget that the start was even about Hezbollah.
Mm-hmm.
Just go for it. Do it. Write letters to your congressman, to your councilman.
I'm going to write a letter.
Of course, you got to vote. And you know what else? You got to know your rights. Okay? Yeah, vote, of course. But you got to know your rights. Some people don't know. Actually,
bro, you see this? He's ahead of the graphic, and he's like, "Come on, we got it. You know, vote. Come on," because it's so slowly animated in.
Yeah.
He's like a pissed off at the Chiron guy in the back right now. Like, come on, bro. Hit the fucking forward button.
I agree with this point. But
study the U.S. Constitution. Yeah, so that way you can learn that you shouldn't be a conservative. You know?
Exactly.
Read the opening paragraph specifically of that Constitution and let me
read
know
it
what
very
says,
carefully.
guys. Yeah.
saw this go down the other day. Somebody tried to break up a group of people because they had 10 people, and they said, you know, anything over 5, you need a permit. Excuse me?
Okay.
Yeah. Anything over 5, you need a permit. And they kind of like went their separate ways. Well, in the Constitution, it says we have the right to peaceably assemble. We're allowed to gather. We can do it as long as it's peaceful. And yeah, we're allowed to own guns too. And if the apocalypse happens, might be something you want. Just might be. The other thing, never.
He's right. You do want guns. Buy guns. If you're a minority, buy more guns.
He doesn't own a gun, you know.
No, 100% he doesn't. He hires armed staff for his gated community.
Rely on the media. All right. You know, here's an example: a Trump rally. You ever watch a Trump rally from beginning to end?
Yeah, it's cringe.
mean, not let the media give you a little snippet of something they misrepresent.
Yeah, no, you should do that. You should do that, and you'll learn that that's the thing is that Trump voters are not watching his rallies from beginning to end because it's like incoherent nonsense.
Yeah, it's awful. It's actually awful.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
But listen to the whole thing. All right. You can do that because you'll have an entirely different view of President Trump if you actually watch this stuff and not let the media bend and distort it. How about this? Did you hear about the Durham report? Maybe.
Is that his Dust Bowl?
Mm-hmm.
Did you read the Durham report? I can understand if you didn't. It was hard to find, but it exists. This is a report about FBI corruption and all the horrible things they did to get Trump. This was buried, but it exists, and you can read it. What else? The indictment of President.
Did you know that you can read a document? Crazy.
President Trump. And the other, there are 4 or 5, whatever. You can read it. You can read it, and you can go to, count 2 and see how bogus it is right off the top.
Uh-huh. Hey, I told you wouldn't bring it back around. Clown. All right, what do we want to do next?
There's another news thing that's definitely in there.
Okay. I'll look for it. That's not loading. That's no. Nope. Oh, good. They fucking cut it down. Great. Bear with me.
He's an absolute porker. Boom bound.
There it is. Specifically a news one. The Mint Press one?
No, I think there's an actual news segment.
Fox News?
It might be Fox News. What does it say?
Here with reaction.
Obama is playing puppeteer to Joe Biden.
Obama secretly runs the White House. Yep,
That's the one.
They want to. And then they're going to specifically say that Michelle Obama is going to run for president too. Watch. They love fear mongering that another black president and a woman is coming.
What a terrible, terrible, terrible thing would be the end of the United States as you know it.
That's so many loose hairs on top of his head. You see those things sticking up there?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's going on, pal?
Is Victor Davis Hanson of the Hoover Institute. All right, you want to give a crack at interpreting this new economic paradigm that Obama's talking about? Is this like Joe the Plumber kind of economics? Spread the wealth around?
It is. I think
this guy's obsessed with the ends, I guess. Everything in the background is just depression and end of things. Must be a very, very cheerful guy. Must be fun at parties.
Everybody realizes, the last year of the Obama administration, he more or less checked out during the Clinton-Trump race. And he feels now that this would have been his third term and he could have been a lot more left-wing. And he feels sort of regretful that people say, you signed a $150 million book deal, Netflix. You've got 4 mansions, Martha's Vineyard, Hawaii, Colorama. You kind of sold out, Barack, and now he wants to get back into the game. He's got a great opportunity because Joe Biden is cognitively challenged, and he's trying to push a more radical agenda than he felt he could during his own presidency. And it's kind of ironic, though, Sean, with all of these mansions, and with Michelle making $12,000 a minute.
I love that they're like framing Obama as bad because like he has property,
Yeah,
Like,
it's very interesting, isn't it?
Trump is your guy.
Yeah, he's a property mogul.
Exactly.
Like, the fuck are you talking about? But I guess because it's not a business, it doesn't count.
Speaking in Germany, and remember, Barack is probably both of them are probably worth $500 million. And then to talk about
oh my god,
Joe rejection Biden of material
shit,
consumption,
and always has been. Like,
wife makes all the money, right?
He's not rich either. They don't have a lot of money.
Or a more inclusive capitalism. Does that mean to give up one of his mansions, or say I don't need a Hawaii beach home and a Martha's Vineyard beach home? So
now wait a minute, but Victor,
I think he's
didn't he
not
have an
going to do well.
opportunity?
He's such a hypocritical.
When illegal immigrants went up to his new hometown, my understanding
you mean when they're busted up there illegally
out of off the island in less than 24 hours? I understand he has 12 acres. Couldn't he have put them up there?
Yeah, well, we know.
How about they come to your house?
Predator drones. You will never see it coming.
With them being illegally moved around the country.
Yeah, I mean that. Were they shipped out from Texas? Yeah, they're all shipped out by Texas, right?
They told them they were going to give them work and then just dropped them off someplace.
That's awesome.
Literally
that's
human trafficking.
Cool. Yeah, that's very cool.
leftists have one cardinal rule, Sean. That one cardinal rule: they're never subject to the disastrous consequences of their own ideology. It always falls on distant others.
Okay, good thing Obama's not a leftist.
His great gift to us, we're watching unfold in the Middle East. It's the Shia crescent idea of empowering Iran, Damascus, Beirut, Hamas, balance it against the Israelis and our friends in the Gulf.
I mean, he's not wrong.
He
described the situation better than anyone else I've seen on these networks.
It's true, but he's still using it to fearmonger. That's, typical MO.
What happened? It blew up the Middle East. His idea about Russian reset, remember that? From 2009 to 2014, that gave us the Ukrainian war, the invasion earlier of Crimea and Ukraine, and then the latest invasion based on that appeasement. So he's looking at the...
Interesting. I'm very interested. It's very interesting.
I'm pretty sure it was the protests and riots in Euromaidan.
Yeah.
And the revolution of dignity that brought that invasion of Crimea. But
it's America, of course. But he didn't.
Obama certainly stood by and let it happen.
He didn't go into that Russian disinformation thing where it's like, Ukraine was bombing Ukrainians in the eastern part, and that's why Russia went in. Very interesting that he.
Well, that happened after Crimea.
Yeah.
When Obama really did fumble the bag on Crimea.
Yeah, just let Russia.
Yeah.
Crazy.
This record, and it was a disaster, and now he feels he can get back into the game because of Joe's sort of non-compos mentis, to be frank, and he's going to use that vacuum, but always in the shadows. He said to us, Sean, when he was interviewed once, what was his dream presidency, and he said to be away from the hard work and just phone it in from his basement. Obama said that. So I think this is the ideal situation he's always hoped for, to be kind of the puppeteer and have Joe the puppet.
Looks like Joe achieved Obama's dream. Anyway.
Okay, that was awful.
Thumbs down on that one. All right, let's watch what the Ukrainians have been wanting us to watch.
Which one?
It's the Putin thing.
The American origins of Putin's madness.
Yes. And update the description once it starts playing. Yeah, the Ukrainians want us to watch this, so at least two have asked.
The thing about trying to track down the origin of a conspiracy theory is it's a lot like trying to track down the origin of a river. There are so many branches and backwaters contributing to a river, you can never entirely pin down which specific branch can rightly be called the origin. And for those of you who just clicked on this video randomly, you should know that this is the fourth and final video in a series about the war in Ukraine. So I'm skipping around a lot here over things I covered in earlier videos, which you could watch here.
There's 4 of them.
I like the Clinton deal with it meme, though. I hope it's about bombing Kosovo. Because that's where that meme comes from, is we posted on Serb nationalists.
That's awesome. Do they always respond with the F-117 thing?
No.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Missed opportunity.
There's so much to affirm.
You'll have to forgive me if I meander a bit. You get it? Meander? Yeah, because it's like a river.
You win? You have a problem with that? You know what you should do? You should sanction me. Sanction me with your army. Oh, wait a minute. You don't have an army. I guess that means you need to shut the up. That's what I do.
After 9/11, America launched multiple wars of aggression, created a global system of enforced disappearance and torture, tore up international law, intentionally pitted Western Europe against Eastern Europe, and massively destabilized the Middle East. I'm not interested in making a comparison between the war in Iraq and the war in Ukraine. What I am interested in is the similarities between America itself, its political culture in those years, and Russia today. And not just similar in the broad strokes, but in the details. The gloating at the beginning, fading into an insistence that the army is being too soft.
So I'm trusting the government. And then when you see made in France, made in France, made in France, which are going to uncover a lot of that stuff.
Remember this? Remember this?
The fallout to this is going to be substantial.
The freedom fries?
Talking Points believes the Bush administration has to stop
You
being
remember that?
defensive about waging
Freedom
war.
fries. Because they didn't want to call them French fries.
Yeah, do you know why?
Because France tried to arm Saddam with nuclear weapons?
No.
No idea.
So France wouldn't sign on with the Iraq War.
That's
So
hilarious.
Bill O'Reilly did this huge push to say anything that's France we're against now, and put out boycott list of things France are involved with, and then said the whole freedom fries things. And then like lately of the Palestine protest when they banned the Palestinian flag, everyone brought back the freedom fries meme, and we're like, okay, we're calling them freedom fries again.
At this point, the new Iraqi government should declare martial law in areas controlled by insurgents. That means anyone can be arrested and shoot on-site curfews. Saddam was able to control Iraq, as you know, and defeat.
They showed a dude being tortured in this video already. That's kind of fucked.
Insurgencies against him. The new Iraqi government can do the same.
The victim blaming.
How could you salvage Iraq at this point?
I don't, it's beyond our control. I mean, if somehow the Iraqis decided to behave
so
like
funny.
human
This
beings
is in
or something.
2008.
Christian
Yeah.
How could you salvage Iraq at this point? 2008.
And you're asking Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, but the 2008, like, hang on, Battle of Sadr City. Okay, let's see when this was. Yeah, so when was it? Can you go back and give me the time step on that? When that interview was? 3/11. Okay. So a month later, the final battle of the Iraq War takes place. And where they win, right? And then it goes into the withdrawal stage, and then Daesh rises and the second insurgency starts, right? So they're literally saying this as the war is being won. Do you know how they beat Sadr?
No.
Huh? Actually, it started in 2004. I was reading it wrong. So, I want this. This is the siege. I want the specific battle, though. The final battle. Because they go in because Sadr can hit the green zone with his shells, right? So they go in and they start putting down those big ass concrete walls, literally bring cranes in and stuff. And so like people had to climb to the top of the wall on a ladder and unhook the crane with their head exposed above the wall. But they just built a wall straight through Sadr City.
That's nuts.
So it's very funny.
Well,
it's very funny that literally the Iraq War is ending when they're doing that interview.
Yeah. Wasn't that scene in American Sniper? Or there was some American movie where they were putting walls down?
There's a movie called The Wall with John Cena. And like American Sniper, it also has the villain be the Iraqi sniper. Who Juba. Dude. So
interesting.
Yeah, so Juba, except that one, Juba is actually, they don't rename him to something like, Mukhtar or something. That was KSM, but they actually call him Juba in The Wall with John Cena.
Interesting.
Somehow the Iraqis decided to behave like human beings or something.
The goofy Christian nationalism.
Yep,
Lieutenant
that's
General
a classic
William
line.
Boykin
Yeah, that's a standard Tucker Carlson take.
is in charge of tracking down top terror targets. But Boykin, an evangelical Christian, says neither man is America's true enemy.
Okay.
They had
that's as well. I forgot about this. They made it so it was supposed to be Iraqi led, the assault. Right? Because they were trying to not only win the war, but also give the Iraqi army the victory. And the Iraqi army was too fucking scared and disorganized to be able to do it, even though we were right there with them. So March 25th is when it launched, the battle.
In 2009?
2008.
Okay.
So literally, like, no, literally a few days after that interview, the battle starts for the final battle of Iraq.
I'm an idiot. I was reading.
Isn't that
it like
awesome?
I was reading it like a normal date. I was reading it like a normal date, and not an American date.
Yeah. Oh, that might be a good point. It might be backwards. Either way, doesn't matter now.
Same obsession with European decadence.
The continent of Europe is dark. It's hopelessly lost. And it's going to get worse. And every expert will tell you that by the middle of this century, the continent of Europe will be an Islamic continent.
Okay, now you're losing me.
Gay fascism.
There is a gay and secular fascism in this country that wants to impose its will on the rest of us, is prepared to use
Gingrich used to be the gayest shit I've ever heard ever.
Newt Gingrich, literally, he was the Republican Party.
Yeah,
like, they haven't had, like, McConnell tried to be Newt Gingrich. Nobody can do it. That's why they're falling apart.
Oh, and incitement to genocide.
We need to kill them. We need to
We didn't
air
think
strikes.
these
I need
people
the
would
sound
act like
bite.
savages.
Okay.
Did she say air strikes here? Hang on. Keep going. She goes, air strikes.
Incitement to genocide.
We need to kill them. We need to
We didn't
kill
think
them.
these people would act like savages.
It's all coming from the Iraqi scum, and I'm going to say it like it is. The vermin we're fighting.
In a sane world, every country would unite against Iran and blow it off the face.
Line. It's
No,
I
like the fade in and out between the audio tracks of the different news.
Yeah,
things. That's nice. I like that.
Europe, that would be the same.
Wealthy people, they are very depressed by the weakness that America is showing in the Muslim world. They say, "Oh, there's 1 billion of them." I said, "So kill 100 million of them. Then there'll be 900 million of them."
Oh
would
my
you rather
God!
Die? Would you rather?
Literally calling for genocide. Very cool. Very, very, very cool.
Yep.
Fucking
That's why
Jesus
I say, like,
Christ.
the religious stuff with the conservatives, where they're talking about religion, I don't want to touch it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Unless it's Christopher Hitchens and we can dunk on him. But, like, none of that
they're
shit.
psychos.
Yeah, I don't want to get into it. I don't want to touch it. Because also, they define it as, like, mainly because the Iraq Civil War was a Sunni-Shia civil war, right? So they try to define the entire region as this Sunni-Shia divide type thing.
Okay.
When it's really just like an IRGC type thing, right? Now, the sectarian violence between Sunni and Shia in Iraq, do you know what caused that?
I'm going to assume some kind of external force, or like Wahhabism, maybe?
100% correct. Zarqawi, Al-Qaeda in Iraq, Daesh. They car bombed the Shia mosque, kicked off the sectarian war. Before that, the Battle of Fallujah, Sadr was giving logistical support to the IAI in that fight.
Okay.
So he was providing them weapons, guns, evacs, medical treatment, all that stuff. He didn't fight in the Battle of Fallujah, but he was there to support the Sunni resistance in that city. And they also did the same for him later.
Yeah.
And both of those forces, the IAI and Sadr, really tried to stay out of the Civil War. And that's why when his army came up again, they're like, we're only protecting Shia sites. We're not getting involved with fighting ISIS.
Fair.
That's why he specifically refused to fight ISIS, though, because he had just got dragged into a sectarian war after he was standing with the Sunni. And when Zarqawi meets bin Laden, the reason why bin Laden hated Zarqawi, do you know why it was?
Because he wasn't behind him? Because he was an opposing faction?
Because he was calling for genocide of the Shia.
Oh.
He meets bin Laden. He said bin Laden doesn't know anything about Quran and how they need to destroy the Shias.
Because he's Wahhabi, right? Right.
They both technically are, but Zarqawi can't read.
Okay.
Right? He pretended to memorize the Quran in prison, and people would say that he would be reading for hours at a time with his hands up and crying. And I just do the meme where the guy's crying because he can't read, but I put a Quran in his hand, you know?
A good meme of that would be putting his head over that video of the video of the black dude that has that wailing cry with his kid. That like fate, like
best
that
cry
really
ever.
viral one.
Yeah.
Put his face on that, then put the Quran on the kid.
But he was always a professional criminal, and then he got the ideology in the Arab prison. And we talk about this all the time, how the Arab prison system created all of this shit. Like,
yes, yeah.
So that's why bin Laden was so grounded. He was never in the prison system.
Interesting.
He was the only guy who wasn't radicalized in prison, you know? So
base bin Laden.
We'll get to that. We'll do a bin Laden video with Xanderhal later. So yeah, so he gets the ideology in prison, but like Zarqawi, when I talk about how professional of a criminal he is, like dismembering bodies, professional level, running drugs, right? That's why he was able to organize the insurgency in Iraq and why he gained power so easily, because he was using criminal tactics to do so, right?
Okay.
The rest of the people had dignity and are fighting
morals.
Right?
Well, maybe not morals, but like a moral.
No, they did 100%. The Iraqi themselves,
okay.
yes, absolutely, right. So they were forced to side with Al Qaeda because America was destroying them with unrelenting force.
Right.
Unrelenting force used in the Iraq War was actually the problem and why it spilled over into the Civil War. It allowed Zarqawi to take power. If we didn't do that, if we worked with them from the start and didn't, shoot people protesting outside of schools for their children to go back to school, then it would have been a lot different, because they probably would have been down to fight Zarqawi in their own country, like they ended up doing anyway. At this time we were already paying them to fight for us. 2008 when this ended, and he dies in 2006. But Zarqawi is so good at what he does that to this day nobody has taken a human head off faster than Zarqawi. From what I've seen, he takes I forgot his name. It's the first guy who's beheaded. I think it's Mark something, but he's the first guy who's like beheaded on video. Like there are other people, like there's the Chechnya throat slit, and Dan Pearl. It's like photos of his beheading that are inside a video, but this is the first full-on beheading video that's done with the flag in the background, right?
Yeah, the classic one in like a cave or something with the flag behind it.
No, they're in a room, but yeah, they have the Zarqawi's flag behind them.
Yeah.
He cuts the guy's head off literally exactly 1 second. You can time it.
What?
Isn't that insane?
Well, one swing.
He just grabs him, pulls him down to the ground, cuts through him. He's so strong and knows how to cut through the bone that he's able to de-head him and have his head off in his hand in a second.
Fucking hell.
Right?
Terrifying.
So like when the Battle of Mosul happened after Fallujah, he went up to people and beheaded them on the street and put the flag over them, right? And like this is one of the things that we talk about in, like, I just released just the Iraq War bit of it on the channel, or it's just Iraq 2004. But like that's one of the things that we show in there is like the bodies with the sheets over them. So he beheaded they hunted hunter-killer teams to find people, dragged them out in the street and beheaded them in the street. And the U.S. controlled this city. It was spillover from Fallujah. They were overrun. So he was able to do this in like a matter of hours. Imagine like a guy like that in the Hamas raid that happened.
Oh, it would have been,
Like,
Israel would have probably gone harder.
So,
yeah, crazy. What a crazy fucking dude.
Yep, he's literally the main reason Iraq is in the state it is now. Not even the war. Not even Saddam. Yeah, he died. We dropped 250-pound bombs on him in 2008 and 2006.
Eat your heart out.
Die than them. I mean, what is it going to take for you people to wake up? Because you're going to have to make that choice sooner rather than later.
When I was a kid, I thought this is just what normal politics was. And then when I grew up, I thought it was just an emotional reaction to a once-in-a-lifetime terror attack, and I'd never see it again. But now I see it every time.
I don't like the framing as a once in a lifetime. I like
9/11.
Like it's not.
It is though.
There's nothing that has ever been like it.
Well, I think that there is events that are like it. For example, not the death toll, but how it changed the world. The fall of the Berlin Wall, Chernobyl.
But they weren't terror attacks, right?
I know, but what I'm saying is there are other events that are like it that are once in a lifetime events.
See, that's I think I just feel like there should be a better way to describe it, more as like a like as a dividing point between
It is.
post
That's
and
what I'm saying.
it is obviously, like, it is, but is there a word that describes that intersection point?
Yeah, we just say pre 9/11 and post 9/11. You know.
Sure, but yeah, but I feel like there should be a better term for it than a once in a lifetime terrorist attack.
Yeah, that's true.
Like there should be almost a word made to describe what it was.
Like how the Holocaust exists.
Yeah, created genocide, or
I don't think we need. Yeah, like I don't think we need to give Bin Laden that.
No.
To invent a new word just for how good of a terrorist he was. Anyway, eventually this is about Ukraine. Not a good source.
Think about Vladimir Soloviev without thinking about early Fox News. I can't see the same dim-witted indifference of regular Russians without thinking about the same dim-witted indifference of Americans. And I can't see the cowardice of Russian liberals without seeing my own cowardice. This, of course, isn't a coincidence.
Baghdadi!
Putin's political technologists don't get their ideas from the ether. Like all professionals, they look
Russia
for
is
best
comparing
practices among their
Obama to
peers.
Baghdadi
And
here.
when
Is
Putin
that
was
what they're
first-
doing? They're both
Possibly.
They're both of the Bin Laden war.
I don't speak Russian. Isn't it funny how Obama's name looks almost the same?
Exactly.
Starting out, no one was more ahead of the curve than Karl Rove and Roger Ailes. But I think there's a deeper reason for the similarities. Because fundamentally, the invasion of Iraq and the invasion of Ukraine were fought with the same goal.
Not the best source.
Namely, destroying the liberal international order. The main thing the neoconservative movement spent the 90s seething about was how
it was
what? Hey, no. We need to just let him get. What he just said is the most insane shit I might have heard. But keep going. I want to hear how
Bill
he connects
Clinton
this.
constantly insisted on coalition building and consensus.
Yeah.
Clinton had waited until he had Yeltsin's permission to expand NATO. Clinton had waited until the other European countries were on board to intervene in Bosnia. Clinton had waited for French permission to intervene in Rwanda, permission which never came because the French were supporting the Hutus. Towards the tail end of his presidency, Clinton was less patient.
Yeah, actually, the number one critique that people actually have of where Clinton messed up the most on foreign policy is the Rwanda genocide.
Because he didn't go in and stop it.
That's it. His foreign policy was really good, actually.
I don't know much about Clinton other than the NFA.
Just the coalition building attitude and not America runs the world attitude was good.
Yeah.
Unilateral action was taken only after he spent 2 years begging for a multilateral effort, and only after he had gotten consensus with the French, Germans, British, and Italians. To neoconservatives, this represented a denial of the reality that America was metaphysically, ontologically good, rather than like any other country. And so when they took power, they set out intentionally to undermine international organizations, international law, and consensus building as a principle.
International law.
They do undermine international law.
The US.
Oh, yeah.
Like how? What do you mean?
Oh, it doesn't apply to them. They handle they do their own shit.
Right.
In house,
okay, yeah,
they decide who's guilty in house and shit.
Yeah. Like with the what's his face? That got slap chopped. Forgetting his name.
Oh, sorry, Sahawari. Ayman al-Zawahiri.
Yeah, and the Iranian guy as well.
He got hellfired.
Oh, he got hellfired.
He was before the slap chops.
Right, because they hit him with the big missile.
Yeah.
Two. Okay.
Him and the car behind him. Both cars in the convoy.
Where's his soundbite?
We're the United States of America, for God's sake.
Since in their minds, these were all immoral constraints on America's unilateral power. Their first move to this end was to tear up the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. The second move was to pass the American Service Members Protection Act, a law that preemptively authorized the president to invade the Netherlands in the case any American was brought up before The Hague. And the American voters ate it all up. But the problem is there are people outside the US, and they noticed in 2003, 2004, they noticed that the US had gone completely insane. America's relationship with Europe collapsed. The global South took it as proof that the U.S. hadn't changed since the Vietnam era. And polls show America.
America, the Clinton admin is when Europe's relationship with America collapsed.
He's probably getting it because Reagan and Thatcher were pretty close.
He's saying Clinton.
Yeah, I know, and Clinton was right after Reagan, right?
The little FARC is on this fucking thing.
What is that?
It's a communist group. They're still around today, but they mostly do drugs. They're on our terrorism tier list. They mostly are drug dealers now.
Okay.
Al Qaeda's there too.
The most dangerous country on earth. In fact, in 2007, in Ukraine, yes, Ukraine, poll respondents said that the United States was the greatest threat to its national security, not Russia.
What?
The United States.
What year was that? What year did that happen?
Took it as proof that the U.S. hadn't changed since the Vietnam era, and polls show America.
Also, this poll, right? Crazy. Why? I'm curious.
Widely seen as the most dangerous country on earth. In fact, in 2000,
you know what? I wonder. So Bangladesh, I'm curious about why they viewed the U.S. more than India and Pakistan. You would think India would be because India and Pakistan control Bangladesh. Pakistan did not control it, but they Bangladesh has to really, really, really keep things in check with them.
Yeah.
And I was talking to somebody and how it would be, not that it would happen, but it would be a really awesome if Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh all united as a coalition of states.
Yeah, that would be cool.
But Bangladesh seeing the U.S. as the threat is wild to me.
Yeah. Well, the more interesting one for me is China only 3 points above Japan.
There has to have been something that had recently happened there with Bangladesh, because I don't see why they would see us as more as a threat than India. Even with also the party may have flipped. It's now the lady who makes the ready-made garments, and she's basically controlled Bangladesh for a long time. And because of that party flip, it might be a different governmental push, But none of these countries are free as well. So, and it depends on where you're getting this poll from. Yeah, but these countries, this is nothing about Europe seeing America as the bad guy suddenly.
Well, Spain is there.
Yeah, but look, they see us 29, right? And then Al Qaeda is 23.
Weird.
And Iran is 23.
See, Russia's Chechnya is number 2.
Al Qaeda as well. The thing is Al Qaeda. Oh, Abu Sayyaf in Malaysia, right? Because remember, I was saying that there's a group named after him, and I thought it was. I was like, it's in the Philippines or something. It's in Malaysia, Abu Sayyaf.
In North Korea, interesting. It's very interesting.
Because North Korea did an assassination in Malaysia's country.
That's
Korea
right, they
has
did.
A lot of control of Malaysia.
Interesting.
America became widely seen as the most dangerous country on earth. In fact, in 2007, in Ukraine, yes, Ukraine, poll respondents said
2007. Yeah. So what happened in Bangladesh in 2007, I wonder?
So hang on. You're gonna love this.
That the United States was the greatest threat to its national security, not
okay.
Russia.
So the so-called first start of the color revolution in Ukraine, right? That they tried to say Euromaidan was an extension of, that ended in 2005. So since then, the government had been putting out things about how the United States is trying to overthrow the government, because in 2005 there was massive protests against the government called the Orange Revolution.
Yeah, but they were pro-Russian, very pro-Russian at the time, right? Because it was only what 15 years after the fall of the Soviet Union.
No, it's about the disputed results of the presidential election.
Yeah, but I'm saying that the guy in charge was pro-Russian, yeah?
The guy who ended up winning was pro-Russian. That's why they protested.
Okay.
And so he started sowing this anti-America stuff, saying that America is behind the protests, because that's dictatorship 101, is you blame America to get the pressure off you.
Yeah.
So.
States. But there's an important difference between America in the 2000s and Russia today. America was a democracy, which means Americans could just elect a new president, reverse course, and pretend it never happened.
And even as we confront a vicious adversary that abides by no rules, I believe the United States of America must remain a standard bearer in the conduct of war. That is what makes us different from those whom we fight. But this week, I authorized to deploy armed drones over U.S. soil, and the deaths of 3 other Americans in drone strikes.
Tidily. People needed someone to blame, and they
I was right.
To distance themselves.
Okay.
I was right. So there was a political crisis in 2007 in Bangladesh.
Okay. What was it about?
Predator drones.
So a caretaker government assumed following the end of the term of the Nationalist Party.
Mm-hmm.
And then yeah. Sheikh Hasina. That's one of the people. I think she's running again this year.
Okay.
I have to look up the election this year, which is not a real election, by the way. But America is all involved. Like, we're going to make it democratic as hell.
It's always gone well before.
Mm-hmm.
Bananas.
Yeah. So Sheikh Hasina is expected to win with 75% of the vote.
75%. Fucking hell.
So Hasina's resistance to the caretaker government arose following the 2006-2008 crisis, which the caretaker government assumed military control of the country and arrested a number of political leaders, including Hasina and BNP leader. So she was arrested, and then once she got freed, she's now gained control of the government and hasn't let go. She's basically a dictator.
Interesting. Maybe they should have rules against leadership having criminal records.
Oh, come on. If anyone, Pakistan is the one who's really... A group of human rights organizers wrote 14 members of Congress up urging them to be aware how the BNP and Jamaat al-Islami have been operating overtly and covertly in cahoots with terrorist groups like Ansar al-Assam in 2001. That's Kurdish al-Qaeda.
Interesting.
From the wars. In one sense, literally, between 60 and 70% of the population supported the idea of invading Iraq before the war started. But years later, when Americans were asked to remember if they had supported the Iraq war back then, only about 30 to 40% say yes. But there was a more subtle rewriting of history about why the Iraq war happened. A narrative was created that there were really 2 different types of Iraq war supporters. One is the innocent masses who were fooled into supporting the wars through a massive propaganda campaign. And the other was the deep state, meaning a sort of consortium of big business and defense agencies that created the propaganda.
Okay, but
the motive
is
of
that
the deep
really a
state
thing? Is that really a thing that people say?
More now.
That the deep state Raytheon caused the Iraq war? Is that really?
It's more that they profited off it, and that's why it kept going.
Shit, they profited off it. They profit off Ukraine too. They're a weapons company.
Yeah, $1 billion a month. Pretty cool. Gets more money than most U.S. institutions. Pretty cool. If they were a government agency, they'd be the 25th biggest. Pretty cool.
The story varies with the telling. Sometimes it's some corporate moneyed interest. Sometimes it's naive idealism about spreading democracy. And sometimes it's the Jews subordinating American interests.
It's definitely it's naive. It's the naive idealism of spreading democracy. That's definitely the one.
We have Jews.
Yep.
The motive isn't as important as the faith that there is a shadowy...
To be fair, Israel does dump a lot of money into politics and media for positive coverage and support. Like that is a genuine criticism.
So do we
it's always
in other countries.
Huh?
We do the same thing in other countries, though.
I know. But
I'm against, and I'm not necessarily
yeah.
against the United States doing that. I'm just more of a hypocrite that say I don't want that foreign money coming into my country. You know?
Yeah. Well, I'm a bit more on the whole, just get money out of politics. Just
yeah,
remove it, get rid
I
of it.
agree from the ground up, get money out of politics, but I care more about Israel and Iran and Russia investing in this country than I do in other countries, mainly because America is so powerful.
Yeah,
that I don't want it tainted away from. I don't want it tainted away from like the idiot democracy.
Yeah.
We elite that tricked us, and we would never have done something so stupid if not for them. In reality, the cause of the Iraq War is simpler. The American people are mostly racist, and they don't know enough geography to distinguish between places like Afghanistan or Pakistan or Iraq or Saudi Arabia. So when 9/11 happened, they held this vague brown people Muslim racial category collectively responsible. And they demanded a policy of collective punishment. And weak, sparsely populated Afghanistan just...
It's just silly. They wanted to go after Saudi Arabia because that's where the terrorists were from. You could say that. And then you probably have some like Palestinian like weirdos, you know, and by that I mean anti-Palestinian weirdos back then as well. But like, I guarantee you, like, coloring the whole Middle East, I guarantee you, if you like went up to people today and asked them like, you know, if Algeria is a Muslim country or not, they wouldn't be able to tell you.
Okay.
Even though like there's no like Christian countries, you know, like there's barely like only in Africa and America are the only ones where it's like people are dedicated Christians. So this whole idea of like we're a Christian nation and they view it in that religious barometer, which is why like when they tried to get the right wing to support South Sudan, they framed it as Muslims killing Christians there because because the Dinka tribe was Christian and the Janjaweed were Muslim. The Janjaweed are not fucking practicing Muslims.
No. And this is something that I hear from a lot of fascist types is that they're like, oh, there's a Christian genocide. Shut the fuck up.
Well, also, like, you get the opposite end where you'll have, like, the extreme atheist anarchist try to frame it like Islam is at fault for all of the war. And this is, like, a Christopher Hitchens idea that was pushed.
Yeah, it's Sam Harris, I think, has the same.
Yeah. So I think they're really, it's really more of the so-called Islamophobia, which is less of a thing now. But I mean, he already showed it in the beginning. It wasn't really about brown people. It was about Muslims that they were afraid of.
Yes. Yeah. And it's purely from ignorance of not understanding the religion or anything about it or any of the
understanding
groups.
Al-Qaeda.
Yeah. Or any of that. Like they don't understand any of it. The news people don't even fucking understand it. That's obvious by their coverage. Or they do understand and they're purposefully misleading people.
They do.
It's one of the two.
Wasn't big enough to satisfy that urge. To quote Henry Kissinger.
After September 11th, the question for the United States has been, how can we make it clear to the region that challenging the United States has
not the best
consequences, and therefore every government in the region, whether they were directly involved or not, must stop indirect support for these.
Why do you need to quote Kissinger?
So
George Bush said, "You're with us or you're with the terrorists." Simple as, bro. Exactly. Gaddafi was with us. Gaddafi was one of the first people to be like, that was fucked up.
Yeah.
9/11 was fucked up. Like, he saw this and because he was like, not because he cared. Let's think about who Gaddafi was. He was in an economic downturn. He saw it as a way out. Where he's like, yeah, I'll give up my chemical weapons. Come on, America. Let's be friends. Have you seen Libya? It's nice.
Administration picked the most convenient country to make an example of. That's why public opinion on the war never changed from the start of 2000.
Look, he was there.
Convenient?
Like, come on.
Who was there?
Bin Laden.
Where?
Well, he was in Pakistan and then Afghanistan.
Oh, well, he's talking about Iraq, though, right?
Well, yeah, he's
Iraq
saying
being convenient. And,
no, I got it as
also not convenient. not a convenient country to invade. Iraq also,
okay.
the military in Iraq was huge.
Yeah. Massive.
It's not convenient to invade Iraq.
Mm.
It would be convenient to invade Jordan, which was one of the countries that Al Qaeda was trying to get us to hit.
Interesting.
But Saddam was just much easier to.
Yeah, easier to make a case against.
Oh, look, bro, the Kofor. Yes, Kofor. This is CIA documents. Yep, George Tenet. That's the CIA. George Tenet, Kofor Black.
2002 to the start of the war, no matter how the media covered it. And that's how Wolfowitz sold it to Rumsfeld and Bush. Now, wars aren't monocausal, but that's the main
to think that they needed it's like Wolfowitz just sold it one day to them and they were on board. Like, yes, they had talked about invading Iraq, and because Saddam was already a threat before 9/11. Right?
Yeah, I mean they could have gotten rid of him when the first Gulf War ended, but they chose not to.
Had died since the war in the Gulf, right? How do you not address that?
Yeah,
sanctions, whether it's caused by sanctions or not, 1 million people, a genocide happens, right? Of course, they're looking at Saddam. This is not something they do. They try to form this conspiracy day one. They had this plot to make the weapons manufacturers rich. And even after 9/11, somebody whispered hey, we can invade Iraq. It's these ideas were floated around and stuff, but to wait until 2003, if that was the plan from the start, seems kind of weird to me, guys.
Yeah, the time is definitely weird. If they were going to do anything, it should have been the week after. Right?
And they just knew, if you think about it, Saddam would have built himself back up, would have attacked again. It would have been the third time, he's done. The first time he was supported by the U.S., but it would have been the third time he had a massive genocidal war outside of his state borders for expansion.
Yeah.
Lubricated the gears of the war machine, not some secret plot. It was the politics of the lynch mob translated to foreign policy. And the foreign policy elite did not have any more sophisticated a view on this than the masses. I mean, here's the most influential liberal columnist in the country.
Now that the war is over and there's some difficulty with the peace, was it worth doing?
Looking back, I now certainly feel I understand more what the war was about. The terrorism bubble that basically built up over the 1990s said, flying airplanes into the World Trade Center, that's okay. Wrapping yourself with dynamite and blowing up Israelis in a pizza parlor, that's okay. Because we're weak and they're strong and the weak have a different morality. And having your press call people who do these kind of things martyrs, that's okay.
Okay, buddy.
As a bubble.
Buddy. Okay, this is... I hate these fucking people so much. All right, man. Martyr is an incorrect translation because for us, martyr is like Joan of Arc.
Yeah.
Right? So now, in these languages, even secular people like the Kurds still use shaheed, right? The most secular base framing of the word shaheed comes from Arafat, who was a nationalist, not a Muslim terrorist, right? He was a nationalist, technically a fascist, but he didn't have actual power. So who cares? Why does it matter? You know? Arafat, they called the people, the Lebanese that were getting rocketed back from Israeli from their provocations, they were calling them, shaheeds, right? So the term shaheed was really popularized in the Palestinian struggle because it was mainly not a Muslim struggle, but a national struggle. Because at the time, Palestinian or Arab nationalism, even though they're Semitic Arab, you have Sadat, right? Nationalism was huge.
Yeah.
What this guy is missing is that Al Qaeda and all this terrorism is forming in a response to the nationalism in their countries. That's all it is. The Hamas is the enemy of Arafat, are they not? They were formed in response to nationalism in Palestine. All of it was. So when they say shaheed, when someone in the lion's den is killed and he said, I'm going to be a shaheed, right? He's not talking about how he's going to get the whole 72 virgins thing, which is like also not even like, don't even get into it. It's like, just like, basically it's not a thing. It's not a thing that happened. It's not a thing that anyone of these people believe or anything like that.
Yeah.
But the goals that they have are much greater than what these people think it is.
Yeah.
And 9/11 to me was the peak of that bubble. And what we learned on 9/11 in a gut way was that that bubble was a fundamental threat to our open society. And what we needed to do was go over to that part of the world, I'm afraid, and burst that bubble.
Nope.
We needed to go over there, basically.
That's what Al-Qaeda wanted
take out
you
a
to
very
do.
big stick, right in the heart of that world, and burst that bubble. Because part of that bubble.
And what did it do? What did it do?
We've got
depowered nationalists.
This bubble is actually going to level the balance of power.
Empowered Islamists, radical or not.
Yeah.
Political Islamists. You know, like
Between
I wouldn't
us
say
and you.
Sadr is radical, but he's a political Islamist.
Yeah.
Many people would say he's a very radical person, but like compared to like Daesh and Al Qaeda, you know,
not even close. Yeah.
Muslim Brotherhood is pretty tame.
Yeah.
Because
they're Hamas.
we don't care about life. We're ready to sacrifice, and all you care about are your stock options and your Hummers. And what they needed to see was American boys and girls going house to house from Basra to Baghdad.
Hey.
And basically saying,
Dar dar, zanga zanga, ferd ferd.
You don't think, you know, we care about our open society? You think this bubble fantasy, we're just going to let it grow? Well, suck on this. That, Charlie, was what this war was about. We could have hit Saudi Arabia.
No.
It was part of that bubble. Could have hit Pakistan.
No.
We hit Iraq because we could.
Everyone kind of knows this in their gut. But getting away from this stark, ugly truth is the core motivation of the new populist foreign
We could have hit Libya.
analysis.
We could have hit
Regardless of
Jordan.
whether it's
We could have hit
far-left,
Palestine. We could have hit Syria. We could have hit Iraq. We could have hit Iran. We could have hit Afghanistan. We could have hit Indonesia. Even
Could have just nuked the entire region.
like Egypt, no. Right? Egypt, no. Saudi Arabia, no. Qatar, yes. UAE, no. Turkey, no. Did we have allies and not allies in that region?
Yeah.
And like Gaddafi was just as likely to go down as Saddam, but Gaddafi, like I said, he had already been cooperating. So why go after him?
Exactly.
Populism or far right populism, or
He saved his own skin.
whatever the fuck
For
the
a few
Quincy
years.
Institute. It's a version of events that flatters the prejudices of everyone. The left liked it because the left uncritically accepts any theory that tells them that the workers all secretly agree with them. The right liked it because after the disaster, they needed a way to distance themselves from George Bush. And even the centrist pundits like this story because, I mean, isn't it a lot nicer to have everyone think you made an innocent mistake in the name of democracy rather than have them believe you joined
But
in with a
that's the
racist
thing,
band?
though, my guy. George Bush believed that. George Bush believed the same thing that justified Vietnam is that domino theory, is that if Vietnam falls, everything will be communist, right? And Vietnam proved domino theory incorrect, but George Bush was so stupid, he believed a reverse domino theory, that he said if we could turn one of those Muslim countries democratic, then the rest of the countries will fall like dominoes and it'll be a democratic region. He believed that. Now, the Arab Spring shows that you just can't have a democracy in the Middle East if you want it really bad and your people are supporting it, right? Ukraine has shown the pathway to how you get a democracy in this era. And if you're not doing it like Ukraine, you're not probably not going to get there. You're going to get gunships on protesters like in Syria and shit. I mean, Libya successfully overthrew Gaddafi, but now it's like, now there's new imperial powers tearing the state apart, even including the UN. Like the UN, the UN postponed elections because Gaddafi's son was projected to win. That's the main reason why they did it.
Seriously?
Yeah. Because they didn't want to be undemocratic by saying he couldn't run, even though he's technically a war criminal because he supported his father.
Yeah.
But Gaddafi's son is like much different. Like he's kind of like the based nature of Gaddafi without the insanity.
Yeah.
So, he has a really good Palestine policy.
Set with yourself about supporting that tactic and supporting that war?
Yeah, my criticism of myself would be that after 9/11, I overreacted. And I think as a country, we overreacted.
This
and
is him
at the same time,
saving his job, my
feel,
guy.
And this was
saving his job.
on
He
Iraq,
has to redeem
unless we
himself.
found a way
You know how
to
George
collaborate
Bush
with
got
people-
redemption arcs? Remember that?
Was it the shoe?
No. I mean, like he's like, I'm a painter. I'm nice now. I'm gonna.
Now, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now he's just the humble farmer on his ranch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this
In that
guy
part of
needs
the
to
world?
preserve his career.
Yeah.
to build a different kind of politics, to change the context in which people were able to grow up, realize their aspirations, live their lives. This problem was going to keep coming back, John, in one form or another.
And so everyone just sort of came to an agreement about how the Iraq War should be remembered. It was all the deep state's fault, and they bore no responsibility, regardless of whether or not they actually supported the war back then. There's just one small side effect of accepting this theory. It doesn't tell you what to do. It goes without saying that you can't trust the government or the experts, since they're the people who lied to you. But for most people, you can't really do your own research because, you'd have to read books. So what do?
Okay.
Well, most people just put their head in the
Max
sand.
Blumenthal
But for a
writes
special
books too,
few,
Yeah, books are
No.
books are not always great sources. Any
You want to
idiot
know
can
what really
publish a book.
pisses me off? Max Blumenthal wrote a book, The Management of Savagery, right? You want to know why
Okay.
that pisses me off?
Go
It's
on.
the principal doctrine of Daesh and Al-Qaeda, management of savagery, right? So now you
Yeah.
can't just Google management of savagery book and find out Daesh and Al-Qaeda's actual motivations and their goals and stuff. That's in the book. You'll find a Max Blumenthal book that is like called that, and it's about something stupid like how Where the Savage is or something. It also can be
I
kind of like
really wish it
translated
would
to
quit.
like Taming of the Beast
Yeah.
from the Arabic.
I just really wish he would quit.
Oh, Max
Just
Blumenthal?
like just fucking go away.
Mhm.
Please. Just go away and take fucking Grey Zone with you. Nobody liked that.
blindly put their trust in a sort of self-made foreign policy counter-elite. And by counter-elite, I of course mean grifters.
From 1946 until March 23rd, 1983, the strategic and foreign policies of the United States were steered by the influence of the most evil man of the 20th century, the late Bertrand Russell.
In the 1970s, as the country was shifting rapidly to the right and the radical left was cracking up, the leader...
Come on, bro.
What does this have to do with Russia?
This is so not relevant to today.
What's chapter 3?
No, keep going.
I don't give a fuck.
One small...
Huh?
I want to hear why this is relevant first.
All Trotskyist sect had an idea. The masses hated the new left, but perhaps one could still build a winning left-wing coalition by combining extreme social conservatism with left-wing economic populism and extreme state-led developmentalism.
So fascism. Cool.
Basically, take everything that would appeal to a reactionary building trades union and then just bind it all together into a coherent ideology. But how do you make all those ideas a coherent ideology?
It's called fascism, my guy.
By creating an elaborate, all-encompassing conspiracy theory of everything.
Yeah.
I know of no case of any attack on me which has been published or which I have noticed in the news media, which did not originate with either the drug lobby or with a Soviet operation, and sometimes the same thing.
This small ex-Trotskyist leader was named Lyndon LaRouche. And
Ah,
this conspiracy
LaRouche!
theory is a little hard to summarize, and it has changed a lot over the years, but the core of it has remained consistent enough that I can summarize it somewhat. So, get ready.
Let's go.
The British
Let's
royal
fucking
family
go.
and a small cadre of English Fabian socialists, in conjunction with the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, are engaged in a conspiracy to greatly reduce the population.
Bad mix.
of the
Can't
human
hear you
race
over the
in order
music.
To head off a Malthusian catastrophe. A catastrophe that could easily.
I
be
told you you
avoided
should have
by simply
waited.
Building a massive amount of nuclear
Isn't this
power
great?
plants
Aren't
and
you
a
glad
number
you
of
didn't
massive
skip this
super
part?
Yes,
highways and
I'm very
bridges to
glad.
connect all of the world's continents. But doing that would cut into the conspiracy's profits. So the British royal family invented environmentalism and neoliberalism in order to hide the truth. And in order to further reduce the population, the British royal family is also the world's foremost drug trafficking conspiracy. And it uses its control of the IMF to push austerity in order to keep as many people in the global south as possible.
Where did the Jews come into it?
Henry Kissinger is a gay KGB agent. All right, we got it. That makes sense. Great. Maybe some of that sounded reasonable to you.
We have to keep our country gay.
Because the LaRouche movement is really a cult, not a political party.
Correct.
It hooks in idealistic young people who like one aspect of the movement, indoctrinates them in the whole insane complex, and makes them work incredibly long hours for free, calling people up and begging them for donations.
Yep.
And so LaRouche used all the money he
guess
got
who's
from the
connected
phone
to
call
that?
operation.
Come on, chat. Throw some names out. Who's in the LaRouche movement? You know them. Everyone knows them.
And used it every 4 years to run for president.
Mondale is not simply a KGB agent in the ordinary sense, of course. Mondale is jointly owned by the left wing of the Socialist International and the grain cartel interests.
Watch out, guys. The Reds are coming.
If both these owners tell Mondale to lick the floor before a nationwide TV audience, I sincerely believe he would do just that.
Watch Lyndon LaRouche, independent Democrat for president.
Those campaigns brought him to national prominence. And so LaRouche was brought onto mainstream media to explain himself with hilarious results.
He's run for president 3 times, twice as a Democrat. Each time he's lost overwhelmingly. But he's not deterred by that.
The Democratic National Committee responded with a 50-state alert aimed at preventing more nominations of LaRouche-backed candidates pretending to be regular Democrats. The LaRouchians calling themselves the National Democratic...
What LaRouchians do we know who pretend to be other things?
I'm not even sure. Trump? He seems to go on about fucking this type of bullshit all the time. I don't know. Who?
Huh? All of them. All of them.
Is this the deep state? The child blood drinking deep state? Which, that being said, Boy did a video on that, by the way. The what's it called? Adrenochrome. That's shit.
Policy Committee claimed to have 800 candidates running in primaries around the country this year.
What are you trying to do? You're running hundreds of candidates all over the country. What is your short-term goal?
I'm concerned with 2 things. I'm concerned with the collapse of Western civilization.
Were you ever a Marxist in your own opinion? Ever?
I don't know.
Yes or no?
I don't know.
Mr. LaRouche, I want to quote you back to yourself. This is something I read on your stationery, written by you. Quote, according to authoritative sources, Henry A. Kissinger, that's our former Secretary of State, is not a Jew, but a He is of the species some psychopathologists describe as an extreme anal variety of sadomasochistic personality. Has any psychopathologist ever suggested to you that you ought to be locked up?
And the rest of it because you think the Soviet attack against Germany is imminent.
It's sufficiently imminent that we have to assume it might occur at any time.
LaRouche says,
bro, I do not understand it. It like hurts my brain.
Service is behind all terrorism. Do you believe that?
You say the B'nai B'rith founded the Ku Klux Klan or funded it.
No. You had signs this morning saying NBC killed Olof Palme of Sweden. What the hell is that?
With us to discuss the 1988 presidential campaign is political nutcase Lyndon LaRouche. Hi, Lyndon.
In America, LaRouche became something of a joke.
Bush,
check out this headline. 15 minutes of insanity at the LaRouche mega communist meetup.
Oh my god.
They're the same thing.
Is there a video?
Probably. I mean, they probably have bad ones.
Wait, oh my god. Okay.
I've heard this as well about Maupin. I think Keffals was talking about how Maupin was distancing himself from Hinkle to like because they're like both like funded and organized and the same people or something.
Okay, so it's all the The fascists that bootlick Putin. Okay.
That type of stuff, yeah. Well, like Maupin has been pretending not to like bootlick Putin, like Hinkle does, to try and like distance himself. It's very weird. They're weird.
So I pretty much nailed it when I'm like, oh, you mean fascism?
Yep.
Is a known co-conspirator of the homosexual child molester Henry Kissinger.
Bioduplication, nude conspiracies. Oh my God, Lyndon LaRouche was right.
But around the world, he was building another source of power. LaRouche reinvented himself as an intelligence dealer, publishing a weekly magazine that used his intelligence connections to publish stories about what was really going on in the world. And he had real connections. By the early 80s, he was taking meetings with the CIA.
Oh my God. Is
Of
that
course.
where that comes from?
What?
This. So the headline?
Act now to stop Obama's Nazi health plan.
I've heard people say this before.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
And he had real connections. By the early 80s, he was taking meetings with the CIA. But he was also being investigated by the FBI. And it didn't take long for the FBI to discover
What was that about
the
Khomeini in there?
organization was making fraudulent charges with.
He's like, the guys who put this on this executive intelligence review are crazy. But the subject of Gaddafi and Khomeini in the United States is interesting.
Okay.
William J. Casey.
Weird.
People's credit card numbers.
Okay, so his evidence of their connection with the CIA is a CIA memo that somebody wrote that I'm like, bro, check out how crazy these guys are, but they have some interesting stuff on here on Gaddafi and Khomeini.
Yeah, that's hard proof, obviously.
What they wanted yesterday in a raid on the headquarters of political extremist Lyndon LaRouche.
Now that LaRouche could no longer live in America, he moved to Germany to live with his second wife, Helga Zepp LaRouche.
Of course he
where
moved to
formed
Germany.
a new organization called the Schiller Institute and formed connections
Ironic.
in various European countries, including Russia, a country he had previously been trying to get new.
The Russians are irrationalists. They're racists. They're Russian racists. Great Russian racists. If you don't believe it, ask a Ukrainian.
He continued publishing his intelligence magazine in Europe, and he picked up a few new writers.
I don't think Ukrainians are the ones to ask. Ask the ones in Central Asia.
Oh, Ukrainians will say, hey, it will say the same shit too.
Oh, I bet, but they weren't exactly bust into Central Asia because they weren't Slavic Russians.
The most important of which is F. William Engdahl.
Well, William Engdahl's on the line. He's a geopolitical analyst, author of Myths, Lies, and Oil Wars.
Must be true.
The Greek crisis was programmed to be detonated at command by Wall Street and the U.S. Treasury, as well as the Federal Reserve, in order to defend the reserve currency role of the U.S. dollar.
You probably haven't heard of William Engdahl, but you might have heard of some of the conspiracy theories he's invented. For instance, the theory that Bill Gates is trying to sterilize the human race using vaccines. William Engdahl invented that theory in 2009. But that's not his most important theory. In the 90s, EIR started focusing on a Jewish hedge fund manager named George Soros. This culminated in a feature by Engdahl about how Soros was secretly using a small network of NGOs to overthrow governments on behalf of the Rothschilds. And that through these NGOs, he had caused all the revolutions of 1989 that had overthrown the communist states of Eastern Europe. He did this allegedly in order to introduce shock therapy and destroy them. This theory didn't make much of a splash at the time and would have been forgotten if not for a movement developing on the American left. Because one small subsection of the left, for reasons that are too complicated to get into here, had become obsessed with proving the innocence of Serbian dictator Slobodan Milosevic. And this section of the left was naturally caught off guard when, after a ham-handed attempt at rigging the 2000 election, Milosevic decided to step down in the face of massive protests. After which he was immediately handed over to the Hague for prosecution.
I had to wash my hands, and I just heard Milosevic in the background. Did you hear me yelling in the kitchen?
Yes,
So this section of the left was naturally distraught and latched onto the theory created by the LaRouche movement that George Soros had organized the overthrow of Milosevic, just like he had organized the overthrow of the Eastern European communist governments.
Even if he did plan all of it to overthrow him. Who cares? Fuck that guy.
Hitler wasn't fucking bad because he was fucking killing Jews. Okay? That wasn't the main problem with Hitler, I think. That was like maybe eighth down the line.
Rothschilds, he became a tool of the CIA. But one of the writers for these left-wing magazines, a Canadian economist named Michel Chossudovsky, decided to create his own publication, probably because other magazines wouldn't publish his 9/11 Truth articles. He quickly hired William Engdahl, along with a raft of other conspiracy theorists, to publish.
Sounds like it sounds like an early version of Grey Zone.
9/11 broke
the Center
our
for
brains,
Research
bro.
on Globalization, or Global Research for short. And this website would go on to a lucrative partnership with the Russian government.
It's called Global Research, a website offering audiences a wide range of conspiracy theories, often in line with what experts consider Russian government narratives.
Depicting COVID-19 as a dangerous virus. That's the basis of the fear campaign.
That's Michel Chossudovsky, the website's listed editor. The retired professor wouldn't answer questions about any links to Russia, but he denied running a Kremlin-aligned disinformation site.
Hold on. We're getting ahead of ourselves.
Here we go.
First, cut to 2003. In the country of Georgia,
Oh my God.
where Georgian President Eduard Shevardnadze is being
Okay.
ousted by his own protege, a man named Mikhail Saakashvili. It didn't make many waves in Russia, mainly because Putin hated Shevardnadze and was glad to see him
Oh, look,
gone.
another color
But it
revolution.
did capture the attention of some Westerners, because some of the people who had helped push out Shevardnadze had been NGOs funded by one George Soros. So their old Milosevic theory suddenly was vindicated. LaRouche accused Soros of working for the Rockefellers, the left accused Soros of working for the CIA, and even the neoconservatives at the Weekly Standard accused Soros of supporting Saakashvili in order to undermine George Bush, because Shevardnadze had been such a good American ally. But none of this theorizing
Tucker
made it
Carlson's
into Russia
dead.
until a year later, when something happened in Ukraine.
Hey. Finally. We finally got there. 24 minutes in. Fucking Jesus Christ.
Orange Revolution.
Мой отъезд из Киева, носил довольно смешной характер, поскольку я жил в гостинице прямо в центре Киева, то есть, собственно говоря, в самом центре толпы оранжевой. Я вынужден
Why'd they
был...
pick orange?
Better than fucking Black Suns, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
переодеться.
Georgian flag,
в оранжевом шарфе и в оранжевой вязаной шапочке.
This is Gleb Pavlovsky. In the early 2000s, Gleb Pavlovsky was Russia's most important political technologist. He had been the main architect of Putin's public image since Yeltsin had chosen him as a successor. And now he had been given a $600 million budget to elect Viktor Yanukovych president of Ukraine. His campaign hit familiar themes. The opposition were Nazis. The opposition would divide the country. The opposition would ban the Russian.
Where we're hearing the same narratives. Oh, it couldn't be possibly from the same people. How crazy. How interesting that it's literally the
he's
same
coming back around.
played out bullshit arguments now.
Yeah, but he's coming back around and tying shit together. The beginning that tortured me, at least, you know, framed that why these people exist.
Yeah.
Because they're stupid.
Language, the opposition would ban the Orthodox Church. But it didn't work. So when Pavlovsky went back home to Russia, he would need a good excuse to cover for his failure. And wouldn't you know, there's this pre-made one lying around courtesy of the West. Pavlovsky exclaimed to audiences back in Russia that the 2000 overthrow of Milosevic and the 2003 overthrow of Shevardnadze had in fact,
he puts his
like the
sources
Orange
in too,
Revolution,
like the
been
marking
organized
sources?
by the West, using a secret set of technology and tactics invented by the CIA. Small youth group.
He's putting citations in, but he's not listing them in the comments here.
It doesn't say here's where the sources are.
No. Because I'm like, if there's numbers there, that's clearly citations, right?
I don't know. Maybe on his Patreon there's citations and shit.
Oh, look, someone timestamped it. Cool.
Performance art pieces and mass protests.
Is it meant to be dark?
Adding this to my morning news routine.
Small youth group performance art pieces and mass protests. See, during the late 90s, a small protest group had emerged in Serbia called Otpor, led by a man named Srđan Popović. It had organized multiple anti-government protests, usually with a sort of comic theatrical edge.
Man.
And, not coincidentally, Milosevic was toppled in 2000 after trying to rig his re-election. This success made the leaders of Otpor celebrities, and Popović became a sort of anti-dictator protest consultant. Popović in turn gave credit to one of the books he had read during the protests, From Dictatorship to Democracy by Gene Sharp, an American pacifist who had tried to develop a theory of nonviolent revolution. But about a year later, it was revealed that Otpor had gotten a few $1 million from the National Endowment for Democracy, a small NGO founded by Congress during the Reagan administration to put a friendlier gloss on Reagan's hyper-aggressive foreign policy. That policy of funding Otpor was championed in America by, ironically, anti-war activists who were hoping to use Popovic's success in over.
Guess who's currently doing that at the moment too? Crazy. I feel like this.
I talk about it all the time. How the anti-war activist movement back in Iraq was the same shit it is now.
I mean, all of those Jackson Hinkle types were fucking in that anti-war bullshit too. It's like
Jackson Hinkle's way younger though. This is like way.
No,
way,
I know.
way
I'm saying that right now it's happening again. It's literally repeating, right? And you've got the libertarians, like the Mises Caucus, who I literally was like, "Hey, you guys know that you're fraternizing with fascists, right?" And they blocked me. Fucking morons. Like
they do.
Okay,
And they
you are anti-war, but every anti-war protest since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine has been littered with Russian flags from Australia to America. Just littered with Russian flags and disinformation and just absolute dickheads. So, and even like the guy that I've spoken about before that like tried to push that biolab thing or the bioweapon thing.
I hope that's in here.
I don't know if it would be. It's pretty obscure.
Throwing Milosevic as proof that Clinton's decision to bomb Serbia had actually been pointless and counterproductive, and that he should have used pacifist measures. So, with the Americans hyping up their own inflated role in the bulldozer revolution, Pavlovsky got an idea. Maybe the CIA has been training government overthrow performance art youth groups in all of the Eastern European countries, using Gene Sharp as the mastermind, Srđan Popović as a cutout, and using George Soros and the National Endowment for Democracy
That's what the CIA
as a
does.
funding mechanism. Through those groups,
they're an
CIA
intelligence
overthrew
agency,
Milosevic,
not a
Semenadzar,
overthrow the
and now-
government agency. You know,
Yeah.
like yes, they have people in all these groups, but it's to get information on those groups.
Yeah, exactly.
Viktor Yanukovych, and a month into 2005, a new revolution in Kyrgyzstan called the Tulip Revolution was also blamed on it. And according to Pavlovsky, Moldova, Belarus, and Russia itself were the next targets. And so Putin should give him more money to create a sort of preventive counter-revolution. These four revolutions Pavlovsky is talking about, Bulldozer Revolution, the Rose Revolution, the Tulip Revolution, and the Orange Revolution, came to be known as the color revolutions. Now you might ask, why is that? Only one of them is named after a color. The fact that they're called color revolutions actually turns out to be a telling clue of why so many people will latch onto an anti-Semitic red-brown conspiracy theory invented by a cult and adopted opportunistically by a dictator.
Yeah, that's
and it's a good thing that the
Red-Brown Alliance. Those are like communists who side with fascists.
Okay.
men and women across the Middle East looking to Iraq are getting a glimpse of what life in a free country can be like.
That's great.
Around the same time as the Orange Revolution, Bush's war in Iraq was spinning out of control into a bloodbath. So Bush tried to salvage the reputation of his Middle East policy by tying it to the idea of democracy promotion.
In recent times, we have witnessed landmark events in the history of liberty. A Rose Revolution in Georgia, an Orange Revolution in Ukraine, and now a Purple Revolution in Iraq.
The Iraq War had never really been about WMDs or terrorism. It had been about democracy.
Yeah.
And since Iraq was about democracy promotion, in a sense, it had been the inspiration for the revolutions in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. So when you think about it, really the Iraq War was a success, even as the country slipped into civil war, because the war had sent democracy vibes to Ukraine. Soon, Bush's cheerleaders in the media even started calling the Iraqi elections the Purple Revolution to match with the Orange Revolution.
Because the
And
thumbprints
the
are
name
purple.
Color Revolution.
What thumbprints?
They vote by putting their thumb in the ink.
Oh, really?
And then they have like a purple thumb after to show that they voted.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Because
That's
they
cool.
vote with their fingerprint.
Huh.
They do that in a lot of
neat.
How do you say, low literacy countries?
Right. Yeah, that's probably an appropriate term. Makes sense.
Stuck. There was only one person on Earth who could have fallen for this spin. Unfortunately, that man was also in Bratislava.
Мы не собираемся придумывать никакой своеобразной российской демократии. При этом, разумеется, все эти современные институты
See how Putin knows how to gaslight Bush here?
адекватны сегодняшнему развитию российского общества, нашей истории и нашей
Bush
традиции.
loved Putin,
Immediately became convinced that Pavlovsky was right, and Bush now must be angling to overthrow him. So he put his political technologists to work trying to prevent one. To that end, the Russian government started making contacts with the conspiracy theorists at Global Research, including William Engdahl, who in turn wrote a book called Full Spectrum Dominance, which synthesized the LaRouche conspiracy theory of revolutions with the pro-Milosevic Trotskyist conspiracy theory of revolutions and the Kremlin's theory of revolutions into one almost coherent narrative. That narrative goes something like this. A formless, unknowable deep state in the American government using the Bush administration, the National Endowment for Democracy, George Soros, Sergei Popovich, Gene Sharp, and USAID has the ability to create mass protests on demand, and is using this power to overthrow every government in Eurasia that's standing in the way of America's ambition to monopolize control over Central Asian oil pipelines,
Yes,
namely
so many.
the critical Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan pipeline. If any of that sounds familiar, it's just because he replaced the British royal family part of the LaRouche theory with the villain plot from James Bond's The World Is Not Enough. The first country to take up this theory after Russia was Venezuela, specifically its leader, Hugo Chavez.
Con este letrero, ojo pelado, el plan imperial. Esta es la tesis de Gene Sharp a la que me he referido.
The second was Iran, which made a helpful instructional video starring NPCs from Sonic 06.
This is like their video about their assassination of Trump.
Yeah, they love the 3D animated videos.
جورج سوروس سرمایه‌دار یهودی است که سردمدار استعمار فرانوین میباشد. جین شار نظریه
Hi
پرداز
everybody,
نافرمانی
actual
مدنی
Nazi
جان
here.
مکین از مسئولین کاخ سفید که
Well,
توطئه‌های
John McCain actually
متعددی
did
را
want to
علیه
overthrow
جمهوری
Putin. There's a
اسلامی
difference
ایران
there.
So,
really?
Oh yeah. There's a great one, like Obama did nothing about Crimea. There's a great John McCain thing about how it's just going to empower Putin. This is exactly what Putin wants.
Yeah, and it's exactly what happened.
Let's pause here to ask.
It's a shame he didn't live to say I told you so.
I mean, fuck John McCain.
Yeah.
He was right on one thing, you know.
One thing. It would have been his crowning
Bro,
glory.
you know, he's the main reason the A-10 stuck around as long as it did.
Really?
Yeah.
Now I like him.
The A-10 sucks, dude. It was killing
I love it.
people.
It's such a cool gun. It's
But
such a cool plane.
The B-1 is better. Like, the fact that a B-1 could do the A-10's job better says it all.
Yeah. The bone. It's pretty fucking cool too.
Like,
It was a very much Desert Storm plane though. The A-10 it's pretty much what it was designed for.
Oh, it was designed to kill tanks in the past.
Exactly. Like that's the entire purpose of the gun it was built around. Like it's depleted uranium.
Which was a dumb idea.
Depleted
To build
uranium.
a gun, to build a plane around a machine gun is a dumb idea instead of fucking missiles.
Yeah.
Why?
Cool.
Why would you do that?
Because it's fucking cool. They hit a 30mm cannon.
Dude, John McCain ends
You
this
heard
meeting.
it?
He's like, "You're telling me a B-1B can do what an A-10 can do? You ask any of these soldiers, and they rather have a warthog on them." And it's like, they're like, "Please stop funding this."
I've only ever seen videos of people loving it. I always see videos of the Marines stopping and watching the A-10s.
Yeah, they're cool.
Probably because they didn't want to get killed.
Yeah, until you get caught up in them.
The B1 is better, though.
Yeah, and it's cooler.
It is cooler. Swept wing supersonic bomber, that's sick.
Is color revolution theory true? Well, I could poke a few holes into it. For one, Otpor wasn't really responsible for Milosevic's overthrow. Otpor had been at work for years in Serbia with no progress. What changed in 2000 is A, the trade unions in the provinces who had previously supported Slobodan Milosevic turned against him. B, Bill Clinton had gone to Russia and asked the newly elected president to put more pressure on Milosevic to step down. And C, the massive sanctions campaign that was grinding Serbia's economy to a halt.
Wait, you mean Putin is responsible for
Problem two,
Milosevic? Who would have thought? But he's the guy pushing the conspiracy that the U.S. did it. And then he doesn't mention this thing about Bill Clinton at all. You'd think he'd have insight on how Bill Clinton wanted to overthrow Milosevic and met with him, wouldn't you?
Makes sense.
The rose and orange revolutions weren't really revolutions at all. Sure, the mass protest helped put pressure on their respective dictators, but ultimately both crises were resolved by backroom deals between political elites. Problem 3 was the lack of motivation. Saakashvili and Shevardnadze just didn't have very different foreign policies. Problem 4 is that color revolutions only happen to corrupt democracies. Regular dictators can fare them just fine. You just throw all the protesters in jail and ban the NGOs, which makes them pretty useless for regime change since they can pretty much only hit leaders who
Did he
don't
make
have
this
a consolidation.
because, like, the danger zone is Georgia and then China? What about,
that's
like,
a pretty massive jump.
Okay, we can pick a better country than that, can't we? Like, you know, Ghana.
And the random choice of Sweden, not Norway.
Yeah,
it's very
more
strange.
Democratic, you know. China is like as democratic as North Korea.
Yeah, it's basically the same.
It's slightly more democratic than North Korea.
I would say they just have more money.
Not so much now.
Yeah, I would say they just have more money. It's just a richer North Korea.
But like somebody could at least put pressure on the ruling party inside of that ruling party a few years ago.
Yeah, a few years ago. Now they've all been purged. No more.
Consolidated regime. Problem 5 is that the amount of money actually being given to these NGOs is usually in the mid 6-figure range, which is enough for like 2 staff salaries and an office space. And they're operating in countries where every TV station is controlled by the government. So aside from the fact that there was no motive for America in half of these countries, the fact that half of them involved leaders voluntarily stepping down, and the fact that the idea that you can overthrow a government on a $2 million budget is just an inherently silly idea.
So is the idea that you could fund a revolution. Like, people aren't going to put their lives in front of gun barrels because you gave them $50. Like, it's such an insane idea. It's just like any kind of logic applied to this destroys it. Right? That's the best way to destroy these kind of things, is just be like, okay, how?
I love Splinter Cell. What custom map? Where was the map that we want for this?
I think they were talking about the 3D animation. The Iranian one.
Oh, it does look like old school Splinter Cell. A little.
It makes perfect sense. So it's probably no surprise the color revolutions Putin dreaded just never came. Putin's real problem was succession. Russia had term limits, which meant Putin would either have to alter the constitution or step down. So he stepped down and chose a hand-picked weak successor named Dmitry Medvedev. And just like Yeltsin had done for Putin, Putin started a war in the Caucasus and let Medvedev lead it so he could look like a hero.
Признателен мне что в какой-то момент я просто остановил войска. Если бы они вошли в Тбилиси, то, скорее всего, в настоящий момент в Грузии был бы другой президент.
Ooh, you're odd, showing off. And this worked. Russia had a peaceful transition of power with no color revolutions. And relations with the West even warmed up. Maybe a little too fast given he had just blown up a sovereign country, but otherwise things seemed to be going well. And in
Also, anybody that's interested, look into the methods that Russia used in the invasion of Georgia, and you will see direct mirroring with how they did Ukraine. It's exactly the same.
Russia, fears of a color revolution started to fade. But the theory about color revolutions found a new champion in America.
And I told you that there was a structure being put into place in our country, and it was designed to bring about the fundamental transformation that has been promised. Through the course of this journey of discovery, amazingly, all the paths, time after time, really led to one man, George Soros.
In 2004, George Soros had become the target of a massive smear campaign from the neoconservative movement after he had publicly opposed the Iraq War and donated a large sum of money to John Kerry's campaign.
Well, I guess this is why you can be a polarizing figure, Mr. Soros. You say the war on terror, as we have waged it since 9/11, has done more harm than good. Yes, it's pretty strong.
This produced a book called The Shadow by David Horowitz and Richard Poe, in which they talked about how George Soros had caused every world revolution in the past 20 years and how he was now coming for America. And you'll never guess who their source was. This book then inspired a 2-hour-long TV segment by Fox News.
I think we can start condensing this.
Velvet Revolution.
Yeah. There's a bunch of spikes. 2011.
I think we get it. We're on the right track on how this is like spelled together, you know.
The 90s. Okay, we're back now.
Still on Soros, still on
Bruh.
let's see the gray zone stuff.
Let's go here.
Shoigu changed all that with an opening speech in which he said that major threats to peace today are the so-called color revolutions. According to this view, color revolutions would include the Arab Spring revolts in Egypt, Libya, and Syria, and of course, the latest revolution in Ukraine.
Putin rebranded himself one more time. Instead of being a protector of Russia from American aggression, he was a global messiah sent to protect the whole world from Barack Obama's massive global regime change rampage, which at this point, in his estimation, had caused wars in Libya, Egypt, Tunisia, Syria, Yemen, and now Ukraine. And here Russia found astronomical success. Both the left-wing press and the right-wing press in the West followed Russia's lead. And not just fringy publications either this time. Mainstream publications. Respected IR scholars, Harvard economists, rock stars. Lots of people were eager to rewrite history to make the Arab Spring and the Ukraine War a CIA operation.
The third part of the story is fostering an orange revolution.
Oh, look.
This is all about...
Look at this. Aren't they all the talking points from all of the fuckwits backing Russia at the moment? How surprising. Couldn't possibly be a connection.
Promoting democracy.
This is great. He's just explaining everything that we've said for the last year and a half. This is great.
Bro, Mershimer was just on the Lex Friedman podcast.
Who?
The guy who's talking right now.
Oh my God. Okay.
You all know the United States runs around the world trying to topple regimes and put in their place democratically elected regimes.
Globalists, Zionists, the European Union, they're not in the least bit interested in Ukrainian freedom. They're interested in using Ukrainian nationalism as a way of attacking Russia.
And it's a Libya that no longer has a strong man who, in his own small way, was actually willing to challenge the Washington consensus.
Oh, bullshit.
And better to push your theory that the Maidan was run by gay Nazi CIA agents than the famous Hollywood movie director who won 2 Oscars for his movie about how JFK was murdered by gay Nazi CIA agents. Soon, dedicated journalism outfits were created specifically to prove everything was a color revolution.
Correct?
It's very correct. Gray zone is trash.
the protests in Belarus, the protests in Kazakhstan. The Chinese blamed protests in Hong Kong on it. YouTubers call small LGBT protests in Vietnam color revolutions. Anti-royalist protests.
We did that video the other day.
We did that video. It's very
and
funny.
are called color revolution.
Global Times.
Oh no!
Not
Oh
the
no!
best source.
Oh no!
Hungary accused George Soros of leading a Jewish plot to destroy Christian
Yep,
values
that
in
sounds like
Europe
Hungary.
through color revolutions.
Yeah.
He was joined by Israel, who accused George Soros of leading an anti-Semitic plot to destroy Israeli values with color revolutions.
Makes sense.
And in 2020, we hit peak insanity.
Hell
with
yeah!
an accusation from William Engdahl himself that the George Floyd protests were a color revolution fomented
yes.
by the American government to overthrow itself.
Look,
As the
Antifa
years went
mentioned.
on, more
Shout out to your boy.
Who was mentioned?
Antifa.
Oh. Hey, is
By
that
the
topple the Gorbachev regime? Is that what that says there?
Refined and heavy bribes to topple the Gorbachev regime in the Soviet Union. For anybody who watches those models closely.
Trying to
government to overthrow itself. As the years went on, more and more people would become convinced of the theory that the CIA and George Soros had organized every protest in the world since 1989. I once saw someone called the 1905 Russian Revolution a color revolution. Russia's propaganda campaign on this front has been so successful that Washington began treating it as a national security threat, desperately trying to pin down the alchemy that made it work. And the 2016 election only made that paranoia 10 times worse.
Gerasimov.
But Russia's influence on this front wouldn't stop growing until February 2022.
You must have known you were wrong when your fingers were dipped inside me.
Gerasimov! But back in 2014, Americans weren't really paying attention to Ukraine.
Epic.
The real target of the anti-Ukrainian propaganda back then was Europe, where they made major breakthroughs. And this was a problem for Barack Obama, because Barack Obama's strategy for punishing Russia relied on using Europe to put economic
actively
pressure on
engaging
Russia.
civilians.
And Europe wasn't obliging. So Obama went to Brussels and gave a big speech trying to convince the Europeans that
I'm fucking better than you.
That's true.
Maybe it would be a good idea for Europeans to care about European security.
To be honest, if we define our interests narrowly, if we applied a cold-hearted calculus, it would be constitutional for the government to target and kill any U.S. citizen with a drone or with a shotgun without due process. Might decide to look the other way. Our economy is not deeply integrated with Ukraine.
Crazy.
Our people and our homeland face no direct threat from the invasion of Crimea.
Yes,
our own
they
borders
do.
Are not threatened by Russia's annexation. But that kind of casual indifference would ignore the lessons that are written in the cemeteries of this continent.
Hi, do you want to know how to fix this? Stop.
He also, in a moment that surely went over most people's heads, made a point of explicitly denying color revolution theory.
It's not America that filled the Maidan with protesters. It was Ukrainians.
He's not wrong.
No foreign forces compelled the citizens of Tunis and Tripoli to rise up. They did so on their own.
What do you mean, man? The people loved Gaddafi, obviously.
It was
obviously.
I held a bake sale, a racist bake sale.
A surprisingly good speech.
Do not think for a moment.
Crazy. Obama had a
Your
good
own
speech.
freedom.
That's literally all he did.
Your own prosperity.
Speeches.
That's
yeah.
all he
Your
could do.
own
At least Joe
moral
Biden is able to
imagination
like nag people to death on the telephone all day.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah.
like Joe Biden has proven to get shit done just by being like, nah, listen, I know you gotta go, but let me tell you.
Bound by the limits of your community, your ethnicity, or even your country. You're bigger than that.
Of course, it didn't work. So Obama decided to settle not for rolling back Russia, but instead making an example of Russia. setting the precedent that maybe America wouldn't bomb you if you invaded your neighbor, but they would make sure you'd have at least a massive recession, and hope that was enough deterrence for everyone else. Russia started running into problems in July. You see, the problem with hybrid warfare, as Russia's tactics came to be known, is that it is a recreation of a conspiracy theory that only exists in fantasy. So the tactics don't actually work. And by August, the Ukrainian army was on the verge of winning the war. Putin, now caught in a bind between starting a conventional
they work
war
if you don't use conspiracy to do them.
Decided to send in ground troops, fired Glazyev and put the Ministry of Defense in charge of the war, had all the charismatic warlords of the Donbass assassinated and replaced with people who would follow orders, and tried to get the
they were Nazis and Russian imperial movement. So
Ukrainians to give up European integration at the negotiating table. But Putin still couldn't get what he wanted. To Ukraine, Putin's demand that Ukraine economically integrate with Russia instead of Europe was tantamount to a demand that Ukraine stay poor forever. Even setting aside the principle of the thing, they'd rather just keep fighting the war. Putin, being both economically illiterate and racist against Ukrainians, just couldn't grok this, and continued to blame the US. And his conspiracy-brained advisors and propagandists continued to cheer him on. The nationalists were unhappy with him because they wanted him to invade all of Ukraine, and the liberals were unhappy with him because American sanctions had damaged the economy. To quote Alexander Dugin,
Crimea was the
bruh.
Not the best source.
Yeah, but no. But he's showing that people are criticizing Putin.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Actual Nazi here.
True.
Last stop before changing absolutely the logic of the development of modern Russia. But it didn't happen. I don't know why. It was a betrayal. For the patriotic group, it was a betrayal by Putin of our awakening. And for liberals, it was a betrayal by Putin of globalist rule.
And Putin actually came all the way back around to then adopt his worldview. So that's kind of interesting.
Well,
Putin has betrayed both.
He had to pull someone in to cling to power. If everyone was mad at him.
Yeah.
Parties. And it is the worst that could possibly happen, because we've committed half the crime, but paid the full price.
Backed into a corner, surrounded by yes men, facing a ticking clock and slowly going insane under COVID lockdown, Putin decided to cut the Gordian knot and prove once and for all that Ukrainian democracy was a Potemkin village. And you know the rest.
Мною принято решение о проведении специальной военной операции.
That video was fine.
It's not over yet.
I know. What do you think? It's going to turn around? It's going to turn around and it's suddenly like...
Maybe.
Going to say that Putin was right?
Yeah, maybe.
It's blaming... So it's saying... So, I mean, like, the American origins of Putin's madness, like, to blame it all... Like, you'd have to separate that Putin... doesn't actually believe the shit that he's doing. He doesn't care. He's just finding validation.
Just yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if that'll be his conclusion.
But like that's still technically, because of how the theory is tied together with the Larouchian, you could say like everything is fine. You know, drawing it to America here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily being like, yeah, it is America's fault, but he's spelling out that. In Putin's eyes, it's America's fault, and that's what all of the useful idiots say as well. So it's a really good in the way that it spells out how these justifications have come to exist, which is handy that it's in a single video because now I can just send this to people if the conclusion's good.
Yeah, true.
And now I don't have to bother talking to people, which is great.
What are you going to pull up after this?
In August of 2014, as the war was heating up, the Russian ultranationalist militias decided to throw a party for themselves.
What about Candace Owens on Tucker Carlson?
That sounds like torture.
It does sound like torture.
A celebratory bike show in newly annexed Crimea. This bike show also included a poetry reading, interpretive dance, rock opera version of the war in Ukraine, as they imagined it. They spared no expense, and I recommend everyone go and watch this video because It's one of the better views
Immediately
you
it
get
should
into the
chill out,
mindset of the type of people who started this war, like a sort of Putin-themed psychonauts level. Defenseless riot cops are terrorized by Ukrainian Nazis, while the giant wire mesh hands of Uncle Sam pull their puppet strings. A drum line of blood-vomiting bikers stand at attention in front of the eye pyramid of the New World Order, while speeches of Barack Obama and Adolf Hitler spliced together are played over the loudspeaker. All while the leader of a motorcycle gang that simultaneously venerates both Joseph Stalin and Tsar Nicholas as saints reads anti-Semitic poetry about how this war is the culmination of Stalin's dream.
You mean Stalin's fans are fascists? No.
It's Zapata, the squirmy one.
The black one.
I just caught him. I saw him run over to the corner over here, and I knew I could corner him and get him, and he did not like it very much. He really kicked fur, too, into my face. You can see some, it's floating right here.
Like he spat it out.
Well, that's like one of their defense mechanisms is fur kicking.
Yeah.
In 1993, Yeltsin was having people like this gunned down in the street. In the late 90s, they were tolerated, but still politically marginalized. By the mid-2000s, they had been made part of the systemic opposition. By 2012, they were exercising real political power. And now, here they are, in 2014, with the backing of the president, on national state television, in front of a crowd of hundreds of thousands, dancing in a swastika formation to Hans Zimmer Batman music.
Don't forget, guys, Ukraine are the Nazis.
People who see this progression and think it was inevitable, that this is the expression of the real Russia. But all I can see are the contingencies, the stupid contingencies. I didn't make these videos to prove to you that Russia is imperialist and therefore bad. I made them to prove that the Russians are stupid. They're inept imperialists, because the stupidity is the tragedy here. Imperialism is rational, if not good. So it's somewhat inevitable in a world with strong countries and weak countries.
Excuse me?
Remember when I said, how could he turn it around to make bad?
I fucking told you. I told you it would happen. What the fuck?
No, if not good.
Imperialism is good, is what he said?
Yes.
Are stupid. They're inept imperialists. Because the stupidity is the tragedy here. Imperialism is rational, if not good. So it's somewhat inevitable in a world with strong countries and weak countries. But this...
Hi, everybody. Actual Nazi here.
This was a waste. Anyone who tells you Alexei Navalny or whoever is just as bad as Putin because he's just a smarter, subtler nationalist is greatly underestimating the destructive capacity of stupidity. But it's not just Russia. Last year, after the war started, the network of pro-Kremlin conspiracy theorists we've been talking about had their own rally in Washington.
The neocons that have seamlessly shifted from administration to administration, they are fully in control and they imperil humanity.
We have the lie that one fine morning, President Vladimir Putin...
Huh?
The actual movement, the leader of the actual movement was there. Holy shit. Jesus
woke up and
Christ.
said, gee, I feel like invading Ukraine today.
Oh, look. Remember what I was saying about Russian flags being at all these fucking protests?
And said,
what's that?
Gee, I feel like invading Ukraine today.
The difference between our government these days...
USSR flag, too.
And the mafia in the 1940s. Well,
why is that there? Interesting.
Mafia in the 1940s helped defeat the Nazis.
Then we had the assassination of our president, John F. Kennedy, and the lie of the magic bullet.
U.S. imperial aims are clearly stated in our official military policy known as full spectrum dominance.
And did I mention that all wars are bankers' wars? Let me hear you say it. All wars are bankers' wars.
The roofs are dripping with the blood of those Ukrainian soldiers.
Who dat? Ooh, who dat? Couldn't possibly be Jackson Hinkle, could it? Speaking of an anti-war rally, crazy.
At the LaRouche rally?
And if you listen closely, you can hear it right now.
Where's Tulsi saying the same shit? Come on, Tulsi. Let's fucking go.
Then we had 9/11, allegedly perpetrated by some guy suffering kidney failure.
And they're standing there looking at me.
This is awesome. I never actually bothered to listen to anything that they said at this thing. This is awesome. This is way fucking better than I thought it was going to be.
Like, I'm fucking crazy.
It was less flashy, but it hit on a lot of the same notes as the bike show.
We've been smeared as, quote, not anti-war. Well, let's not confuse being anti-war with pacifism.
Yeah.
Any leader, any people would defend themselves as Russia is today.
Uh-huh.
War is hell, but blaming both sides obfuscates reality.
Well, fucking apologizing for the fascist invaders is literally siding with Russia.
Yeah, they literally only blame one side. Nobody is blaming both sides in the war.
Yeah, it's literally just Russia's fault. Like, this has been the point of contention since the very beginning. And it's like every single time these guys pop into a comment section or on Twitter, they're just like, yeah, but what about? What about nothing? Fuck off. Take your fucking whataboutisms and stick them up your ass. Fucking dickheads.
It's like the bike show was a celebration of the fusion of Russia's communist and Tsarist pasts. So
Look
too, the rage against the war machine was a celebration of the fusion of far right and far left.
Look at all of you.
End for the night. Look at him. He knows. He knows.
Massive ears.
Beautiful. You're beautiful. We got leftists, we got communists, right-wingers, conservatives, paleo-conservatives, libertarians, Green People Party.
If Black Panthers can march hand in hand with the KKK down Las Vegas Boulevard to get welfare payments reinstated, we can join hands with the right wing, the libertarians, the left, the socialists, the communists, everybody to stop a nuclear war.
We can debate whether or not teenage girls should have to share locker rooms or compete in athletics against biological males another time.
And I just want to say, in my experience, it's not so much a matter of right or left. It's really a question of the few elites at the top versus all the rest of us.
See, neither right nor left, just against the secret cabal of bankers that are responsible for all the wars. These people are a joke, but their stupid ideas have effectively drowned out any meaningful discussion in alternative media. So the world is now polarized between this.
We have to understand that the COVID-19 response, lockdowns, and experimental injections were deadly war measures imposed against us by the Pentagon
And the State Department. The result is a sort of reverse McCarthyism. If you dissent from their very narrow vision of how the world works,
every video I watch makes me feel like this. This whole thing is John torturing me.
You're accused of secretly being loyal to the United States. A narrative has been created that these people, whatever you want to call them, Vatniks, free thinkers, tankies, trolls, the horseshoe left, the horseshoe right, populists, are a tool of Russian foreign policy. That the Russian government is telling these people what to say.
Slurs.
But as we've seen, the flow of disinformation has mostly gone the other way. Putin has been fooled as much as he's fooled others. And what this war has cleared up, at least for me, is that there is no master plan. Forget the myths the media has created about the Kremlin. The truth all along was that these are not bright guys, and things just got out of hand.
This is very true.
And that's it. That's the cause of the war in Ukraine. It really is just a case of Russia defending itself. It's just a defense against shadows and ghosts. That's why Putin has been and will be both impossible to appease and impossible to deter.
Yeah, but he doesn't
That's why there won't be a deal.
He doesn't believe any of this shit.
Putin?
Yeah, he came around to Dugin because he needed a fucking safety raft in his political you know. he knows that he's like, on his last, like he's doing this to basically satisfy his own nationalist and his own desires. Like he doesn't give a fuck.
I mean, he lives in $1 trillion house. Why would he give a fuck?
Yeah, he's
$1 billion house or whatever
he
it
wants
is.
the empire built just like Saddam.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Russian ruling class just has to be allowed to self-immolate until living in the real world finally becomes preferable again. But that means understanding the war doesn't mean understanding Putin or the real geopolitics. It means understanding the mass hysteria that has sprung up around these incredibly dumb conspiracy theories and the grifters who profit from them. So why has this dumb conspiracy theory taken the world by storm? The pat answer has been to blame the internet. And while the internet does drive people crazy, it does so by reinforcing things people...
It's disinformation.
It's information warfare.
Yeah, it's literally information warfare. Like we've entered a new realm of warfare, and people are not ready for it. They're really not ready for it. There's a couple countries that are ready for it. The West isn't.
People already wanted to believe. It doesn't tell you why people wanted to believe those things in the first place. And I think the timing here may be key. I don't think it's a coincidence that a conspiracy theory aiming to explain why all revolutions are fake took off in the 2010s. After all, the 2010s were first and foremost a decade of failed revolutions. Failed revolutions generate two types of people: paranoid reactionaries and disappointed revolutionaries. People eager to make bottom-up political change impossible, and people eager to believe bottom-up change is impossible, as an excuse for their own failures. And the Arab Spring
Belarus failed because it was like love. Yeah, I know I sent all these. These are the ones I resent that are like the ones that we should like these are all like we could even do a poll, but it doesn't matter.
No.
I definitely want to watch that Xanderhal video because I think that he's going to be so wrong about Bin Laden that I'm going to have to come around to defend Bin Laden. And that's like my favorite type of video to do.
Okay, we'll do that one next.
But also the tanky video, I think that's going to be a good one. Not Hakim, but the actual guy who's like the problem with tankies.
Yeah.
Like I think that video is just going to be say that using words like tankies is dividing the left. And just like this, like you get under my populist fascist umbrella type stuff. You know how it is.
Yeah. My response to that is good. If the left gets divided between fascists and actual people on the left, good.
A third group, guilty bystanders. People think the Iraq War discredited the idea of democracy promotion, but Iraq only discredited the idea of promoting democracy with an aggressive war. The West was still happy to see a move towards democracy when it seemed spontaneous, like in 2011. But sometime between the Benghazi consulate attack and the fall of Mosul, the West lost its nerve, and not unlike Putin, decided the stability of dictatorship.
Look at the credit in the top right corner.
Might actually be preferable to the chaos of revolution. This meant, in particular, standing by and letting what happens in Syria.
This is literally just fiction, right?
What the fuck was that? I've never seen that
barrel
video
bombing.
before.
Bro, have you seen him bomb a funeral? That's the most fucked
No.
one. Yeah, dude.
What the fuck?
There's so many videos like that from Syria.
Crazy. And people defend fucking Assad. I can't.
Bro,
the
we
more I
have
learn,
we have the
it's
chemical
fucking
weapons
insane.
being used on video. Like
I
the barrel bombs aren't
can't
even the worst shit.
understand it. I don't understand it. It's just
It's the LaRouchians.
I will
who do
never
it.
understand.
But
I will
so like
never understand.
it's just that.
This thing where he's saying that where they just are not interested in pushing dictators at all now. This is literally, if you watch 5th Gen and listen to 5th Gen, this is the main thing I've been saying. That's the reason why, or like we could have backed 2 different protest movements in Iran that could have, like, if we funneled arms there, could have easily toppled the regime. 2 different ones, 2 different chances to do it. And they just let Iran blame it on them while they sat at home. And basically ignored what was going on.
Yeah.
It's because of Daesh. It's not because we have cold feet or anything, really, at this point. It's really because of Daesh. Imagine if Daesh, like, we take out Iran, it falls to chaos, Daesh is in Afghanistan, in Iraq, like that's.
It wouldn't take much for them to go to Iran.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Emir of Al Qaeda is already there.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Happen. And as the situation
but they've also
became
never
more
been
horrific,
really about
the
overthrowing
more people
regimes.
craved a story that would excuse them of responsibility. Around the same time Russia had intervened in Ilovaisk, the Russians also started their intervention in Syria. When that war started, Russia's English language
Cluster bomb.
propaganda also started pushing
Those are daily, man. It's just a cluster bomb.
Yeah.
Happens all the
Putin's
time.
pet conspiracy
I've told so
theory
many
that
of
the
them.
Arab Spring had really all just been a CIA color revolution. And this theory was perfect for a West that was looking to wash its hands of Syria. If the Arab Spring had been real, not intervening in Syria in the name of stability would be a morally fraught position in which one was
I don't
possibly
know.
sacrificing
You're
hundreds of
You're reaching again, my guy. The main problem with Syria is also, again, Daesh and Al Qaeda, right? The ability for them to immediately frame the opposition parties as Sunni extremists because the pogroms were launched against Sunni to begin with. Like the Alawites, the Druze, and there's another one, maybe some other party. The Christians are Druze, kind of. I think they're also considered Christian, but these like a few minority parties, like the Druze, have been starting to protest, but like they got protection from Assad, right? Assad came out and said the Sunnis are trying to kill all of you.
thousands
He
of
launched the
lives for one's
pogrom.
own convenience.
Maronites, yes.
If the Arab Spring had all just been a CIA plot, though, well then, opposing intervention in Syria becomes a selfless, brave, even heroic stand against vastly powerful forces. You get to pat yourself on the back for your humanitarianism while you watch a city get blown to bits.
Oh my
What
God.
all these color revolution stories have in common is that they are attempts to nullify democracy. Not to destroy it, though that's the real objective.
It's fucked.
But
and people fucking like people are crying about America giving Ukraine cluster bombs.
Bro,
like Russia doesn't give a singular fuck about using them.
I gave like the best years of my life to Syria, just trying to get people to get involved and stop it.
Yeah.
And nothing happened ever. Wasted. Didn't save anyone.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Still time.
Prove it does not and cannot actually exist. Putin and various dictators are looking to prove democracy is a sham so people won't overthrow them. And a critical mass of Westerners have started promoting their narrative for an altogether more pathetic reason. Because if it were true, well, no one has to take responsibility for anything. If democracy can't really exist, the people of Russia don't have to ask themselves what opportunities they threw away through cowardice or cynicism. If everything is just being controlled by deep state puppet strings, no one in America really has moral responsibility for the war in Iraq. And if democracy doesn't really exist, it was never really at stake in Syria, and so on and so on. The global flight towards conspiracy theories is usually framed as hapless idiots who don't know who to trust because they've been lied to by the respectable authorities, and can barely be blamed if they end up in the embrace of insane grifters. I don't think people are so stupid. If nothing else, they're certainly smart enough to only embrace conspiracy theories that exonerate them of doing any wrongdoing. No, I think what we really have here is a sort of crowdsourced alibi. People are trading freedom for innocence, and populist leaders are perfectly happy to tell people they're innocent in exchange for more power. The only hole in the alibi is Ukraine. Of every revolution in the 2010s, only one succeeded, Euromaidan. The Ukrainians,
I say this all the
took
time.
their destiny into their own hands and won. And that's why they have to die.
But also, like,
because if they can do it, we can do it.
And also I'm also strongly against this. Like even a lot of Ukrainians try to paint it like this as well. Like the fact that it was like, almost like a non-violent type thing. Like there was no guns or anything involved with their side because Russia tries to push that. There was like a insurgent inside the press hotel that shot both sides and stuff. It's
yeah, even though there's videos of the protesters like hiding behind a shield as they're pushing down the street, like but there was only a few people with guns. That's the thing.
Yeah, and like the way they weren't firing, they were firing like not really towards like into like where the crowds were, right?
Yeah.
But we could have done it, which means democracy is and can be real, and the rest of us do, in fact,
but like
bear responsibility.
100 people died.
Yeah.
Like,
It wasn't bloodless.
And the thing is like Syria had every chance to succeed. The Syrians nearly won the war, and then Russia interfered.
Yep.
All we needed was America to step up and block them, and Assad would be gone.
And our next episode is about that.
Khan Shaykhun wouldn't have happened.
Revolution. Yeah.
You know, like Duma, I think still would have happened. I don't know if it was before or after Duma. Homes would be destroyed. I think it's really like, I think Aleppo was still around when they were about to win, though. ISIS hadn't even really...
What year was this? Was this like Gary Johnson, What's Aleppo years?
Well, that I only learned about that when I came back. Like when Aleppo, there's like 2 battles for Aleppo, but Aleppo falls under ISIS control.
Oh.
And that's when they start throwing people off of buildings and shit.
Okay.
And there's a massive humanitarian crisis, and they ask Gary Johnson about it, and he goes, "What is Aleppo?"
Yeah, okay.
But I think before that, before Daesh was even around, because it's the years bleed together, you know?
Yeah.
I want to say it's like 2017. But I'm thinking 2007 in my mind's eye because we've been saying 2007 throughout this video. So I think that's why I'm saying that. I don't know.
Not sure.
Wrong in our politics. And I think that's why everyone, supporters and opponents, feel in their guts that this war is important for democracy. Not because Ukraine happens to be a democracy and Russia happens to be a dictatorship, but because Russia and the world has turned this war into
Ukraine winning won't be pussies. Ukraine winning, they won't be pussies. And when a revolution in Iran happens, Ukraine is going to remember the drones that were used on its civilians, and it's not going to be afraid, like America is, to give them guns to actually wage a revolution there. That's why Ukraine's important, because somebody else will actually do what the U.S. should be doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way to utilize all those weapons they were given.
Well, they need they're using all their launchers. Like, they're not even leaving the country because they're using them so much to kill tanks.
Yeah.
But of whether it's still
a lot of Ukrainian weapons in Myanmar.
I bet.
It would be nice if we could do a show on it.
We will.
People to go up against entrenched power and win. And a surprising number of regular people want that to be impossible.
Cool. Don't care. Great. Let's go next one. Okay. Overall,
fine.
It's fine. Ignore the fact that he's pro-imperialism. Well, don't ignore it. Fuck this guy, but the video was fine. Fucking pro-imperialism.
Pretty correct in his framing.
Yeah. Which one did you want to do now?
Xanderhal talking about how Bin Laden is not your friend, because I'm sure you've seen the letter to the U.S. The Guardian actually pulled it.
I did hear about the Guardian.
So they pulled it because they were the ones who published it. So now they pulled it
possibly
from their website.
the most online left.
Hey, stop eating his house, fucker.
So this is...
I don't like that symbol. I really don't like that.
His name is Xanderhal. It's an X, bro. It's a nice windmill, not an angry windmill. Okay.
Hold on. I'm just showing you what it reminds me of.
Oh, I know what it is.
This is what... That's... interesting.
Yep.
How interesting of a symbol pick.
Oh
Parmesan girl for that party. Oh, you know who else is? I think girl who got jumped by the Proud Boys. Alyssa.
Really?
I think she's also in that party.
Interesting.
It's possibly the most online left story I've ever covered.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure up until today, this might have actually been a meme online, like an over-exaggerated meme about how politically inept a lot of tankies and woke scolds and young baby lefties on TikTok and what have you will be, and how willing they are to jump on board with radical positions without any forethought whatsoever. I'm pretty sure this was an example of a joke in that realm. All right.
No.
Osama bin Laden letter goes viral on TikTok.
Good title.
Gen Z has discovered a letter that has recently surfaced from bin Laden, Osama bin Laden, who has been quite long dead now, that was titled A Letter to America. And I guess it is the first time many of these people have heard, like, a narrative about American foreign policy and politics that isn't the nonsense you hear peddled in a lot of like schools and media. And it blew their minds so much. Many of them are just unironically pro bin Laden now.
Yeah, it's called ignorance.
What? Is there a problem being unironically pro bin Laden?
Probably. But I mean, considering, and the reason I say ignorance is because they're kids. They grew up after.
Okay, so
here's no idea.
Here's the thing. I am very plugged into information networks and shit, bro. The shit when Palestine popped off, big accounts that are meme pages but also do like information warfare were posting that like a month ago, right? Saying
like what pages?
The Letter to America. I'm not going to say what pages because then I'm blowing my cover.
Okay. Tell me later.
But no, there's all kinds of meme pages. Like you can go back, like you know, plenty of people would be like, this was, you know, and like this isn't anything against him. But oh god, I'm blanking on his last name. Adam, who we had on.
Fitzgerald.
Adam Fitzgerald. I don't know why I blanked on his last name because like I read a lot of his stuff, right? So like he certainly is of a different opinion about many things there, but like he's one of the people who posted it, but also like he posts everything.
Everything, yeah.
Yeah, like everything relevant to Al Qaeda and anything that can be turned to Al Qaeda. So like, of course, he posted it there.
Yeah.
But then there was other pages who were very, very serious about how like bin Laden had a point in here, and like it is so far off the beat from like bin Laden's usual shit. Like whenever bin Laden goes on the media and stuff like that, and they ask him like questions about something, for example, the death of Abdullah Azam, they're like, oh, well, people are saying you might have had something to do with it. And he immediately goes, no, it was the Jews. The Jews are behind everything. The Jews hate me.
Such a classic response.
Yeah, this framing is created by the Jews, is what he said. Like, so it's like the one guy who's like trying to say that the LaRouchites came with this George Soros shit. Bro, bin Laden was on this shit way before they were inventing it.
Yeah.
So like, is bin Laden an actual anti-Semite? I don't think he actually cares.
Yeah.
I think he sees it as something that he can frame for his goals. And I know that he is obsessed with conspiracy theories. So it's hard to say what conspiracies he believes and what he doesn't. And also his opinions change over time on certain things.
Yeah. Like a normal person.
Just straight up. And many of them are unironically like, yeah, no, okay, 9/11 was good. Possibly the biggest internet.
I mean, if you were Al Qaeda, it's good.
Of this century. Yeah. I haven't looked too deep into this, but what I've seen a lot of.
Oh, look what we got right here. Oh my god! Look at that! What a surprise!
Mega communist.
America, we're the Mujahideen.
That are screenshots of
We're the
TikToks of these like 20-something-year-old women who've taken who have like it's like
this
a
is such
them
this is such
laundry or
online
something,
Twitter stuff,
captioned,
you know.
My face.
Like
Yeah.
anyone who's not on Twitter is like has no idea what, because it's only going to show like the TikTok algorithm going viral is only going to show people already plugged into that, right? And then people on Twitter.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
Hassan moment.
Yeah, no,
He's after finish.
Hassan thinks America deserved 9/11. Like he literally some of the shit Bin Laden said about why he did.
My read of Letter to America, and it's them looking like their lives have changed and their entire perspective.
See, this one here is basically me. Seeing Gen Z react to Bin Laden makes me feel old.
Well, the thing is that the certain like Muslim Brotherhood based people have been pushing it as well because it's like an anti-Jew and Jews are behind everything. Jews cause all the suffering here. Like, so of course they're pushing it. Like the anti-Zionist Muslim Brotherhood types, they were already pushing it. So like people are already susceptible to the narrative because of how much like Hamas's control on media has really, really grown compared to like the last like big attack that went on into Gaza. It's impressive how much they've grown it.
It has changed. And it's like, really? A letter from Osama bin Laden is what radicalized you? Deeply disappointed in my generation. Truly, truly, truly.
I mean, I've been radicalized by certain letters with Al Qaeda and stuff.
News story, this video.
Which ones?
Oh, mostly like stuff with like Saif al-Adal, like just like talking about how I told you 9/11 was a bad idea, like, and you know, just like how the letters started to establish the plan that goes out through the management of savagery, and like how it shows that there's an extremely high potential that there was a pre-organized plan, and also with a degree of rolling with the punches to get America to invade Iraq or Jordan or Syria or Libya.
Interesting.
Anywhere there was a nationalist that they could get rid of, or a monarchist, with the ultimate goal of overthrowing Saudi Arabia. Once you learn that Al Qaeda is like actually like, you know, you can literally frame them as a revolutionary movement, and Kurdish Al Qaeda does this. Before the invasion of Iraq, when they were the ones giving. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, IRGCIO, you know. That's one. So like, yeah, this is something that I've been saying as well. You know.
Yeah. Interesting. He's definitely a very interesting character that not many people understand.
I don't know about this though. Do you think Obama actually wrote it? I've seen people saying that.
No. It's Osama bin Laden. Do you think that he actually wrote the letter?
So bin Laden, as far as his writing goes, all his speeches were like written by his wife. So like, you'll see like this is something that when we start analyzing the laptops and drives from his compound, we see how involved his wives actually were. He marries his first Syrian wife, who I always attribute to being the most radicalizing force in his life, because she was really, really conservative Syrian Muslim, you know, like, you know, like she's like from maybe like Deir ez-Zor or some city where it's like pretty Sunni, and like very devout type of Sunni, and like the influence of Sayyid Qutb and like his wife being so conservative. He was kind of the conservative one in his family. Like none of like all of the rest of his family were secular, and like
they were very pro-America, right?
Yeah, so he like kind of got attached to the Quran, and then like got into this marriage with this lady, and she was with him till the end, this Syrian wife, and she is kind of the actual ringleader of Al Qaeda at the end of the day, is what you discover when you look through these. His wives, he not only had the Shura Council with Al Qaeda, but he ran through a council of his wives too. Very interesting. Yeah.
A council. Interesting. 2 levels of council. That's very...
Yeah, well, so like Al-Qaeda, like that's something that I say as well, is like Al-Qaeda is a democratic organization. It's run like a CEO board of directors.
Yeah.
Which is democratic. They vote like, so like that's the thing with like 9/11. Like someone's engineering background went into doing it, but he ultimately was like, I'm not sure if it's a good idea, guys. But he left it up to the vote.
Yes. Yeah.
And he did that a lot. That's like the way it's supposed to be run.
That's very interesting. Considering what they've done and what they did and what they do, that's very interesting.
Yeah. So his brother, it starts with an S. Salim. His brother Salim helped George Bush start his first business. He's half the investor in George Bush's first chemical production. That's how big the family is. Like they're huge. Salim's dead now, like he's that old. And like he has like 80 brothers and stuff. His niece, I want to say, was in the boat parade for Trump when the boat sank. Like he's got family all over.
Yeah.
But like the thing that I was gonna say is like there's something I don't know enough about Islam to say for sure, but there's something in like one of the main thing that makes somebody a Shia and makes somebody a Sunni is like the Mahdi or like the 13th guy or 8th guy or something. Like there's like 13th Shias or something.
Yeah.
And it makes it so like one of the things that they agree on to make like Sunni is like that there was like a Shura council that chose the successor, I think. And that's why like a lot of these Sunni groups have the Shura council at the top, including like Al-Qaeda in Iraq. I'm not so sure so much about Daesh. It's kind of hard to say because they're always so fragmented.
Yeah, they're almost they're almost independent cells, I think.
That's how they're supposed to function, yeah.
Yeah.
But the Shura decides where things go. Like it decides the resources, the plan of attack and stuff.
Yeah, okay.
The global strategy.
Yeah.
So it's actually, it's very horizontal as well.
Yeah. It's
very and so I was gonna say one last thing. Kurdish Al-Qaeda. The guy who is now I think he's in Sweden or something. They've kicked him out of the country. But Kurdish Al-Qaeda, he said that he sees Al-Qaeda like the Bolsheviks before the revolution or the Zionist movement before the establishment of Israel. As in they're a pure revolutionary force. It's a very Zizek type argument for them. And it's 100% true. They are like anti-nationalist, anti-monarchy. In so many ways, you can frame them into American culture where they're like Antifa in a way, especially if you're one of the people that think Antifa are the real fascists as well. And you don't like either side, then it's really easy to see them that way.
Yeah.
Bin Laden letter goes viral.
And the TikTok videos related to this are being either either have been or are being taken down.
That's a question for you.
Their information channels acknowledged Ayman al-Zawahiri's death right away. They blamed it on Haqqani, and Haqqani actually went in hiding for a few weeks because of it, because he was in a Haqqani compound. So the higher inner circle and information networks with Al-Qaeda lit up about blaming Haqqani for it. So what they haven't done is they haven't publicly announced the third Emir. And I think that is intentional. Saif almost wants to, or it's Saeed al-Adal. It might be Saeed al-Adal. Saif al-Adal is he doesn't want to really be in the limelight, he doesn't want to be on making all those propaganda videos like Ayman al-Zawahiri. He wants to just if he's going to do that, he's going to hire someone to do it. But he is a military commander, he is going to do a restructuring and taking back of Al-Qaeda to become a more military structure. And greater things will likely happen in the future with Al-Qaeda that might legitimize them more to people, where he might bring back more of that revolutionary ideology because he's very secular. He's one of the. He was like he's the weird one out of like all the Shura Council in the original one. He's the only one who voted against 9/11 as well, because he knew that his forces would be destroyed.
Yeah.
Down. The discussion continues though, and we have with us.
Iran shelters him. There's photos of him in Iran that we have. I think Anonymous leaked them.
Interesting.
He's also insane.
Watching anime and playing video games. I don't know how much of that is a meme, but I've seen a lot of people saying that as if it's like 100% serious, and I choose to believe it.
I do too.
I choose to believe that he was a weeb who played video games.
I don't think he played video games. I just like the idea that he was a weeb. That's
I'm sure he's at least played a game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Because they were using Counter-Strike to train and stuff. So I'm sure he's looked at it. But like,
oh no, I'm not the terrorist.
He would obsessively watch videos of himself.
That's weird.
He was so obsessed with himself. People don't understand how vain he is. And like the prison of his own design, replaying himself over and over on the TV, like taking notes on like how he wants to be better in his next video that his wife writes for him.
Bloody hell.
There's like a video of him in like a blanket, gray beard, and like he's like schmiegled over with the remote looking at the TV. And so like there's stuff in there like Bin Laden. He has like all the Bin Laden documentaries because he watches like documentaries on himself and shit. He's so self-obsessed.
Yeah,
it was always about him. It was never about the revolution. But Adal is different. It is about the revolution to him. It is about overthrowing these monarchies to him.
It's very different.
He served in the Egyptian military under Sadat, after all.
He's also a Hassan fan.
Editor of Media, News Nation contributor.
You win chat today, roundabout.
Again, TikTok, I guess, says it's taking some actions. It's going to remove some of this the content as it finds it. It's going to scrub it. Okay, that's the latest. That said, I mean, I think we're all kind of taken aback, those of us of a certain age at least, when we saw this today. I mean, what was your, first of all, your reaction, more or less?
He was a lolicon too. Lots of weebs are. I'm less concerned with the fact that he was a lolicon and more concerned with the fact that he almost certainly...
Is that because you're a fascist and fascists are pedos?
Who?
This guy, because he's like, I'm not so concerned with the fact of lolicon. Like, fuck you. Fuck that shit.
They had underage wives and mistresses.
Uh-huh.
And what a tragic and disgraceful turn of events that you have sort of... I see this less as a TikTok problem, more as an American youth culture problem. And by the way, not all American youths are doing this.
No shit.
People would read this copy that was flatly anti-American and anti-Semitic and find empathy with the words of Osama bin Laden, who's responsible for the death of nearly 3,000 innocent Americans, is really sort of pathetic and sad. And it shows how far we've gone. Not only did they find sympathy, but they decided to record themselves and amplify how impressed they were just for clicks.
Okay.
And, you know, TikTok has addressed it.
I like how this mainstream news organization is extra mad about how people...
Look, bro, News Nation is not mainstream. It's not. It's barely even corporate press.
I mean, it's more mainstream than him.
About? Yeah, this is true. But it's.
Oh my god!
It's on the same level as Newsmax and shit like the Young Turks. It's not mainstream.
This page is not loading.
People are like the one thing that might have come... I haven't read this, so I'm not going to like say it's good or bad as far as like the takes in it or the claims made in it or the writing in it. But my guess is there's some probably decent takes on the like arguably decent takes on the Israel-Palestine thing. I doubt he's arguing for a two-state solution, but I imagine he just like lists a bunch of war crimes and awful things.
Okay, so this right here, this source, and this is by Ali Soufan. He's like the Al-Qaeda expert in the U.S., right? Like he was there for the torture of Abu Zubaydah. He tried to arrest the CIA for what they were doing to Abu Zubaydah. And he was brought in because the CIA didn't know anything about political Islam. He has probably the most accurate information that was ended up proven right, because we found out after this that he was in fact in Iran. But if you want to learn more about him, this is the article to read by Soufan in the West Point magazine about Saif al-Adel.
And the US's support of Palestine is probably the main focus. And if it's just that, then yeah, he talks about Jews a lot. Okay, so is it actually full of anti-Semitism? And that wouldn't surprise me.
Read it, bro.
It's read it. It's just a few
not gonna hurt
points
you.
that come from a wildly incorrect basis. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, it's about what I'd expect. What I'm imagining is that there's one or two pretty solid arguments about U.S. foreign policy.
Nope.
And Israel and Palestine.
It's just about Jews.
Surrounded by insane ramblings and radicalizing nonsense. And it is a really bad thing that so many Gen Zers read that and were like, yo, Osama bin Laden based, bro.
Yeah, because they're being weaponized by the IRGC-IO to already not like Jews.
There's a lot of people who are born.
They're able to look at it objectively.
There's a cohesive relationship going on here.
Yeah. That was interesting. What the fuck?
It's just probably his edit.
No, that was me. I hit a number and it jumped 3 minutes.
Well, I think Soufan in that article goes into why exactly they shelter him, but I think there's a lot of benefits to doing so, and I think they had
talk about this.
Ayman al-Zawahiri was also there. I think he was there the entire time instead of Pakistan, and also they may not exactly be sheltering him. He may be kind of be on detainment, they might have him on house arrest type thing, and he knows that he'll always be safe in Iran because nobody will come get him there. So it's like some sort of cohesive relationship. But I've heard rumors and reports and stuff that he was actually in Syria to help train people there, but who knows? He's the most elusive out of everyone in Al-Qaeda. He's not very public about his life at all. I mean, technically, Al-Qaeda doesn't like him. Iran doesn't like him. I don't know. I think because Al-Qaeda, all the cells technically, Al-Shabaab is a perfect example. Al-Shabaab they're Al-Qaeda, but they don't give a fuck what Al-Qaeda tells them to do. They're focused on establishing an Islamic state. And I think Muslim Brotherhood is kind of similar in this regard. And Daesh, any cell of Daesh is just just unleashing chaos. They just have no plan or organization. But still with Al-Shabaab, they have what in my opinion is the best bomb maker. And they sent him to Nigeria? And overnight, Nigeria's bomb making capabilities upgrade to a vehicle-borne IED, right? So they send their assets and their intelligence around to each other's networks as well. This would not be inaccurate. Boko Haram as well, though, and Boko Haram has jumped back and forth between Al-Qaeda and ISIS. These groups don't really care, but they'll pledge loyalty to make themselves have access to more resources and stuff.
It's a good idea.
I mean, Bin Laden pledged loyalty to Mullah Umar, basically because Omar was going to kick him out of the country, though. But Islamists try to make a point of this. There's a lot of pro-Taliban guys out there because they successfully established an Islamic state, so they just like them for that alone, right? So anyone who's a political Islamist is kind of going to be pro-Taliban just because they established a Sharia state, even if it's failing, right?
Yeah.
Just like how Venezuela is great for socialists.
big story about what's happening with all the protests and how old people are protesting the college campus and all the rest. We have a pie chart, I think, that'll show the age of
pie
people,
chart,
and how it relates.
Love
to
a pie
9/11.
chart.
This is important, I think. I'm 46, so I was 24 on September 11th in 2000.
They made their own.
Yep, made it the fuck up. We need that soundbite.
Not the best source.
I was a local radio reporter at the time. I covered 9/11. I covered the attacks, the aftermath. I have a certain perspective on it. You have a certain perspective on it.
Many will say this is a bad thing. This is inarguably a good thing. More people getting into voting age that don't remember.
We talk about this a
is
lot on our LTEX. We'll talk about iSwap a lot and stuff like that. But if you want to get like some stuff, we're gonna do them every year. But we have a terrorism tier list where we get into Boko Haram and iSwap and all that stuff in that as well. So
it's very extensive.
Yes.
It's a good video.
And like I'm sure a lot of it is going to be stuff that you already know, but it's covering like all terrorists throughout the world of the like,
well, that was specifically the listed ones, right? It was just
we used the top terrorism list, but we also throw like other ones on there, like Chiquita Banana, and like I threw Zarqawi on there as well, even though Zarqawi's dead. So there's like legacy as well.
Yeah.
Hamas is going to be S tier next year, though.
Yeah.
Effectively good. 9/11, as horrible of a tragedy as it was,
you should ask Israel as well,
was used by the worst people in American politics to instill some of the worst anti-freedom policies of all time.
PKK is an S tier for that list as well. Yes.
Yeah, it is.
We don't really get into why, but I don't think we need to.
No, it's kind of like putting Ireland at the top of the European tier list.
We also put the IRA is an S for that terrorism tier list as well.
Yes. Yeah. But did we do both IRAs? We did, didn't we?
No, because the old one wasn't really.
Yeah.
But the new IRA is the dominant party in Ireland. They've succeeded. That's how you win at terrorism. You can become the political party.
Mm-hmm.
Like you guys know, the creation of the Department of Homeland Security was because of 9/11. Like the fucking what was it? The act that like super invaded a shit ton of our fucking privacy. What was it called? The Patriot Act?
There you go.
I remembered on my own. Nice. The Patriot Act, TSA, is because of 9/11. These all came about because like right-wing psychos wanted to clamp down on our freedoms, and they used 9/11 as an excuse. And people's fear of 9/11 is what garnered the support for these people that instilled these policies. People hitting voting age that don't even remember 9/11 is a good thing. Trust me.
There's a lot of people who are born.
They're able to look at it objectively. Maybe they lost family to it. I know people who lost family to 9/11, actually. Well, I don't currently know them, but I've known people who lost family to 9/11. But it's a tragedy that exists in recent history, but it is not something that they have been in their lifetime filled with propaganda and fear-mongering over, for the most part. Obviously, as more time passes, this phenomena will become even more obvious. But yeah, I was 16 when 9/11 happened. It can't be understated just how much America lost its damn mind after it happened. Do you know how dangerous it must have been to
fear and nationalism,
to be like publicly, openly Muslim in America the day after 9/11? The danger was coming from the people.
Ironically, more people are openly Muslim now than after 9/11. You know?
Yeah. Which is very interesting that it went that way.
Yeah,
I think it would go the other way.
Islam blew up more, and it's because of the region, right?
Yeah,
birth rates and shit.
Being replaced by newer generations who weren't around for that fear mongering, that hatred, and that fear, and that bigotry. My grandma took off her scarf because she was scared.
You think it's a good thing that they don't? This is the problem, though, Zan. They don't have the immunity to fascism because they didn't go through the Iraq War.
Yeah.
That's why they see the letter to bin Laden and instantly like the letter to bin Laden was written to get the fucking pearl clutchers to back Israel, to think that they have to fight Al Qaeda to back Israel. There's a Mondo film called like Buried in the Sand: The Secrets of or Secrets of Iraq or something, and they aired these on the news, but they got all these tapes like where Saddam like cuts off people's hands and stuff like that, and like car bombings and like guts on the ground and shit. But it's all like by this right wing host of something, like some conspiracy laden guy. But it goes in starting to show like, because Saddam is brutal and deserves to be overthrown. Look at him cutting these people's hands off. And then it gets towards the end, it's about how like this is all to attack Israel, and like we need Israel, and like it gets into this wacky Zionist conspiracy. Well, it's a Mondo film, bro. Like,
I don't know what that is.
Oh, they're like exploitation documentaries. They're like fake exploitation documentaries in a way.
Right. Is it like what, like the Sound of Freedom thing?
No, like where they go and they like are like the cannibals in Africa, boobity boobity,
Right.
They're like racist, weird
films
that use like disturbing imagery in them and stuff, and to like show how savage non-whites are.
I gotcha.
I'd be afraid of a hate crime in that situation too. Oh yeah, Islamophobia fucking exploded. Of course it did. Yeah.
After 9/11, and as you said, not all of them have this perspective where they would look at it and take this course of action, but it does bring up this wider question of what's going on right now with young people and how they feel about their own country. I mean, we see it in the protests too. I mean, what is it? What's going on?
Maybe all you fucking boomer dickheads and Gen X fuckwits that were around spreading this shit should maybe have a little bit of introspection about what the fuck you are saying, and maybe blame yourselves. Like, Jesus Christ. How dense of a human being do you have to be to not even understand the fact that you're the problem?
Oh, they know.
On here with age.
Never forget was what we said a lot after 9/11, and I live 20 blocks from World Trade Center. And remember,
well, everybody said never again too, and now we have Israel committing a genocide. So,
very
not with gas chambers, though.
Makes it different,
a lot
right?
of kids that were born after that didn't have anything to forget, and I think maybe we've failed them by teaching them what a horrible, it was the worst attack on American soil ever. And the fact that they would
failed them, buddy. The Iraq War is what failed. Okay, you failed them with the Iraq War. The Iraq War is what disaffected them to make them not care about 9/11 to begin with. You have to work your way back up the chain. Like we were just looking, George Tenet was in there earlier. Literally the torture guy. He's the guy who came to George Bush and said, "Hey, we can probably torture these people." Like he was the main guy pushing it. To torture people, to open up the dragnet that fucking mass arrests Muslims, open Guantanamo, the black sites. And then they interview him and he's like, "We don't torture people. I don't talk about techniques and we don't torture people. You listen to me. Listen to me." On the news and stuff.
And then
awful human.
What's his face? Forgettable politician number 2 from Florida. Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis, he never tortured. He never helped them get away with torture.
I thought we were going. What's funny is I was thinking, it's the guy who's we keep confusing. It's Ted Cruz, but he's not. Is he even Florida? He's Canadian.
No, well, sure, but he's a politician in Texas. I'm pretty sure.
Please clap.
Is that, as the graphic just said, so many of these young people are getting their news from TikTok.
I didn't see only news.
Here. What he just said is our one-sided teaching of 9/11 is just the biggest tragedy ever in American history, and leaving it at that is what is leaving this generation open to this propaganda. if we actually taught in our schools about how the US's dog shit foreign policy led to 9/11 happening, and actually like we didn't like essentially lie to kids so that they would be exposed
what foreign
to a
policy
tiny grain of
specifically,
truth
guy?
along with
What foreign policy specifically led to 9/11, guy? Are you part of the problem now? That's the thing, is it's like he's actually more right. There was no reason for it.
Yeah.
That was the point.
more lies and
Who
get
else would kill
radicalized because
Saddam?
they found out that like some of what they learned was bullshit. Like it's like he's saying that we're doing a disservice by not giving the appropriate context to future generations about what led to 9/11. We caused it.
No.
We didn't do it.
Oh my
we didn't
God,
ask
you
for
fucking
it. We didn't
idiot.
have it coming.
You are literally
We
believing
caused
Bin
it.
Laden now.
Our actions
You
caused
are the
it.
one believing Bin Laden now.
I don't think you've defended Bin Laden yet.
You could say it's slightly better because you're not reading the anti-Semitic letter meant to trick anti-Semites, right? But the fact that you actually believe Bin Laden, that our foreign policy led to it, bro. Like, what? You mean when we fucking ended a Muslim genocide in Bosnia? Like, oh, what? Who else did genocide? Like, who else was there genocide in Chechnya by Russia? Was there genocide in Afghanistan by Russia? Were those committed against Muslims? I wonder why fucking Khatib or whatever in fucking Chechnya of the Caucasus Emirate is literally begging Bin Laden, why are you doing this? The enemy is Russia. Look at what they've done to us, brother. Stop this. And Bin Laden was like, listen, bro, you don't understand. I have bigger plans. You don't understand. I am going to liberate all Muslims, not just Chechnya. You know, I'm the big picture guy here.
Caused it. And it could have been prevented. It could have been prevented a million times over.
You know how many Guantanamo prisoners we arrested, and they were like, "We
going
love
back decades and
America. What is
decades
going
on?"
Seriously?
Yeah, they literally like, we were on the same team. What is going on, bro? Like, I thought we were the same team. You team killing me, man.
Yeah, well, I mean that's one way to radicalize people towards ISIS, isn't it?
Policy, it could have been prevented.
Well, you know.
And if we taught that in
ISIS
schools,
was created in our prisons in Iraq, technically.
Yeah.
They're created in the Jordanian prison with Zarqawi, but his ideas gain strength in those prisons.
Yeah. I bet. I can only imagine what his ideas were.
Mostly killing the Shia.
Yeah.
There'd be a lot less
plunging
kids on
Iraq into a
TikTok
civil war.
talking about how this letter from Osama bin Laden radicalized them and opened their eyes.
TikTok isn't necessarily like an outlet, a journalistic outlet. It's just a forum for people to put up stuff that they want.
But it's
it's a Chinese-owned disinformation platform.
Yeah, but
that's what it is.
Well,
this wasn't an op or anything. It was just the algorithm.
It just came naturally. Interesting.
Yeah. Because that's the thing, is like, they're like, it's actually not, we're not doing this. It's like young people just care about Palestine. Right? Because it like caters the algorithm to like what they're interested in anyway.
Right.
Like, it uses data to harvest this shit anyway. So it's gonna filter this stuff, which ends up being anti-American anyway, because it's like,
yes.
Not many people that put videos on TikTok abide by any journalistic standards whatsoever. In fact,
but you guys do, right?
There's
journalistic standards.
I know there's good journalists on TikTok for sure.
There are good journalists on TikTok.
Like, I think Scootercaster probably does TikTok as well as like all the stuff that she does. I mean, she basically owns everything that's ever posted. So if it happens in America, there's more than likely it went through her news desk.
To chase clicks,
to get
attention.
Can I ask you one more question, just because I'm sorry to cut you off, just for the sake of time? Are we sure? Do you have any concern about the legitimacy of all of this? In other words, about
that is crazy. 32% of young adults get news from TikTok.
That is insane.
32% of Gen Zers that are adults get their news from TikTok.
This is why I wanted Ace to start doing TikTok videos, bro.
Yeah.
That is...
He'd blow up on there.
Bro, just do the same thing he does on Instagram, but just read it and just have him in front of the camera. And he's like, I hate that shit. I'm like, I understand.
No, yeah, I completely get it.
I do too.
Yeah. He would do very well doing those like in front of the pictures things.
Or
and,
we
like,
could
pointing to shit.
pay Tanya to read his articles on Instagram.
True. I might pitch that to her as well.
See how well it does. See if it blows up.
Yeah.
We'll branch 5th gen TikTok with her. See what happens.
Is adult Gen Zers, guys.
Let's go now.
There's a really good George Carlin quote, by the way. This is nothing new, though, to be fair. There's a really good George Carlin quote that goes as follows. I hope I don't butcher it on accident. I'm sorry if I do. Think about how stupid the average person is. Now, remember the fact that half of them are dumber than that. I say those numbers are honestly about there. Those numbers are about on point.
The thing is that
do we know these?
We've been covering them the whole time, so it's like he's right where we like to be.
Yeah.
Can't even see. Sounds like a disconnected voice, you know?
What they're saying.
Yeah, disembodied voice.
It brings up this wider question. We're going into an election year. So I mean, a lot of stuff online.
Uh-huh.
How do we know what's real, what's viral, what
You don't.
believe, you know?
Do your fucking due diligence, you fucking.
Or just follow 5th gen.
Yeah, do that too. We do our due diligence.
We'll do it for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Find
Call us out if we
professionals.
get something wrong.
Find professionals you can trust who
exactly.
work like us.
Big influencer, and he said thousands of these videos. It's a massive amount of content. You can't count. Are there really thousands?
Yeah, 70% of the war crimes documented in Ukraine came from TikTok, according to Elliot Higgins at Billingcat. After the Bucha massacre, I think it might have been 70% of the videos in the Bucha massacre came from TikToks.
That's nuts.
It's important for our, like he has. I'm sure Bellingcat has a whole like TikTok division now to harness that shit.
Oh, I
to
bet.
Analyze it and stuff.
Yeah, they'd be stupid not to.
I think maybe it's not as big a trend and viral as we think, but even a little bit.
It's not.
Blinking red light, but we need to address this somehow. And
And they did.
For another day.
They TikTok banned it.
Did they?
So TikTok. This is what's funny. The contrast here. So TikTok banned anything mentioning the letter to America, not Bin Laden specifically, but the letter to America shit.
Okay.
Guardian removed it.
Yeah.
Right.
I heard about that.
Now contrast this with Elon Musk saying he'll ban from anyone saying "river to the sea" because it's inciting genocide.
Yeah. Right. Sounds about right.
What do you
Sounds like Elon doing his
What do you think's the better censorship here? You know where the letter to America isn't censored? Twitter.
Interesting. Oh, I must have muted it.
You fuckface.
Ultimately, it's a point that should be talked about, and we did. But that other question also about, hey, let's be careful about what we're watching online and how do we know it's real is another thing, especially in an election year. So anyway,
exactly right.
I know you're on top.
Oh, so now we're
AI
Russiagate.
is going to make this.
We're on board with
year
Russiagate being real again, guys.
Again, they never stopped. It's just narratives. They all work for the same thing at the end of the day. They all go in between.
If y'all go out and you promote the cult, you grow the cult, we get funding and stuff. Like our long-term goals of what we're gonna do with this will change everything. The way Bellingcat has changed, like open source intelligence reporting and analysis, and we'll do it without like the government allegations and funding that he has, like with CIA agents and stuff.
Yeah, we have big plans, but I want to I still want to do documentary stuff eventually, but that's long term.
That's easy stuff though. That's like good stuff to get into funding.
Yeah,
to go and fund the final goal as well.
Weird. The amount of obviously fake AI images that are going to get passed around by Republicans as like real, that are going to deny it when you say that is obviously AI. Look at
they don't care. They don't care.
They're just blobs.
No. They don't care if it's real or fake.
They're going to deny it and say,
look at them now.
Look
at the fucking every fucking day.
Oh,
every fucking day. There's fucking 30 videos of Syria claiming it's Palestine now. The people sharing that know that it's Syria. The people sharing that know that they defended Assad doing this, and they're now condemning them by framing it as Palestine. They know. They don't care.
No.
They don't exist in reality anymore. That's the key. That's the key to the 5th generation, is creating realities for people. That's how you have a war on multiple realities. And that's where things start to get contested, is you contest it through information warfare and realities, and not through like guns and stuff. But you also do it through guns as well. You have to do both at the same time.
By Republicans as like real, that are going to deny it when you say that is obviously AI. Look at like the hands and how
we just appreciate how perfect that was, putting it back.
they're just blobs. And they're going to deny it and say, no, this is a real photo of Joe Biden killing a kid. It's like, no, it's not. Yes, it is. Like, this election's going to be fucking wild, dude.
I'm so excited.
AI needs to be made illegal immediately.
Top of all of this, what a time to be following media. Colby Hall with us, News Nation contributor. Thanks so much for watching. Just
Zan, here's a cringe.
It's muted.
Yeah. No, I paused it because it's over.
Yeah, that was fun. Oh, whatever. Nothing about that was about how Bin Laden is not our ally, though. I thought we were going to get a breakdown of why Bin Laden is not our ally. What did he say, though, about how America deserved 9/11 there?
Did he explicitly
say that? A popular narrative that's pushed by people like Hassan.
Yeah.
That capitalism fucking caused it. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. A millionaire was like, hey, you know what? I hate capitalism.
Definitely not a capitalist. No.
Literally, not even a millionaire. A billionaire. Like, wait, literally one of the... Bin Laden!
Yeah. Billionaire, yeah. Literally.
Bro, he like literally like the thing is like he's built like roads and shit in Sudan and Afghanistan. Like he built critical infrastructure in those countries. So like potentially long-term goals of Al-Qaeda, if they like actually, because like they're so communist and like people refuse to recognize like how they're exactly the same in like everything is but like the ideology, right? On what they like, the whole utopianness of it. The Jacobins are exactly like the Taliban. They act exactly the same.
Nailed it. Ads, boys, ads.
Change the video description.
Yep. I need to note down videos and time for ad too.
But you're doing it while it's paused.
Yeah. It's an ad.
Yeah, I know, but you can get through it. Another ad.
Okay.
We just also, if you haven't seen, we have a video out where we make fun of these two idiots.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really have a problem with them in general. Like they seem nice. I just think that they're dumb. The next video we have is them actually doing the debate with Vosh, and they're literally like both of them are so not all three of them are the most uninformed people ever to decide to debate a topic they know nothing about.
It's such a good video. It's so entertaining. You just go off every like 30 seconds. It's so funny.
It was originally I had to cut an hour and a half from the video. It was originally 3 hours long, I think, in the recording.
Yeah.
The start of the video, he doesn't know who I am. He doesn't know what I believe. He has no.
Have you made the tweet?
Oh, I'm making it now, but keep going.
Yeah.
Never followed me before, and now he's trying to do political commentary on what my motivations are. So I don't know if this gets uploaded and they want to have a conversation with me on stream, I'm more than willing to have that conversation because it seems like a lot of this is being said out of ignorance and lack of research, which,
honest their plan. I think that that's their growth plan, and I actually think that these guys are smarter than people do give them credit for. Like, if you look back in their videos and stuff, like you can see like when they start to gain stuff, it's because they're like doing these attacks on people and then like just being really stupid about it, knowing that they'll get a response from people.
Yeah. It's a good way to do it. I mean, that's what happened with us and Bad Empanada, except he's fucking retarded. And all of his fans too. The dumbest of dumb.
Super mad about that but I think that they should have this knowledge if they want to do political commentary in the leftist space. So I noticed that this went out. The Vanguard podcast put out a video recently, Keffals' new anti-communist grift. And I wanted to hear them out and give my thoughts on what they have to say.
Shout out to the boss. You guys keep up with Keffals' shameless grift. Have you seen some of her recent tweets? She's like really going in this like anti-communist direction. Posting.
Oh, we got the re-exception going.
Yeah, no, and now we're next.
How many cameras can we get on screen, bro?
I used to defend Stalin. I used to defend genocide. I know what they say behind closed doors. They want power, and if they get it, they want to put all actors in camps. So you guys know that like, I'm not a tanky myself, and Zach and I don't really.
I mean, she's right. Why are you criticizing it? She's right.
Do the whole
Wait till you learn what other extremists say stuff face-wise, but don't say the same thing behind closed doors. Remember how I said that Al-Qaeda are just like communists?
Flag waving tankies. We're soldiers.
But I also do think it's really weird when people supposedly on the left somehow end up spending more time shitting on like communists than they do like right-wingers or conservatives.
So I guess my first criticism of the point that they're making here is that I am talking about tankies. The reason that I use the word
is she Canadian?
She is.
Oh no, Alpha Keffals.
Yeah, I told you she helped grow the Canadian Communist Party or something.
So often is because I want to make a distinction between communists and tankies. I don't think that everyone who is a communist is a bad person. And I agree with a lot of communist political views. But tankies are people who are hardliners for the foreign policy and the human rights abuses of countries like China and North Korea. And I have no issue with calling this out. I'm not anti-communist. And the reason that I call this out so much is because I want the left to be stronger. And we are seeing a shift right now where this is not a minority position, and never listen to anyone who says that this is a minority position when so many people around the world are Marxist-Leninists. Marxism-Leninism is a massive political force outside of the United States and the Western countries. To minimize that is honestly a level of detachment from issues that are happening outside of America, and I would call it very American-centric thinking.
Yeah, they're libertarians.
Like, why is your whole Twitter timeline about tankies and communists? Like,
because they're fucking awful human beings.
But
so is mine.
Keffals' career very much, if at all, Zach. But did you have any thoughts on this?
I know almost nothing about Keffals. I know that she's popular and that she had beef.
Me either, though. Like, honestly,
one picture of
she's just like, the fuck are you making a video on me for then?
I told you this is what they do. How new is this? Because the bottom guy looks even better, and also his mic finally isn't blowing out.
9 days.
Like, because his mic was always like 10 times louder than everyone else on stream, so we would talk and it would blow everything out before it auto balanced.
Destiny and Bosch eating dinner in DC the other day, and then she did not look very pleased to be there. But yeah, no, I mean this is kind of like, I don't know, it's like LARPy. It's like, yeah, dude, I'm sure there.
So, a few thoughts here. Why would the video be Keffals' new anti-communist grift where they admit in the video itself that they actually know nothing about me? As far as that picture with me, Bosch, and Destiny, we were all told to look unhappy for the picture. One of the things that I think is very weird
I
is
refuse
how
to believe she's not aware that she's giving into it and she knows it's making content for her, though, you know? Like, I think she's well aware what she's feeding because she's gonna reap it later to make content on stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I think everyone here is could be equally called a grifter for the same reason. But I also don't think anyone here is a bad person.
But I use the term much differently.
Yeah, I do too.
I wouldn't even classify her under that category at all.
Also, because mainly she doesn't do anything like that. But you know, just the reaction circles that you know they're good for. That's what people want to watch on YouTube. They want to watch the like drama stuff.
Yeah.
Me saying this is apparently LARPy when talking about my lived experience as a member of a Marxist-Leninist party, someone who's run for office as a Marxist-Leninist, someone who has shaken hands with Marxist-Leninists from a wide variety of countries across the world and been thanked for my activism by the Venezuelan embassy.
Lol.
I don't understand what is LARPy about that. The things that I talk about come from the things that I experienced in my own life. I was not radicalized into being a tanky because of the internet. My first exposure to Marxism-Leninism was literally going to Cuba at a young age and reading the Cuban national newspaper.
There are college campuses where there's fucking a bunch of people who are mentally unwell, who are saying things like, "Oh, if we get power, it'll be death to all who oppose us," and whatever. But I mean, it gives all of leftism a bad name. It like shines a light on like the most absolute fringe, most absolute like. Basically, what you're revealing is that you never had a very good sense of like political acumen. You were like, "Oh, I got swept up by the absolute most minority position that you could possibly."
Bro,
it seems like they agree with me.
No, you two literally have videos on your channel about why Jill Stein is based, and she's literally like paid by Putin and the IRGC-IO and shit. Like, come on, guys. You are the last ones to talk. Just because you figured out that Jimmy Dore and Aaron Mate are bad guys.
Which, that's not that hard to do.
I know. Like, they get by on the bare minimum. They're fine.
But
I don't even see, they're the ones that I don't
woefully...
tag because I don't want them to start making videos about me and like bringing attention, that kind of attention. Like, leave me alone.
I want to see what they say.
I mean, I talk to them, but I wouldn't want to do like this type of bullshit. Like, I'm a journalist, dude. Like, if you want to like do like journalism stuff, and like I'll like talk about the current events and like actual information that surrounds shit.
Yeah, but this drama shit, posting Twitter screenshots and talking about Twitter. Who gives a shit?
Like, not like even
Destiny.
Like, even Taylor Renz doesn't get that low.
Yeah.
Undermining how much they seem to understand what the current political situation is. The largest Twitter account that currently exists right now by engagement numbers is Jackson Hinkle, someone who explicitly identifies as a Marxist-Leninist who has called himself a tanky on many occasions, who is a hardline defender of China, North Korea, and the Russian government. The largest leftist, and I say that in quotes, but the largest like so-called leftist YouTuber right now is Second Thought, who spends an inordinate amount of time saying that China, North Korea, and Cuba are all socialist countries, and the United States is not a democracy. However, North Korea is somehow a democracy, and funnels his viewers towards a deprogram pod where the viewers are then subjected to Hakim, who has said that there was never any massacre in Tiananmen Square, that the Holodomor never happened, that Hamas are heroes, and his biggest criticism of them only a couple years ago was that they aren't militant enough. I think this is very undermining their
He's getting
own...
points off for not mentioning that he's pro-Kurdish genocide and defends Saddam.
Who is?
So once again, Kurds are forgotten by another YouTube live streamer, which should be Hakim's greatest criticism, is that he's defended the genocide of the Kurds and the genocide in Xinjiang. Who gives a shit about the rest?
Yeah.
Stand up for actual minorities for once.
I mean, he probably also defends Assad and his chemical weapon attacks too, I imagine.
I don't know about the same. I don't know how far with that, but I know that he totally supports the Anfal campaign and shit.
Yeah, that's fucking repugnant. What a scum piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
But let's also don't forget that Second Thought and Balkan Odyssey and all these guys funnel everybody to these specific, not just the podcast, but the channels of these fucking parasites. Right? And it's just more of this shit where the video is 70% conditioning for their garbage ideology that they release at the end. Like that's the video format that they do. They are trash. Absolute trash. And that needs to be
this. I assumed this. I just hadn't seen anything that he said about it specifically yet. And because I would want to see that, because I would want to make a video about it. So
yes.
I haven't looked hard enough yet.
Political knowledge.
Making fun of Second Thought is more in the meta right now than Hakim, though.
Yeah.
But we have videos about Hakim. We have ones coming out, I think, still.
And I think we've got a few in the pipe as well that we can watch.
Realize this while making these points. I'll agree with them that there are a lot of very insane terminally online tankies on the internet. However, this is a legitimate issue with some of the biggest names in left-wing commentary being tankies.
Possibly hold on the internet, the like rabid fucking like Stalinist tanky left, and like it could happen to you, and it's like, actually, bro, that doesn't happen to most people. That doesn't actually, that's not compelling to the rest of us. We actually enjoy our rights. I've always held, and so has Gavin, that like, you know, we like to be the apex of like collectivism and, you know, personal freedom, right? So it's like, oh yeah, you know, don't harm anybody, go after it. But like, if you're gonna harm other people, like, then we do believe in regulation. Like, you know what I mean? Pretty simple.
Breathe, my guy. Come on.
Totally.
You can take a breath in between his sentences.
Edgy thing.
Yeah, you can edit. Like, come on.
He literally was talking like, come on, just breathe. Like, he ran out of breath and was doing the like, I'm running out of breath talk thing.
Yeah.
I think that's not already the mainstream thought. Like being anti-communist is somehow a wow, what a bold, brave position to
I'm
take.
anti-communist.
That's not what like the entire
Now this is interesting. I'm gonna let him finish just for 1 second.
Mainstream media, the education system in this country, like that's
yeah, I think so.
I never went to an American.
This right here, this is kind of like this. This is just like, who cares? What like. It was today, I was like, somebody was laughing because somebody was walking up to climate protesters saying that the nylon vest they were wearing made out of petroleum. Like, cotton is worse, for starters, in the clothing industry, right? And they're like, just stop oil, you're wearing oil. And it's like people who think like a fucking communist can't own a house or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, like as much as like I don't like Second Thought and Hassan and all of that, I think the idea of them like not like, yeah, sure, they don't necessarily need a supercar or anything like that, but I think
they also don't give their money back either.
Yeah,
right? They don't give back
their agenda being pushed about how they're actually actually the idea that's pushing forward, that they're pushing forth the idea, that's the same way. Like, they believe this. Hassan believes this. I don't know about Second Thought's motivations, but Hassan definitely believes that he's pushing communism forward and is like the idea guy, right? And protesters are the same way. They believe that they're pushing something forward. And like,
school,
somebody's got to do it.
Sure.
One in chat. I'm just curious. You're one in chat if they have ever used the word tanky in a school lecture or mainstream media when discussing communism. I haven't actually heard this ever. I see a bunch of twos where people have never heard this because the term tanky was a word that was made up by communists. in order to talk about the people who were hardline supporters of Soviet foreign policy rolling tanks into Hungary to stop an uprising because of people who wanted their own national determination. Because the Soviet Union was an empire that was held together by force. Thus, individual Soviet republics, they were not held together through a voluntary contract with each other. So I think it is a bit disingenuous to say that this is all a mainstream narrative, when my perspective on this does not come from the mainstream. My perspective on this comes from being very embedded in communist spaces itself, as I have for the last several years of my life.
Of all Americans for basically all of time. Don't act like it's some radical position to come out here and be like, I don't really like communism. I think communism is kind of scary. Like, wow.
Yes. Okay. So, you know how I just mentioned, I was like, so my car, the Bluetooth speaker's broken. So I just listen to whatever's on the fucking radio. So I'm always like fucking sifting through it.
I think the thing is, though, like, for instance, when I was debating the Yankee Tanky, I was coming at it from a position where I was debating using the primary sources from the Communist Party of China itself. If I were to be coming at this from a conservative or a mainstream position, I would be going to right-wing news. I wouldn't be quoting communist parties when making my arguments.
Yes. That is the only way to do it, because the Chinese Communist Party does not hide how fascist they are. It's right in the open. You just have to look for it. There are people who translate it. The Great Translation Movement is one of them on Twitter. If you don't follow it, follow it. They do all the translations of all the Chinese documents. So you know what the Chinese party is saying internally, because the internal and external messages from the Chinese Communist Party are completely different. They are, it's all face outwards. It's all bullshit. Everything they say, from their green energy to their AI shit, it's all bullshit. There is nothing happening within China. It is degrading. It's stagnated. It is a dying country, which is why Xi is coming to America to try and get some kind of diplomatic relationship back, because they fucked up and they know it.
I mentioned how there was a really bass guy that snuck through on 90.1 The Bridge, but when I was driving back home, I hear less bass discussion. And it was just these two fucking boomer assholes, and they were like, we're doing a Back the Blue live event here in Prairie Village, and you guys should come out. And isn't it just a goddamn shame that you have to even do an event like this? Like, you have to say, hey, the police aren't that scary. They're just, you know, they're SUVs and sunglasses, and I don't know what it is about the cops. That's literally what they were saying. Is it the SUVs? They're moms and dads just like you all. And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? So they had to get a good bolt propaganda. But that's basically what Keffals is doing, right? She's basically like, I'm being brave enough to come out here and tell y'all that I love my country. Now, I know it's or better yet, actually, do you know what it is? Do you know what it is?
Yeah,
it's
that
the left wing.
Her reaction is my reaction.
She's Canadian.
Or I don't know what you would call it. It's like the terminally online version of the I am not afraid to say Merry Christmas. I'm not afraid to say it anymore. I'm going to say it to you. I love my country. I love my religion. I love Merry Christmas to all of us.
What?
Merry Christmas, baby
What is
Jesus,
happening?
all that. No,
I have no idea.
Look at her face. She's what I feel inside right now.
Yeah. That's exactly how I'm feeling too. Like, what the fuck is happening?
What am I doing here in the middle of the ocean, surrounded by frozen corpses?
So I think it goes without saying that I never made any of those points. I don't know how you can construe the fact that I don't like people who are hardline defenders of China or North Korea as me somehow being a conservative that thinks there's a war on Christmas. For the record, I'm brave enough to say it. I will wish you a Merry Christmas, but I will also wish you a happy holidays.
Fucking ads.
I'm going for a shower.
I'm fine with this.
Did they still? I feel like ever since I graduated from like high school, I'm kind of out of touch with what
last
people,
year.
Like,
that's
you know,
that's because they're letting the liberals win. They're letting the we're letting liberals win. Nobody's allowed to say it no more. That's why you ain't never heard it. No, he sees this man, this poor son of a bitch right here, this poor boy right here. He says it's been since he's graduated high school that anybody's been allowed to say Merry Christmas to him. Well, I know we're a little early, son, but Merry Christmas. I'm not afraid to say it. I'm a brave soldier. I'm a soldier of God. I'm a God warrior. And
what, my brother? This is haram.
I will shine a light upon those that intend to spread darkness. God damn it! Now, thank you all.
We have a name for
I was just talking about this, but
it's called
this feels like a
nightmare.
What the fuck just happened?
What is going on, bro?
Bro, I do not understand it. It like hurts my brain.
Continuation of the point that I made, where people are unwilling to actually engage with any of the political points that I make, because they took 2 tweets and they managed to come from this, like they managed to extract.
Look at how big they've built their channel by doing exactly this, Keffals, though. Like, you gotta give it to them. You gotta give it to them. Like, they have built like their own little empire with, like, you know, like, I want the cult that they have, guys. Come on.
We're much more useful too.
Also, like, you can't see it, but the gator flag he has behind him says "fuck around and find out" below.
It does, yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Mm.
Talking about tankies, that I am a conservative and I am a patriot or something, when there's an entire library of me talking about different political issues they could easily go to if they wanted to know what my positions were on these various topics.
They don't, though.
Please, Keffals, that would be work.
They don't. They don't care.
Dude, I will never.
This is about the production value of the videos that we were making for the other thing that I was doing. That's the quality of video this is. Right? That's about what I'm getting. Pretty much the same vibes.
It's just basic StreamYard asset.
That year,
yeah,
I think it was our senior year of high school when everyone was freaking out about the red cups at Starbucks and how they were.
Also, their banner is just a solid. The background is just like a solid color.
Yeah, like get a background, guys. Fucking
Can
hell.
we like
put your logo on the background? Fucking hell.
Can we like pull us out of there to like show our background here?
Yeah.
We have a button that does that.
Yeah. Okay. Here. Ready? I don't think anyone can hear. I don't think anyone can hear it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, you know, follow the Roman Empire background. You know, Caesar's head toppled on its side.
Yeah, and then like our main show one is.
Oh, I mean, everyone's seen the IRA, guys. They like.
No, I know, but it's just just as an example here, right? So let's. Right, like that's for the show, right? That's our show thumbnail thing that we have on all of our stuff for the LTech shows, right? Just put your fucking logo on it. It's not hard.
Their logo is below, underneath Keffals. It's a little van. They don't have it in the so they have it there. It's just not in the corner.
Well, that would be a good background to have as a full picture.
So they built it into the background and are using the background and the logo in the lower. That's gonna, and I think YouTube basically gives you it anyway in the lower.
Yeah, pretty much.
Sad Christmas, goddammit.
Wait, they reacted to this video?
Going on, like...
No. Like they stopped talking about Keffals like 5 minutes in.
Yeah.
And now they're just ranting about random shit that has no relevance at all.
Yeah.
Concurrently to the
But if they reacted to this video, send me a link.
Yeah, please.
Because we can re-exception it up. Because we love doing that. Get as many cameras on the screen as we can.
Towers. Who knows?
Yeah, they did.
I don't
Okay.
think that ever happened, obviously, but yeah, dude, people were acting like that was such a scandal. They're like, tell the name is Merry Christmas.
Have these people And this has nothing to do with me or anything really. It's just
who are you calling these people?
ranting at this point. But have these people never met any leftists that aren't Marxist-Leninists? The criticism of Marxism-Leninism.
They are terminally
They don't touch grass, Keffals. They don't touch grass.
They are the terminally online ones that they spoke about. That is them.
Literally all they do is like, hey, I saw this on Twitter today. Let's make an entire fucking podcast about it, bro. By the way, I'm subscribed. So, okay, here we go. Hang on.
You found it?
No, hang on.
Oh my god. They did a video about Tim Pool calling out Dave Smith and Glenn Greenwald. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh no. Oh no. Fucking hell.
Okay, so
is not new. Trotskyists, Maoists, social democrats, anarchists of all stripes.
Hey.
I don't understand why it's seen as anti-communist grift to be mad at Marxism-Leninism. This is a very normal position.
Anarchists literally flipped the Tankies table at the book fair. Like,
okay,
it's notorious.
No, Daz specifically did that.
Based. Hilarious, but everybody got behind it.
Hang on, I accidentally posted it in regular chat, but here's the private chat. They click this one instead because it's the same video, but just reacceptioned even harder.
Okay. Now we have to give them ad rev.
I don't care. I'm fine with them.
Off Kmart. Where's my Hamas
It's so
bag?
funny because Kmart doesn't exist here anymore.
I want my Hamas bag, but they fucking
Bro,
took
they
it off
used
the
to be
shelf.
an internet provider, you know? Like they did
Seriously?
the fucking they originally were the first ones to do like the Roadrunner shit or something. I don't know. No, I don't remember. I just remember people all this. No, it was free. Kmart gave out like free internet or something.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember. I just know that the school had them. All the schools would have the Kmart internet. Blue Light, I think it was called.
Interesting. Hey, Blue Light. In 2 unskippable ads. Fuck off.
Yeah, that's fine.
This caught my eye. I think one of our lovely.
See, there's their logo. In the
yeah.
corner down there.
That would be a great full background. It took them 2 minutes to get to the video.
Fuck. First, there's too many commies and tankies, and now there's a lack of research on Twitch.
Calling you out for not being an expert.
I'm an improper journalist on the history of Keffals' beliefs, but
you're not a journalist.
I'm
Please tell me you don't call yourself a journalist. If I go to your bio right now and you call yourself a journalist, I'm going to be really upset with you. I'm actually going to have a problem with you.
Pretty one-sided on its takes on communism. You're not exactly a fucking crusader for, new information. If you're out here
using the word crusader,
we should really be worried about the scourge of communism. Like, are you really sure?
Scourge.
Because there's no fucking communism in America at all. Far from it.
To be fair to Keffals, I do believe she's Canadian and now lives in Europe. I think so.
Northern Ireland.
You're right. And communism's just fucking everywhere. In
Northern Ireland's not Europe.
And it's a communist utopia. It's just like North Korea over there.
Yes, it's the UK.
Right. I would be down to chat with Keffals, though.
Okay. I see where this is going, huh?
She seems
what did I say? You see, it's the infinite circle of jerking.
Yeah, but instead, she should just come on our show because fuck these guys.
What would go on hers? I don't give a shit.
At least a nice, respectful
I'm sure
person.
she's fine. I always think it's I just think it's funny, and I have to continue to roast you if you like find an obscure video that somebody made about you and then you just mauled about it on your own fucking show. Like, at least laugh about it. Like, at least be like, wow, that was a really good joke. These guys are
a joke, huh? It's just a prank, bro. Says every tanky ever
the
who
description of their
gets
Twitter.
shit on.
The description of their Twitter is so.
What is it?
2 dudes covering the news and online leftist media through a progressive populist lens.
Oh no!
I want to like. There's no link to their personals though. Like, I want to know.
No. That's probably. We'll have a look.
Has it on
he
screen.
has an ad.
He's got the Gavin. Maybe Zach is not online, and
maybe
Bro.
That would explain.
Bro.
A lot.
Oh my god. You're gonna love this. Right away at the top of their feed, like one of the first retweets I see.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Of course. Jesus Christ.
Isn't that awesome? Isn't that epic?
What else is there? Jesus Christ.
Stop Cop City stuff, mostly their stuff.
Ardent
Brianna Joy Gray repost.
Even though we have fucking one small political disagreement, I've
Ryan Grimm.
Anyway, we can keep going. I don't have.
Yeah, bro. If someone made a video this funny roasting us, I would at least crack a smile.
Hassan.
Funny. They called it funny. Okay.
100%. When Tim Black got us, we were like, "Oh, hey, you got us. That was funny."
Exactly.
What?
Super mad about that but I think that they should have this knowledge if they want to do political commentary in the leftist.
Who? Abby
Okay,
Martin?
what-
Yes. No. We are actually doing a video where we're going to talk about Abby a little bit more. Abby is my favorite propagandist, but yeah, she's open that she's a 9/11 truth, that she was a 9/11 truther and was wrong, and now that she's right. But like, I love Abby because I think she's really got the most heart in the game out of like all of them. You know, I think she really is like the best that you can get as far as like a propagandist, because she's not stupid like Hezbollah TV is.
Yeah.
Like, and I like her voice too. Like Abby's got a like really like soothing voice that's like, I'll believe anything you say, mommy. Also, she does have I always say this, but it's a technically kind of pro Hamasi documentary, but it's really good. It's called like is Palestine's right to peace or something. Anyway, she made a documentary on the March of Great Return for Palestine about like the medic who was shot and shit, and it's very, very good, even though there is stuff about how Hamas totally isn't anti-Semitic in it and stuff like that, but it's still a good doc. And she's also paid by Hamas.
So I first saw her on Tim Pool's show. I just looked it up. He deleted it.
Interesting.
It's very interesting.
Space.
Oh. Well, we're not lefties, right? We're pretend lefties. We're a communist podcast.
We're fascists, Zach.
Yeah, we're fascists.
She didn't say that.
Everybody
No, she didn't.
me as a fascist. Let me get
They really like reaching.
Yeah.
Point. This comes back to World War II. I don't
They're
know.
bad listeners as well.
Yeah, they're not listening.
She's been on Joe Rogan, I think,
noticed
2 or 3 times.
Yes, she has. A few times.
This one out. The Vanguard podcast put out a video recently.
She got our name right. She didn't call us the Vanguard Boys.
She is a paid show though.
yeah.
She's
Shut
totally paid. Her husband is her husband is like a PSL founder. Like PSL is
she was on
the
RT
IRGC.
forever.
Yeah, PSL is literally the IRGC. Like,
yeah.
She's right in the network. She's always been paid.
Up to you. Appreciate
Keffals'
that.
new anti-communist grift. And I wanted to hear them out and give my thoughts on what they have to say.
Honestly, thank you,
to the
Keffals. I
boss.
appreciate that.
You guys keep up with. Yeah, it was a respectful intro. You know,
10
no
times
roasting
more
us. I
respectful
get
than us.
Didn't call us Columbine shooters or anything like that.
Fascist tanky sympathizer.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of easy jokes you can make when you click on a Vanguard video.
I expect everyone to make it. That's what you're supposed to do. That's how you entertain your audience. We're not journalists.
Not even wearing a mask.
Go back. Run that back what he just said.
You just realized what they said?
No, hang on. Wait, listen.
Yeah, it was a respectful intro, you know.
10
no
times
roasting
more
us. I
respectful
get
than us.
Didn't call us Columbine shooters or anything like that.
Fascist tanky sympathizer.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of easy jokes you can make when you click on a Vanguard video.
I expect everyone to make it. That's what you're supposed to do. That's how you entertain your audience. We're not journalists. Keffals, you don't have to worry about scrutinizing our journalistic integrity. Integrity.
I
See, I
think
can't even
they're
fucking speak
trying to say
correctly
that they
here,
are
trying to validate.
journalists, and people constantly tell them that they're not. Right? Is that what I just heard?
Let's run it back again.
with me about fucking audience. We're not journalists. Keffals, you don't have to worry about scrutinizing our journalistic integrity. Integrity. See, I can't even fucking speak correctly, and you're trying to have a debate with me about fucking leftist politics. Absolutely not.
She's not debating you. It's not a video where she's debating anything. She's talking about how you use 2 tweets to make a 10-minute video, I think it was, that was half about the 2 tweets, and then the rest was you making some attempt of maybe satire, really, really poor satire. Maybe. Whatever it wasn't good.
Yeah, and reminder, this was a totally off-the-cuff segment inspired by a question from the boss. So shout out to you, the boss, if you're in the chat right now. This is all inspired by your query. With Keffals' shameless grift. Have you seen some of her recent tweets? She's like really going in this like anti-communist direction, posting shit like this all the time. The reason I'm so passionate about the topic of tankies is because I used to be in the Communist Party. I used to defend Stalin. I used to defend genocide. I know what they say behind closed doors. They want power. And if they get it, they want to put all actors in camps. So you guys know that like I'm not a tanky myself, and Zach and I don't really do the whole thing where it's like
we run the tanky brigade. What are you talking about? We're flag waving tankies. We're
so many
soldiers.
screens.
But I also do think it's really weird when people supposedly on the left somehow end up spending more time shitting on like communists than they do like right wingers or conservatives.
So I guess my first criticism of the point that they're making here is that I am talking about tankies. The reason that I use the word tankies so often is because I want to make a distinction between communists and tankies. I don't think that everyone who is a communist is a bad person. And I agree with a lot of communist political views.
So I do kind of understand. Oh, go ahead.
Cut you off. Go for it.
I was just going to say that while I do understand the distinction she's making between tankies and just communists in general, the way this tweet is worded absolutely makes it seem like she's talking about communists in general, because she says, I used to be in the Communist Party.
Australia's healthiest owned.
Fuck off, Woolworths. God, I hope so.
I used to be in the Communist Party. Yeah, bro. Get excited. We have 7 cameras on screen.
And then goes on to basically just say everyone there was a tanky. I was a tanky. So it makes it sound like you know, if you're in the Communist Party, you're a tanky. If the Communist Party gets power, then they're going to put their detractors in camps or whatever this ridiculousness is.
100%. And we all know what the crux of this is, right? She's making a big deal out of a small, minute internet fringe, right?
Oh my God.
And she's
not you guys, though. Not you guys, though.
Just watch the video. She literally explains that it isn't small at all. Almost every country, if not every country, would have factions of Marxist-Leninists. It's not small. And they are all statists. Every single one of them.
Basically doing that because she knows that most of her audience is probably dead set on the like Ukraine, rah, flag waving, I hate the fucking Stalinist Russia, USSR, and that's what her entire audience has been conditioned to crave. Bosch, you know, the whole like Xanderhal, like fucking like I put a Ukraine flag in my bio and I'm on Twitch, people that I don't know your name, right? Gavin and I are so only on YouTube. Like I don't give a fuck about what anybody does on Twitch unless they come on our show and we talk about it with them. But it's just, that's the kind of audience that you're cultivating. And it's like, oh, I'm only talking.
I don't believe you.
Guys, Keffals is on YouTube.
Yes. I also don't believe them.
I mean, if you don't watch Twitch, you don't watch Twitch. But they
No, I mean, because they said that they're not really online. They're only on YouTube. I don't believe that.
Talking about this like super duper ultra fringe quarter of the Communist Party all the time, and it's like, yeah, do you not understand that that's a tactic of what people do when they want to smear an entire movement? Oh, I'm actually not against Black Lives Matter. All I do is spend all day talking about those like super fringe.
Look, man.
No, not a good comparison.
Yeah, if you wanted to make the comparison, compare the movement to the organization. There's your comparison. Not that hard. It really isn't, because the organization is corrupt as fuck. They are Marxists. I'm pretty sure they might be Marxist-Leninists. And they used all the donation money to buy a mansion. It's insane. Like, you want to fucking make a criticism? Do that. Not that hard.
Then they'd be
black
right-wing.
separatist group and talk about how evil and terrorist infested they are and how they actually hate all white people and want to exterminate us. And it's like, well, why do you talk about that all the time if you're not trying to rapidly misrepresent like a very collective movement like a Black Lives Matter? Or why are you talking about the most nefarious?
Literally, the Philippines is fighting off a Marxist-Leninist insurgency group at the moment.
There's multiple Marxist-Leninist insurgency groups that made it onto that terrorism tier list we were just talking about.
Yep. It absolutely was. There's tons.
War crime denying aspects of the fucking like deep fringe. Like I remember the first time I found out about tankies, I didn't even think they were real. This is after a life of being a leftist.
They're not real. They're not real, guys.
Wait, what's not real? I missed that.
Tankies. They only exist on Twitter. As far as like the Western tankies, like these people.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like voting and as a lefty and like
it wasn't until after we started this podcast actually that I found out about them.
100%. So we'd already gone through 2 Bernie Sanders presidential cycles basically before we found out what the fuck this was. And when I found out about it, we started making jokes about it. Right? We made up the Danny Haifong diagonal to make sure that like, oh, where are you falling? Are you on the safe side of tank?
Okay, that's actually pretty funny. Do you know who that guy is?
Yeah, I think we've looked at him before.
He's awful. He's one of the worst women.
He also uses free mode.
Yeah, he's so shit.
Thank you, or not. Can I retweet you? All those kinds of deals, right? And it's very it's very obvious, right? I could use a lot more like
hang on. Can we go back to read what your description said on that Twitter bio real quick? Let me just go to that again real quick. Okay, what's this here? 2 dudes covering news and online leftist media through a progressive populist lens. You're acting like you're guiding people, right? So now all of a sudden you don't know if you can retweet someone or not because you can't like validate sources enough to like realize that you're, like you literally just retweeted right here. Genocide apologist right here. Let's see. There's another one. Genocide apologist. Actually, genocide defender. Right here. Ryan Grimm, kind of cringe. I don't know if he's defended or apologized for genocide specifically, though.
Have a look through their follower list as well. Their following list. Who do they follow?
Not. Can I?
Well, they follow like Aaron Mate and stuff, but I know that they hate him. They've had him on the show just to like confront him and stuff about how he's like a grifter and stuff.
It's very funny.
All those kinds of deals, right? And it's very it's very obvious, right? I could use a lot more like it's kind of like how they try and portray gay people as groomers, where they're like, oh, I'm not talking about all gay people, I'm just talking about the groomers. I'm just talking about the groomers. It's all that same kind of horseshit.
No, it's
right?
not.
So,
no,
anyway,
it's not. Because
no, it isn't.
That's not real. You see, those people live in a world of unreality. If they were like, hey, I used to be part of the grooming party and now I'm spreading awareness about the grooming party, I think there would be a much different reaction to that as well.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
There's no grooming children party.
No, and also, if you really want to talk about this, let's talk about how the fact that these people, their unreality is Ben Shapiro's reality. It's the Daily Wire's reality. They only listen to Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh. They follow libs of TikTok and that End Wokeness page. And then because they are inundated
and
with
Elon
all these...
Musk now.
And Elon Musk. Yep. And because they're inundated with endless videos of crazy people who just happen to be trans as well, they now think that this is a norm, and what it really is a standalone complex. And I'm not going to explain what that is. Look it up. Actually learn something and then shut the fuck up. That would be great.
That's if she's like, why are they being so disingenuous? It's because we know what you're doing. like we can see very clearly that what you're trying to do is you're trying to rally up all of your like pro NATO, like fucking I hate communism, I hate Russians,
Pro-NATO,
like
yes.
I want United States to
Pro-NATO
continue
people
this
definitely
proxy
watch
war.
Keffals.
What the fuck are they talking about?
Because Vosh has defended NATO, which we have a video about why Vosh is wrong for defending NATO coming out.
Isn't it the same video?
No. Well, no, it's we accidentally reacted to it twice and forgot that we reacted to it the first time. So I added them to both together and then did a reacception with it. It's probably the most fringe offbeat video we've done yet.
What should be the most popular one?
I mean, I'm the next few releases for the month are going to be they're going to be attacking Vosh and these guys. So
yeah.
In Ukraine until the bitter end, even though we actually can see pretty clearly that that's not going to happen at this point. And to gin up fervor with your audience, you're trying to focus on a very like niche, internet-ridden, powerless group, and as a result,
true.
Do you know what they're doing?
True.
Do you know what they're doing? Do you see what they're doing?
What?
They're like, oh, look at us. We're nobody. You're big. You have lots of followers. You're trying to brigade us.
I thought they were talking about tankies, how they're niche online only. They're talking about themselves.
I think they're talking about
Jesus
themselves.
Christ, bro.
I think that's what's happening.
Cry
I
bullies.
could be missing it. That's what it sounds like.
Cry bullies incorporated.
Very ethical and very sincere goal of people to give fucking, equitable distribution of wealth. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Plus, I think that there's been kind of a redefinition of what the word tanky even means.
Okay, maybe
from this
they were
crowd of BreadTube. I think Soul Life.
We gotta watch the tanky video that I sent as well after this. I don't know how much we'll watch the Vanguard. They're very much of we quit eventually type viewing.
Well, when he says the left of Vosh equals tanky, and it's kind of true.
Jesus Christ. They are talking until
that's what they said. That's what chat said.
Still paused. Hold on. Oh, they moved a minute.
I mean, we'll do this. Like, we'll start a video, and then that's when we'll decide to have an hour-long discussion right in the beginning of the video, and then finish the video. Like, hey, it's allowed.
I don't even think they finished the video. That's the thing. Because I was just scrubbing through it. I don't think they finished the video.
That's what they said. That's what chat said, which is funny. They literally did the bare effort. Look, we reacted back. Now ask us on your show so we can be like, oh, we understand now.
They didn't even get to where she explained it. This is I'm not watching this video anymore. That's appalling.
Okay, go to the tanky one.
That's actually appalling. You know what that deserves? A dislike. Tanky video.
Dude, PSL is deeply entrenched in Stop Cop City. Deeply entrenched. You see them doing like a lot of the organizing of the Palestine protests, right? And like Eugene is out there literally like calling for genocide. Like,
is this another one of is this another one of those Hakim network channels?
I don't.
The same dude.
Who?
The music by whoever. It's probably a Hungarian based on the name.
They do that for Hakim as well.
I'm pretty sure this has the same thing that Second Thought has. Balkan Odyssey, maybe one of those channels. I'm actually curious.
Yeah, I don't know who this is. They look like
no recommended channels. Okay, interesting. Maybe they are. Maybe this person's Hungarian.
Anyway, put the description as do tankies divide the left or something? Hit play while you type it though.
In 1953, chairman of the UN.
Feds, if by feds you mean the IRGC, like the IRGC literally is the PSL. It's like the main party that they invest in, and that's why like the IRGC is deeply linked to the Cop City movement, or Stop Cop City movement, I should say. But we have to work with them to get it done. It's just something we have to do.
Yeah,
that's called coalition building.
USSR Joseph Stalin died. In the following years, Nikita Khrushchev would eventually assume power, and in 1956 he shocked the world by denouncing Stalin in his so-called secret speech before the Comintern, and began a process of de-Stalinization across the Union. Later that year, the Hungarian People's Republic, a Warsaw Pact nation, was having some disagreements with Soviet influence. An uprising had begun, and under the leadership of ex-NKVD officer Imre Nagy, the Magyars withdrew from the Warsaw Pact. As a result of this, Khrushchev retaliated by sending in forces, along with tanks, into Budapest to crush the rebellion. And after a few days of fighting, the Soviets established control, and Nagy was eventually deposed.
Didn't Hungary leave like 3 years later?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we're Team Khrushchev in this house.
Many of the organized left were miffed.
Objectively,
such a brazen act.
Yeah, not, but Khrushchev. You got to just look at the facts. He's besides Gorbachev, because Gorbachev is responsible for destroying the Soviet Union. In retrospect to what communism is, and like the establishment of like what the Soviet Union as a communist empire should be, Khrushchev is the best one of the party. It's either that, Stalin, or Eyebrow Man, and Eyebrow Man is like who else? You got it. It's Khrushchev by default. That's why you have to go with him.
Force so publicly displayed definitely caused some confusion in the established understandings that
He's
many
like,
socialists
Stalin
had.
was bad because he was like harsh and ruthless and did genocide. What's that? He like takes his tanks and ships them off.
Saw many splits across the continent, with those either supporting or opposing the Soviet line, the most notable of which occurred in the OG Communist Party of Great Britain, of which reporter Peter Fryer, who had been in Budapest during the fighting, was barred and eventually kicked out for writing in opposition to the crackdown. In light of this event, and more prominently after the Prague Spring in '68, the supporters came to be known under the pejorative tanky.
Yep.
Because, tanks. Now, that's the original meaning of the word.
I told
Importantly,
you. I knew it. I knew it. I was like, okay, he's actually explaining what tankies are. I was sure this was going to be a video about how we should stop using it because it's over-labeled and calling everyone on the left Nazis.
We've got 30 minutes left.
Here we go.
Marxist-Leninists calling out other Marxist-Leninists. Now today, of course...
What? Leftist infighting? That's never happened.
No. This is exactly why. The guy comes in, he dies, guy comes in, dies, guy comes in, dies, and then Gorbachev comes in, and he's not even a member of like the upper cabinet when they signed the napkin, which really did happen to invade Afghanistan. They wrote it on a fucking napkin, the draft to invade Afghanistan, right? So like Gorbachev wasn't even around for that, and he inherits this fucking brutal war in Afghanistan. Like, that's why Gorbachev was such a departure from Sovietism, because the Soviets fossilized and died.
Yeah.
They died. They died after eyebrows.
Well, that's what happens when you create a dictatorship with a single party at the head, where everybody coalesces all the wealth of the country and then doesn't relinquish it for their entire lives, and then the country falls apart because there's nobody left. And everybody fucking hates everyone. That's what happens.
That's not how the word is used. Today, it tends to go by a variety of different definitions, and the line has also expanded to be used by a plethora of other left-wing groups, none of which ever tend to be ML.
Good.
Now, that's fine. Lots of words have changed their meaning over time, and it's very understandable that a small, concise word would be used.
So he's literally saying, this is our word, and they took it from us. They're doing cultural appropriation of Marxist-Leninist words.
They're reclaiming the T word.
Okay.
Rather than spending hours upon hours going into detail. The problem is that the word tanky hasn't just changed, it's become obtuse. It seems that a day doesn't go by where someone gets labeled a tanky for literally any purpose.
Oh, you mean like defending genocide?
Let me explain here, okay? We can explain it with fascism, right? Fascism starts with very small, like Mussolini, very small man. Hitler, very small man, tiny, right? But now look at today, fascism is a more popular idea than it's ever been, right? Because ideas start small with like a single philosopher like Marx or Hitler. I wouldn't call Hitler a philosopher, but for the example, now people say fascism is overused, but no, it's not. So many things meet the definition of fascism because the idea was created by Mussolini to begin with, right? As a response to the Bolsheviks and all this shit, then it was adopted to Hitler, right?
Yeah,
Fascism is expanded, so is tanky. Both of these things have expanded.
Yeah. As people further understand and misunderstand the word, they get used more. It's just more in the lexicon at the moment.
Well, I'm saying there's literally more tankies now. Right?
Yeah, of course there are.
Like there's literally more fascists. There's fascists in power now. Like, and people will say that it's overused to describe like Orban and stuff.
Well, okay, yeah. Fascist is not overused. Nazi is overused. Akin to tanky.
And everything is compared to 9/11, the Holocaust, or Hitler now.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's what I would compare it to, is more the overuse of the term Nazi and the
except
watering
tanky
down
is not
of
overused because nobody knows what that is.
No, but online spaces, if you're online on like the terminally online section of Twitter, it's used all the time. But it's mostly used to people who defend genocide. One of their favorite mutual pastimes with Nazis, actually, funnily enough. Both love denying genocide.
Oh,
the conversation.
Huh?
I said sword fighting, and you said both love denying genocide. I said, oh, tankies.
In question has absolutely nothing to do with anything relevant. If I say the word Dengist, you can probably ascertain to some extent what it means. Someone who supports China post-Deng market reforms as a still socialist country or something thereof. There might be some margin for error. There might even be some...
What do we think of this? Crystal, I don't like the word illiberal.
Yeah.
So, fascism is a specific thing.
No. Yeah, it's very specific.
You can simplify it, and then the most expansive definition I think is the like it's not 14 points. What is it? Because that's a fascism thing. But what is the actual? Is it 10, 13? Like what is that article?
No, it's 14.
It is 14 points.
It's 14. Yeah.
Yeah. So then it's like same thing if you go to Genocide Watch and how they define the stages of genocide and how they can happen simultaneously. It's more of like you have enough characteristics in these 14 categories of fascist that you start to, you see a similar commonality between all these regimes, right? So like we talked about Modi using like religious fascism. It's immediately comparable to Erdogan using religious fascism there. And then Orban isn't really doing like the Christian nationalism thing. He's more of like a classical fascist, right? Then you also have like Giorgia Meloni, who is like ruled democratically, but comes from a fascist party, right?
But the tankies fucking hate this when you bring it up to them. They will lose their shit if they're like, define fascism, and you send this to them. They will lose their fucking minds.
Yeah, because it defines
I don't know
them.
why, but it's hilarious.
So I came to the most simple definition of fascism is romantic nationalism. And romantic nationalism is technically a separate thing, but I think it's easiest when somebody challenges you to be like, what is fascism? To immediately be able to respond romantic nationalism.
Yeah.
Then they get stumbled because they don't know what romantic would mean in association with the nationalism and like how these ideas came out of the Enlightenment together. Assad is a fascist. Yes. Assad is one. Assad and Putin are both fascist for sure. And fascism is like it was even bigger a few years ago. Like the ones where we can get questionable on Sisi in Egypt. He's a military dictator. I wouldn't say he's a fascist. MBS in Saudi Arabia is a hard one because of like the Yemen shit and like how but I think he's a monarchist, like why call him a fascist? You know, and then Jack loves to define Xi Jinping as fascist, which I won't do, but I agree with it. You know, like I agree that it is, but I won't. That's not the first thing I'm going to cling to is call them fascist.
Well, I just do it because the tankies love defending China and it pisses them off.
Yeah.
But like I can actually go through.
I didn't know that. I didn't know he was a Mameluke.
Oh, interesting. But I can like literally go through the points and list off everything China's doing, and it hits every single point pretty much.
Exactly.
But Ryan Chapman did a definition of fascism in his fascism video. He defined it as the ideology of blood and soil.
That's another good one too.
Right, and that's a pretty good definition.
Yeah, you really see that with people like Modi.
Yeah.
And,
it's always about the blood of the people and the soil, the ground that
and to be clear, I agree that China is a fascist state. That's just not my first like go-to thing to describe them.
Yeah.
You know, because normally people are too put off by that idea that I think it's better to like scale up the radicalization with my vocabulary with them.
I will, to be very specific, if I don't call them fascist, I'll say they're an ultra-nationalist ethno-state, a genocidal ultra-nationalist ethno-state.
Yeah, I'll say something like that.
Because that's a much more expansive definition of what China is. And the fact that they are culturally cleansing, and like it's not just Xinjiang, it's general, like Muslims in general, because there's a group in China, in the south of China, where they're Muslim. They're Han Muslims, and
what is a 10 fascism though? That's
well, it depends. Are you talking classical fascism or capital lowercase fascism? Because they are different.
I think I don't think Mussolini is any more or less fascist than like some of the modern fascists.
Mm-hmm. I think 10 fascist. It's interesting. North Korea is very interesting because they've turned it into a monarchy almost.
Mm-hmm.
But I would have said yes.
Maybe ancient Rome would be a 10. Depends on what decade.
Yeah, I mean, under Kim Jong-il, I would say it would be fascist.
Yeah, this is the thing. So tankies are always crying about how we pick on them more, and it's like you're out in the open. Like you've figured out how to hide fascism. That's what you are. You are the hidden fascist, right? So like fascists are deplatformed. There's no reason to attack them.
Yeah. Unless they're out in the open. Then
you attack them.
For legal reasons, that's a joke.
Fight back from some of those people. And don't even get me started on real Dengism in China today. But nevertheless...
you know what happens to them? They get killed.
Yep.
In 2022...
Because China's fascist.
We can understand what is meant
fascist.
by that.
That's the thing.
No, yeah.
It's
up there.
I think Modi is more fascist, but China has further progress on the ethno state.
Mm-hmm. They also have further progress on the militarized police state and surveillance state. And I said this before, and you fucking not the biggest fan, but if you really wanted to compare a country to 1984, it's China. Right? It's just the matter of facts here.
Word as we use it. Tanky, on the other hand, is not quite as simple. You might begin by saying that it's if you support the invasion of Hungary. But like I said, unless it's specifically brought up in most conversations
That's like saying
today,
only fascists are Mussolini followers, you know? In which case, only Giorgia Meloni would be the fascist.
Yeah.
Who's like objectively the least fascist of all the fascists in power.
The least of them, but the closest connected to actual legitimate fascists.
It's wild.
Yeah, she's 3 steps removed. She's been involved since she was a child in fascist youth leagues. Then went to an offshoot of the original fascist party. Then another offshoot
Her,
that she
her
helped
party
create.
is a split, and the other split is Forza Italia, right?
Yeah, exactly. And Berlusconi was in charge of the country before, so technically also 3 steps removed from Mussolini fascism. So pretty cool. W for Italy.
Ask Italy about the
That
years
is
of
not
lead.
what it's about. Back in my day,
They won't tell
it
you.
was usually
Tankies won't tell
something-
you about it, right?
Mm-mm.
There was the years of lead with the fascist power takeover and stronghold and things like that. Why won't Tankies tell you about that? Because it was mainly anarchist led. And these types of people don't want to give any credit to unifying actual leftist movements where you have like the social anarchist there, which is the most common one.
About North Korea. As I've gotten older, discourse seems to have edged more and more towards the China angle. So sometimes you'll see these 2 words being used interchangeably. No,
I've never used them interchangeably. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't think I've ever seen anybody use that interchangeably.
Dengists are like more based. Like I can like actually like even there's even Maoists that I can like coalition with before I can like coalition with like outright tankies and stuff.
Like, I am not a fan of Mao at all, but I would rather talk to a Maoist than a Marxist-Leninist. Like
Maoist terror groups are also more successful.
Sorry?
Maoist terror groups are also most successful.
Yes,
which
they are.
Might have more to do with the location that they're in being like
True.
Asia.
Yep. Tengists are basically just neocons for China.
say that we're looking for something a bit more ideological rather than a specific event. Others might
defending dictators and denying genocide. That's what tankies are.
Argue that it's simply Marxist-Leninists. But apart from some die-hard anarchists, there's always one. That's right. Many people will always be able to find some.
I see what you mean. The graphics package is pretty similar. Boots Riley jump scare.
Some reason. And the very origins of the term speak to an inherent differentiation within that group, at which point you just start quantifying it, and it always gets messy. It's frankly even worse if we decide upon authoritarian socialism.
Good news. Because of like personal events, things have been a little delayed, but we have an interview where we talked to Black Red Guard about Maoism that will be coming out as an LTEC. Maybe
probably
not
the next one, 41. Yeah,
it'll either be the end of this month or the start of next month. We'll have a video about how he sees Maoism and things like that. It's mostly me talking about ISIS and like stuff like that because like, you know, I don't know how to identify with a lot of Maoist things.
Which, look, even beyond on authority discourse, which is a fucking bore,
God, no,
you can't just arbitrarily add authoritarian to any specific definition and think that you've made helpfulness. Right?
Yes,
like
you can.
Yeah, you literally
can.
Yes,
you can.
Like, socialism and authoritarian socialism are very different. Libertarian socialism, again, very different. Authoritarian socialism is the Marxist bridging point to communism. That's why every communist country turns into an authoritarian single-party dictatorship, because this is the process. But the problem is
this is the issue. Every time they want to say words don't mean anything, right?
Yeah. Like it's literally the game plan. If you know anything about communism or Marxism, you know that you cannot reach it without going through socialism. That's the whole point. And you cannot get anywhere unless you have an organized state. That's what they think, right? So they have these center point parties that will sit at the top. And by the way, Lenin was the most condescending cunt of a human being. He thought that everybody in Russia was so dumb that he had to take control. That is picture perfect, textbook dictator. So, fuck you.
Word in question, it becomes vague and selective.
That reminds
I've always
me of
wondered why supporters
did that. Oh, I was this is the. Remember when I said I saw a video where they were talking about Tito? This must be the video, and we finally got around to it. But like that whole thing where it's like, oh, it's democracy, and then it suddenly withers away. It reminds me of one guy specifically.
It is a guide, not my people. It is guide. Guide, yes.
Of Tito's benevolent dictatorship often get a free
What about
pass. Next, we might say
Do you understand that Tito wasn't trying to invade other countries?
No, he wasn't.
When did Tito send tanks to Hungary?
Yeah, I can't recall.
Hmm.
Funny that.
Chauvinistic interventions that are contrary to the Leninist principles of self-determination.
Self-determination dictated by a single person. Yeah, cool, bro.
Yeah. Well, no, Lenin. What did Lenin say about democracy? I'm sure Luna Oi will tell us.
This one is better, but it's too contentious. Many are going to be very opposed to the idea that Leninism ever truly supported self-determination, no matter what Lenin may have said. So what about communists who believe in using force to suppress other left beliefs that may threaten party hegemony? I always find arguments like this a bit... What?
Are we trying to define tanky now? I'm so lost.
Yes.
This is what they do. This is these fucking commies, bro.
Every fucking video. What are the... So, okay. So we've got definitions. We've got idle mining. Anti-Americanism, convenient narratives. That being said, that's a but. And then conclusion.
Okay, so the entire video is just all this going to but.
Trotsky jump scare.
Don't want to use force, and they will point to their historic record as proof of this. But that's more because historically they were never faced with that situation in the first place, not because of ideology. So think that Trotsky wouldn't have done many of the things
how
that
I would
Stalin...
define Trotskyism? Because you know how I always say it's just like he literally is the same guy, except he was just says, "Well, I wouldn't have done it exactly like that," right?
Well, his whole thing was perpetual revolution.
I know, but the whole thing,
yeah.
When he keeps criticizing Stalin, it's always like he's like, "I agree with the communist parts, but not the Stalin parts," right? So it's always like I would have done it differently, but the same. When I think Trotskyism, this video with Vanguard debating Vosh, it is like the embodiment of the emotional pain that Trotskyism causes me.
Indeed, had he been the coffin bearer, seems quite strange and great mannish, especially when you consider that many of Joe's ideas have their inception with Leon. Tanky is a leftist who supports the aesthetics of actually existing socialist countries.
Not true.
Well, yeah, that's a little bit superficial if you ask me. Tanky...
Holy shit, get to the point. Jesus Christ.
This is what they do, bro. These communists make a video under 20 minutes challenge.
The leftist who engages in right-wing talking points. Okay,
sure.
Right.
What is a right-wing talking point?
When you lie.
Yeah. Well, how about a communist engaging in fascist rhetoric?
Yeah.
That's a better definition. I just saved you 10 minutes.
This guy is just this is tanky denial cope, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like these are things that he's like being criticized for, and he's like outwardly projecting why he's not a fascist, and people keep calling him a fascist, but he's not a fascist, guys. Really, guys, I'm not really.
This is what happened with that bad empanada orbiter that was fucking just fuming. He was so angry that he started taking what I was saying and saying it back to me like that was an argument. And that's what I'm expecting in this video, is he's going to say, yeah, but no, this is you, right? That's what he's going to do. No you arguments is what I'm expecting.
About land back or deny anti-white racism. No, I'm only paraphrasing, I'm afraid. That is something that I got accused of.
This is too online for me, bro. Because it's like the inter-criticism inside Tankies, right? It's literally like the fucking Italian fascist parties arguing.
Yeah. It's like Forza Italia and Maloney's party having an argument.
Literally. I don't understand. I'm not following.
discourse in the modern
Well, let's
day.
just let it play out.
It's confirmed to me how this superficial Venn association that we use has truly destroyed any chance of practical usage. But I will be fair. Tanky is when you do apologia for nominally leftist, or at least self-proclaimed leftist regimes.
I'm okay with
that one.
definition.
I think at least comes to some general gist of what people might be saying. Although, let's not lie around and ignore that some states certainly get more of a pass than others. That remains, it took so long to get more of a pass than
weird choice to put Belarus
Okay.
there. That's strange.
Yeah, no, it's not though. There's this whole thing with Lukashenko because he did. Hang on, go back. I'm gonna pause on that because they think like Lukashenko is like this fucking like last dictator. He identifies as the last dictator. He's really in league with China. He has special economic zones inside Belarus that like do their electronic stuff and stuff. But like these ones, Vietnam, fine. Venezuela, the current regime isn't that great, but like Chavez, there's a great book. They talk about the PKK and stuff in this book as well. I reference it in our Venezuela video, but I don't remember exactly what it's called. It's like Steps Towards Radical Democracy and stuff. And it's like talks about how Chavez, like what Chavezism and Bolivarianism is to him. And like it was introducing different ideas of the next generation of these socialist ideas. Like Venezuela has advanced socialism on the authoritarian side to a better place than Russia and China and DPRK ever have, right?
Yeah.
Just the current guy, he's not even really that socialist even. And like Cuba, like Castro has inspired revolutionaries all over. Like EZLN draws a lot of inspiration from Cuba. Like these are completely different countries. Yeah, Chavez took the LaRouche pill. Yeah, I'm not saying Chavez was a good guy. I'm not but I'm just saying in that video on Venezuela, we talk about how Chavez, like we talk about the economic breakdown, like it's all about how Venezuela fell apart. It's there's sources all the way through on like whatever the book was that's in there that I use in there. But they talk about different things. Just it's different essays from like scholars. They'll take like different essays they wrote for a publication, and then they'll compile them in books a lot of times. And it was like one of those books, but it was very good.
Others. That remains, it took so long to get here, and with so many different interpretations, I've often found people can say that this is the definition right now, but suddenly switch whenever it becomes convenient. And as a newer, younger generation of leftists enters the fray, I've found that the word is evolving into a much more generic group signifier that pigeonholes people.
Guys,
more than one of
actual. It's the Ukraine war. Or guy. That's what right? So like everyone was on board when it was just, Syria being ignored, right? But as soon as it was Ukraine, things changed. People like Vosh started to wake up and look at people like Hassan and realize how bad these people actually are and like how much, you can't look at something like Butcha and continue just having normal dialogue with the people who defend Russia. Who are saying that everyone in Ukraine is Nazis, right? This is what happened with Syria for people who were plugged in. The things we saw in Syria, like there's like the pit massacre that recently came out. That's gone around a lot more than like a lot of things that happened. But like look up Assad bombing a funeral sometime. Just type it in on Twitter because it will come up if you search it. Assad bombs funeral. Watch that video.
Substance. So much so that some people are often shocked when they discover that someone with one view from the pie doesn't hold the rest of them.
Okay, this is one thing that we probably should be leaning more towards is trying to target younger people to avoid them falling into this space.
The radicalism space.
The tanky sort of
I think
level stuff.
I believe in many people to come around as they mature.
I think it's more important.
For me, it was more important to keep them out of ISIS. So
yes,
But
because I see a lot of tanky accounts with like Hungry Hammers and Red Books and shit that are like.
Why do you think
they're like they always say like Marxist Leninist with the Hungry Hammer, something 17 years old, like touch grass, go back to school.
But this is why they'll always say like anarchitty, right?
Yeah,
because they've encountered just so many anarchists who are children. Because normally anarchists are going to mature, de-radicalize, and then vote liberal.
Yeah, well, I went the other way. I came to it later. I'm like, this is the only thing that really makes sense.
God, who said it? Oh, it was our one of our secret friends in Cop City said like something like if you're like just basically like just looking at the world, you can't just be not anarchist at this point.
Yeah. Did said it in the interview, right?
He just said it to me recently. Is why I'm referencing it.
Okay. Yeah.
I just don't remember exactly what they said, nor should I say.
It's
it was an example I should have abandoned pretty sooner.
Guess people aren't just one thing.
Yeah,
say what you want.
Bro,
this is
the red triangles thing is so funny because like my friend I'll pull it up, but my friend, he's like a journalist who covers like the Syrian rebel groups and stuff, and like like all the stuff and like how they're voting to like arm themselves and like ammunition updates and all that stuff. But he posted the guy who's like, if I'm the guy who steals Muhammad Al-Kur's sister's house, he says, if I'm not gonna take it, somebody else is gonna take it. And he posted in response to video doing a red triangle video of their own that's like so bad because like the emoji triangle Hamas uses actually has like shading on it, and like Israel's red triangle is literally like just like a triangle they drew in like a stock asset, like it has no depth or anything. It's just a flat red. It looks so bad. So it's just that it's like he posts this picture of that guy with two red triangles in his hands. Like, if I'm not gonna take it, somebody else is gonna take it. Like, that's what they did, bro. They think it's so based. And like, honestly, like I don't see anything wrong with the red triangle. It's more the parachute.
What's the parachute? I always get lost with emojis.
Because of Hamas paragliding into Israel.
Right.
Which is like preceded by like a gruesome massacre. The red triangle. I don't know. I'm not sure about this. I just know I can tell you that the editing for Hamas's videos is not done in-house. And it's probably done out of Qatar, which Qatar is known for doing this. So if it's in Houthi videos, it's because it's done by the same like house that does it.
Yeah.
They also they work with the Taliban as well to do their propaganda. So there's a lot of people who work through Qatar.
If it's coming out of Qatar, that also kind of makes sense because that's where the leadership is.
Yeah, so like they send the videos to the leadership and stuff, and they edit.
Yeah,
like it's not being there's not like some kid in a tunnel right now editing these sick Hamas videos, right?
Yeah, on a laptop in the tunnels.
What was great, the RSF though, like their social media, like they were just posting through it. It was wild.
Yeah,
just raw posting. Like we were constantly just finding RSF accounts just out in the open. Like, bro, what? Yeah.
It's not helpful.
It's probably the same editors, the same production company, the same stock assets, the same like music CDs. Like, this would not surprise me.
Oftentimes, it's simply used to shut people down, and you know it. Be that for very understandable.
Yeah, dunce caps on the tank.
Yeah, because I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah,
I call you a tanky and I block you because I don't want to talk to you.
I mute them so they just yell into the ether. It's even funnier.
I block
and then I go back and check.
I don't want them to see me to get them riled up because then they'll start doing other fucking shit and making up other shit. Like, I don't want to even deal with it. Like, no journalist is going to not block somebody like that.
Reasons, but also for the opposite. So that's my general thesis.
I'm just very open, so I just don't care. Like, what are you gonna say? Something I've already said that I'm openly saying that I don't give a fuck about?
No, they make things up. That's my issue.
No, I know. Okay, you made it up. Cool. Okay, I don't give a shit what you think.
Yeah, but it affects me and my work.
Yeah.
Because then I constantly are having my shit spammed.
And
then I can't do my work. So
it's fair. Well, I don't use Twitter on a professional basis. I literally retweet the streams and the show and stuff.
Colloquial or not, it's an overused word that hinders discussion because it's used so arbitrarily.
No, it's not.
His feelings are hurt.
That is probably where I would have stopped if you'd asked me some years ago.
Would you have made an 8-minute video? That would have been great.
Yeah.
I'd now like to ask, just because we can't quantifiably pinpoint what a particular word is,
yes, we
even
can.
if the use of that word is detrimental, does that mean that such a thing doesn't exist? I don't think so. From my general experiences online, and especially now after recent events, I'd be dishonest if I said I hadn't seen a general average of sorts. After all, whilst these are all different definitions, they are all pointing towards some general thing. It would be uncharitable of me to ignore the phenomena completely just because you couldn't come up with a firm definition.
Don't make
prevalence of unhinged takes.
these fucking graphs.
Who are you saying you?
These fucking
dickhead?
circle spider graphs. I've made so many of those in my life. I was getting triggered from that shape. The amount of Word documents I've made those in for people, like work and shit. Oh my god.
I'm sure that you right now could come up with a few words of your own that you could say very similar things for. It doesn't make us chuck out the baby with the bathwater. Any shop around on Twitter or Leftbook, and you will find the nature of what people are referring to, and it's very easy to see why many people would appoint them.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
This label. Oh, Jesus, get it away. To call this behavior an online thing would be cutting it short. We all know the dumpster fire that was CBGBML, and fight racism, fight imperialism isn't far.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know what that is either.
Far off this sort of thing either. I'm not firmly decided on what that thing is.
What?
I wonder if fight racism, fight imperialism is pro-Russia.
I wonder if they should touch grass.
Yeah, they probably should. I have a video tutorial if anybody wants it. Hit me up on Twitter. I'll send it to you.
But it's a good excuse for a video.
Do you?
And in my observation...
Yeah, I literally took a video of me touching grass and I sent it to Tankies.
My favorite is the dog, and the caption says he's never touched grass before.
It might well go further than you think. You too might harbor similar tendencies. So let's have a look.
Doubt. Oh, look, we're going to talk about the same thing that fascism does, which is idolizing dictators and figureheads of the movements, even though it's meant to be collectivism and leaderless and classless. But you put a class on these people because you put them above yourself because you're hierarchical bootlicking statists.
Remember this meme popping up from time to time on the internet? It's implying that if you call people tanky, then you're dissing the name of all these great many people who you would have also derided if you'd met them. Of course,
highly doubt the majority of these people are tankies. It looks like a bunch of these might be Black Panthers. I've seen this girl before. Can't remember who she is.
That's the Palestinian terrorist girl.
Okay.
She's an Assadist defender as well, but I still she's the Assadist that I'll defend.
Yeah. Is this Ho Chi Minh?
Yep.
Yep. And this is Thomas Sankara, I think.
Hang on. I'm distracted by a chinchilla eating a house right now.
I think. Anyway, it's not relevant. I wouldn't even classify most of probably half of these people as tankies.
If you were like me, you were probably raising.
That woman, she's she was in the Palestinian Socialist Liberation Movement.
Okay.
But that's why they actually had women fighters with them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nelson Mandela, right? That's the best one. Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, total tanky, right? I think that's Asada Shakur there as well. I'm just going to double check. I'm surprised I know enough people. Yeah, it is.
Red Hampton is in the corner down there.
This one here is Asada Shakur as well. Yeah, that's awful graphic.
a few eyebrows first time you saw it. We can remove some of these people immediately because, quite simply, they weren't even communists. Well, maybe Kwame Ture, but based off a few interviews I've seen of him, definitely not an ML. A lot of what connects these people is largely association, not ideological determination. But amongst those who are, even if we were to consider all of these people to be the same...
I mean, look, the Black Panthers, if America was communist and was doing the same shit it was doing, the Black Panthers would be capitalists.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's the antithesis, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Black Panthers were communists out of necessity, more or less, because that's where they could get money from to fund their stuff. Because I guarantee they got Soviet funding.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Gaddafi might have armed them.
Possibly, right? This is just an assumption. I'm just making assumptions based on what I know, and I'm assuming that they had outside funding, right? And honestly, don't give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
Framing them in this way ignores many of the nuances for why we uphold these people in the first place. Firstly, it's ignoring the way in which time...
Anarchism, I say this literally, the necessity for anarchism today is the antithesis, right? So, like, we look at how civil rights have advanced here, right? They've largely expanded through expansion of democracy here, except for when they expanded through the Jacksonian genocide, right? But then, since then, like women gaining the right to vote with suffrage, that came straight out of like the Harlem Renaissance and the feminist movement came out of the same period. Like they influenced each other in the same period. So these things, as they try to frame these protests like, they were nice when it was like police brutality and stuff. So like the whole point of being the antithesis of the state in America is like not to accept that America is not going anywhere. That's not the point of anarchism in America. The point of anarchism in America is to invoke and force change through direct action.
Yes. Yeah. There you go. They got funding from Mao.
Yeah, I know a great place in northern Syria if you want to be a real anarchist.
People's understandings of events. W.E.B. Du Bois probably...
Yeah, join the internationalists. Do a real thing.
Easy now.
He makes this list due to his...
You never know when they're going to be declared terrorists, and that will come back to bite us in the ass.
I mean, look, we already did an interview with the YPJ.
He died. Now, does this make him as such? Well, I do have to say the obvious, but a page-and-a-half eulogy for a guy who lived 95 years, founded the NAACP, and later became a communist in his very last days,
and that's funny.
Is quite a reach. But I would like to offer...
This is the education that we bring with 5th Gen, is talking about stuff like this to the Americans. Being like, no, you don't understand. And that's the thing is like, we were watching it might be something that we do with Patreon, we'll see, but like we watched RoboCop yesterday, and this guy holding the mayor hostage was called a terrorist, and we were just talking about how funny it is that like terrorism just doesn't mean the same thing anymore because of 9/11.
More than that, what many forget is that
we're friends with Renegade. But that's the thing is that he's in the international, so it's difficult to organize the internet and things like that. But we're in like direct connection with Renegade. We're really good friends. But yeah, he's on there to like be on. He's on the list.
Been viewed in the same way that we view him as today.
Man, I'd blow him so hard.
Stalin, young Stalin. He's a good-looking dude.
Prior to Khrushchev's denouncement in '56, many on the left viewed him at least similar to how the average person views many contemporary figures, men of contrasts. Why else would he have had so many Western workers flocking over there during the nascent USSR? It's only since then that opinion has altered across the entire political spectrum.
Yeah, because the Iron Curtain came down, you fuckknuckle.
In light of modern data.
Jesus fucking Christ. Example, there was a thing called the Cold War where both America and the Soviet Union engaged in massive amounts of propaganda to make them look like the good guys. Jesus Christ.
It's been said to me that opinion about Churchill prior to 1940 would have been largely negative due to his bad track record up to that point.
No,
but
still a
today,
fascist.
he's viewed by many Brits as the man who won the war. As if an individual can win a war, but no matter the legacy of World War II,
fascist.
Hitler won the war. I already said that.
No, oh, you did? Churchill was a fascist?
Yeah, I was like, hey, look, another fascist.
No, bro, he advocated for using chemical weapons on Kurds.
Mm-hmm.
You know, somebody did use, and we're not talking about the gas chambers, but actual battlefield chemical weapons in World War II. Everyone know that? Somebody did do it?
Where? Which theater?
Africa.
Well, that would have been the British or the Australians.
It was the Italians.
Really?
Mussolini used mustard gas,
Ethiopia?
and everyone. I think it was Libya, but I have to check. But he used mustard gas, and everyone else was like, "Bro, what the fuck?"
Yeah, like we agreed not to use this 30 years ago. The fuck?
It
bro?
was Ethiopia, yeah. So he dropped mustard gas, and people were like, "Bro, stop."
in the minds of the British, made him an icon. It's clear then that Old Man Du Bois would have been viewing Stalin from a very different perspective.
I don't
and
care.
Perspective is everything. The other reason is that in addition to
Egypt. Okay, no, Ethiopia. Okay, yeah, still on Ethiopia.
Yeah. There's a slight delay, I think.
Well, it would technically probably be Eritrea, or is it actually Ethiopia?
We might have to look that up. Might have to fact check themselves.
Legacy play a contemporary role then, it also plays a very different role today. Whether these figures were right or wrong, they ultimately stand as something far more than simply their individual views. They represent for many a time and place in history that is higher than them as people. Che and Fidel were not great people because of their views on the Politburo. They were great people because they were Che.
I was really going to be stunned if he just said they weren't great people, and I was going to be like, wow, yeah, they weren't. Like, very few people are great. Nelson Mandela is one of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's very few people.
As well.
Yeah. There's very few people. I am like staunchly anti statues and like monuments, because I don't think there's anybody alive or dead that deserves to be immortalized like that.
But what about the Bill Clinton Kosovo statue? It's funny.
Get rid of it.
It's funny though.
It is funny. But get rid of it. Get rid of them all. There should be 0 statues to any figureheads, because every single person is a piece of shit.
Around here, we have a statue, right? Let me tell you about this statue. Okay, so, you know how American traffic lights are? I'm not sure if they're the same for you. It's red on top, yellow, and then green, right?
Yep.
So in the Irish neighborhood, which is also the Ukrainian neighborhood, the Ukrainian and Irish settled together here. Japan did use chemical weapons as well, but so they put the stoplight in the center of the Irish district, right? But the Irish people didn't want green at the bottom, right? So they saw it as the British ruling over them, right? So the statues are of these people, like a kid and like some teens throwing rocks to smash the stoplight, and that's the statue next to the stoplight. And now the stoplight to this day is upside down with green on the top and red on the bottom.
That's so funny.
And it's like the only place in America that does that.
Yeah, so I should clarify. Anti-statues memorializing individuals. If it's like an idea,
like destroying property, public property or government property statues, those are base statues. There's even a dog there, like wagging its tail and shit, I think.
Like the statue in Kurdistan of the YPJ fighter.
Yeah, well,
it's
that's
more
not
of an idea.
Yeah, it's not a statue
right?
of Aaron. It's not a statue of Aaron Merkin specifically. It's a statue to like all the Shaheed of the revolution.
Yes, and that is fine. It's a tribute to the people who died, a tribute to the people who
specifically
right?
one, but then also all as well.
Yeah, it became a bigger idea.
Mm-hmm.
So that I'm fine with. Even statues like Iwo Jima, right? Sure.
What about the statue in Ukraine that they just put the Ukrainian trident on?
Which one?
It's like the maiden. It's a big.
Is it
It was
of
a big
person, of an
Soviet.
individual?
It was the big Soviet statue that had the shield with the hammer and sickle. They just pried the hammer and sickle off of it and put the Ukrainian coat of arms on it. And Russia was crying about it. Like,
I
it's
bet
not
they
even,
were.
you're like, they're desecrating a statue in history.
Based.
But they actually held
along
a
with their
vote
cadre
whether they should get rid of it or change it. And most
Really?
people wanted it changed.
That's cool.
I think anyone who knows more than me, chime in.
Cuba, for Christ's sake. They would not be so celebrated in history today if they had constantly failed miserably with nothing to show or learn
Yes,
from
they
it.
would.
Che, in particular, is a universal symbol of revolution. But even though that's more due to lax copyright, it speaks to Che's character that he wasn't content to simply stop at Cuba.
Yeah, I really enjoy the fact that he just executed anybody he wanted and was a massive homophobe. Really cool. Like, really
Everyone
great
was.
dude.
Everyone was a homophobe.
No, that is very true. But, like, this guy was a particular piece of shit.
Went on to Central Africa and later Bolivia to continue the revolutionary struggle. It's the zeal, spirit, and determination that people venerate him for. Nobody really cares about folkismo in this day and age, and neither do they his views on the Kremlin. If you want his views on that, then they're decidedly critical.
No, I don't
Yes, even these guys were very capable of doing just that. The same goes for Huey and Hampton.
But hold on. If he criticized the Soviet Union and Castro didn't want the missiles there, I wouldn't classify them as tankies. They were revolutionaries. It's very different.
Their life's work was actually engaging in-line struggle. And just to hammer this point home once more, look at how old they were when they took up their highest positions.
Based.
I want that to be a sobering thought. These people's places in history is represented by
they're
just
so
a
real
few...
for this one.
I mean, look, if you spent the first 20 years of your life living under Jim Crow, you'd probably do the same thing. You would probably be pretty fucking radical.
He's talking about Che, right? Imagine
No,
being
he's
that
talking about
hot.
these guys now.
No. Imagine being that hot and thinking liking men was weird. As in, like, Che can get
it. I missed the comment. That's funny.
Yeah.
It's like young
after
Stalin.
adolescence. I'm afraid to say that Juche Joe 97 on Twitter arguing about the nature of the Moscow trials just really doesn't compare. You are not the Black Panther Party or the Red Brigades. You are not RAF.
Okay, and?
You are not the Blackingata Gang.
Okay.
These people actually did stuff.
Carlos the Jackal!
They actually made history. And this is interesting. Even with the bias of modern eyes, one can't help but look around and find that orcs today of similar character are pretty impotent. Apart from the occasional flag-waving demo here and there. It's all well and good harping on old names, but
well,
can you
at
really
least
say the
we've
same
learned
for present?
something from this video, right? Are we gonna go through each of these people? Just I saw this graphic on Twitter, and it was controversial because all these people are called tankies on my Twitter feed. Okay, buddy.
Make the argument, well, this is an indictment of the left at large, but the point is, they're not you. They're not the same. I'm not saying that you literally have to rob a bank. This is not the 70s anymore, but the comparison is edifying nonetheless.
Nobody alive that identifies in the West as a Marxist-Leninist should ever be compared to anybody on here. Ever. These people touch grass.
Why are so many of these groups today so stagnant when their predecessors, even under duress, were making history? Also,
because anyone serious is in Rojava.
Yeah. Also, motivations. What motivation do Marxist-Leninists have right now
Also, like,
to do anything of value?
This is why Marxist-Leninists hate the welfare state, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're these people, many of them were suffering great systemic injustices, and it's like not like those systemic injustices still don't exist, but to compare the eras and act like nothing has changed is psychotic, right?
Yeah. It's just completely historically ignorant.
Yeah. So like there's the gay author, what's his name? From the era. It's funny, I'm blanking on names a lot today because I really like him. He's one of my favorite like authors of the era.
No idea. Yeah,
I would say the book he wrote, but you know.
It's got slurs in it?
Huh?
Has it got slurs in it?
Yeah, the one with the O at the end though.
Oh.
It's I'm not your what is this guy's name?
Yeah, exactly. Any Marxist
James Baldwin is his name. So James Baldwin is like he's got real interesting quotes about being black and gay at the time. And like, you know, it's like I had no choice but to do the life that I lived because of who I was born as and stuff.
Yeah. Like Marxist-Leninists that actually go to Rojava, I have no issue with. And
but
also
most hate Rojava.
Yeah. Also accelerationists, yeah, it's because they're fascists.
No, seriously, why is Malcolm X here?
Because you're an idiot.
It's been a fairly opportunistic trend in recent days to label Malcolm X a communist, even more strangely, a Marxist-Leninist. I've looked around at the evidence, and it's very scant to say the least. It's about as strong as saying that Orwell, Tolkien, or even Chris Hedges were all anarchists.
Anarchist, that's the anarchist in me.
Malcolm X described himself in 1950 while still
I don't like bedtimes, that's the anarchist in me.
Up as a communist, but after that we don't really have any other mentions. It's safe to assume that he may have briefly gone communist, but then had second thoughts, bearing in mind that he had many more years.
Yeah, he met other communists.
Is left in prison and many more books.
Bro, like he was brought his early years, like that's the best. Like anyone who has not read Malcolm X's book should, because it's really shows like the pathway on like how he was a young man being radicalized and used by a movement to then come to that realization. You know, so it's funny because people use early Malcolm X quotes to like try to like prove a point and stuff, and it's like,
yeah,
you got to look at the evolution of Malcolm X. That's the whole point.
Labeling him red based on a single letter when there were many years left of his life comes across as fairly opportunistic, as it also comes to contrast when he praises anti-communists like Oswald Spengler.
I mean, look, he was also around at the time of the Black Panthers during the Red Scare as well, so like that could also have something to do with it.
And some throws to the fact that he met with Castro or that he praised the Cuban Revolution just come across.
He got closer to Castro than any CIA assassination attempt. That's hilarious.
As plain ignorant, especially when you consider that their meeting happened prior to Castro even labeling himself a communist. And for the last time, the Cuban Revolution was not communist, it was a national revolution. Was he an anti-capitalist? Was he some sort of socialist? I don't know. What we do know is that this level of recuperation is quite strange. When even George Michael had more evidence for dying a communist, it comes across as a bit idle grabby. Why? Why
That's
is
exactly
having all these people in your group so essential to your beliefs?
Because they're trying to justify themselves as good people. That's why. But they're not good people. They're pieces of shit. That's why they try and take all these people here as their own instead of actually learning what they thought. So, you know, that's what it is.
I've so far talked about Tanky as being a derivative of Marxism-Leninism, but you probably know by now that often such accusatories don't even belong there in the first place. There's nothing about being an upholder of democratic centralism that secures one's place as a Tanky. Discussion these days tends to be
democratic
centralism,
centralism, the dude just said.
Anti-Americanism. Now, well, first you might say, well, of course, America bad. The issue comes when we use it for our ideological basis.
It's not that they're anti-American, because again, I criticize America better than all of you. And it's because you're pro-Russia in your anti-American sentiments. All right? It's easy. Like, it's almost like you're
really
stupid and you can't listen. And your information is warped from a reality of your own design. But it's not even of your own design. You just think it is.
By all means, down with the USA, let it burn, but your opposition to America should always be firmly rooted in its actions and its history. Not create an almost transcendent.
No, it doesn't need to be. No, it doesn't need to be rooted in either. You can criticize America in any way you want. You don't have to give historical examples of why it's bad that they gave the approval for Saudi Arabia to mortar refugees that were given to them by the U.S. U.S. munitions, explosive munitions, used on desperate people fleeing genocide who said, we don't want to go to Libya and get our fucking ship sank by Georgia Maloney. So they tried to fucking cross and go through Saudi Arabia. And the U.S. just watched as Saudi Arabia, they knew that Saudi Arabia was using their munitions to blow up groups of refugees just trying to escape genocide.
Yeah.
You don't need history. You need current events.
What's it that takes precedence over class struggle? The effect of this ideological standpoint is that you end up defending pretty much anything opposed to America. And don't eye roll me or say that I don't understand primary contradictions or what have you, because you know that this happens. We need to recognize that capitalist states, like Russia, have the same interests as other world powers. The only main difference is that they're on the lesser team.
I don't know about that.
There's certainly geopolitical complexity to it. I'm not going to get into that today, but
I think they have overlapping. I think they have overlapping interests, but I think
that's a much better word.
I think these are much different. I think the U.S. and China are much more closer. At least they used to be.
Yeah,
but
like, at this point, between Russia, China, and America,
Crimea, Russia on map.
Yeah, it does. Crimea is on the map. It's highlighted as Russia. But like, if we want to compare the three big, like the big three right now, right? China, America, Russia. America's the third.
I like to throw Iran in there as well.
Sure. I would probably put Iran under America for imperialism, but with the because it's contentious with Iran.
Do you think Iran is more imperialist than China?
No.
Do you think they're more imperialist than Russia?
No.
Okay, so
Russia would be number one.
Oh, okay.
China,
so America would be third, and Iran would be fourth to you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was confused because I'm seeing the one in front of him here, so I thought we were going on a different scale.
Yeah. No. So I would put Russia at the top as the most imperial, especially right now.
It's how hard they push, right? So like America has the biggest grip, but they're not squeezing.
Yes, and China is more domestic, like it's isolated right now to the South China Sea. And Vietnam and Myanmar and all that sort of stuff. Like it's just water regions. Yeah, I mean, you could include sort of the debt trapping, the BRI sort of stuff as well, and that is a tool of imperialism, it's similar to how America did it with the funding of stuff through the Cold War, right? So China, with if you include the Belt and Road, and the African countries that they're in, like I think it's Mozambique, they built a railway, they defaulted and took the land under the railway.
Yeah, they built the oil. They caused the economy crisis in Ghana, which was like one of the best countries. Like every year, like the gains it was making was making more gains towards everything that we would want faster than any other country in the world. Right? Because obviously when you're already at like a Norway level, like how much more can you improve for starters? So you have an easier like time to gain. And like if you look at the there's like that thing on The Economist, and it's like it does lights at night to judge how much a country says that they have versus like what they actually have. And like Ghana is like on the regime side. They're at the very bottom where it's only like 10 of a factor like off compared to like all the rest.
Okay.
So like they found oil in Ghana, and the contracts to build the refineries and shit were given to China. After Ghana was, and all the locals who approved of it were told that they would get jobs.
Oh yeah, and then they'd ship Chinese workers in because that's a part of the Belt and Road Initiative is that Chinese workers get the jobs. Yeah,
and they say that they say that the black people don't work as hard as the Chinese, and that's why they can't use them. Yep.
Yeah. So like China is definitely second for me. I think Russia is still the biggest because of their aggression. And the fact that they're pretty much the only country in an imperialist war at the moment. So,
they're also Russia and Iran are really good with the information warfare side of things. China cannot fucking do it. They try so hard. They try so hard, and they just
Did you see that
fail.
all of their propaganda flipped and now it's pro-America, and they removed all their anti-American stuff from the last year?
For who?
For China, the Chinese state media. And all the shills stopped being anti-American.
Oh, because of the meeting with Biden?
Because of the meeting.
Bro, this page posted this thing where the Chinese vehicle almost ran over a Marine's foot, and they stepped back, and like a Chinese shill is on TikTok being like, that is for the incursion in the sea. And I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Shut the fuck up. Like it's so like everything is just a little slight, and like how he's owning Biden and all these things.
And then Iran, I put under America because it's more like the IRGC is doing it, right? It's more influence, not so much hard power, which is what I would classify imperialism as.
I think, honestly, hot take, Britain is irrelevant. Britain is not a relevant country anymore, and they haven't been for a long time. France, on the other hand, the CFR in Africa, everything that France does in Africa is very serious and needs to be addressed. France is number 5 for imperialism.
Yeah. Also, Britain is at the bottom of our European tier list because of their imperialism and colonial past.
Yeah, in the past, yeah. But like now, they're a joke.
Yeah. They one of the biggest falls from grace. No, I'm here
Never
for
to
it.
take their side, or say that you don't, but do it anyway. To do this leads people to make very ahistoric takes, from saying that Russians are a colonized indigenous group, claiming that certain genocides with much documentation never happened, or making incredibly unnuanced presentations on figures like Saddam, Gaddafi, or Assad, simply because they are or were opposed to America. Now, there are, of course, people who use anti-American ideologues as an excuse to justify their chauvinistic behaviors. I've spoken about this before, they're Euston Street fools, but it doesn't ignore that such a presence does exist. Remember old man Du Bois? Well, he's a very fine example of this. He believed that Japan was the antidote to white supremacy and the West at large, even considering the occupation of Manchuria to be a benevolent endeavor. I think you can find some modern parallels to that. Of course, it does stand to reason that if you do believe all of this, then me saying this isn't...
Look, man.
I'm getting lost again. I have no clue what's going on again.
I hate it when people talk about Korea, Japan, and China, because their history is so fucking intertwined for thousands of years that you just cannot talk about them like that. Like, this is something that I've just shits me up the wall. Like, China and Japan have been back and forth, killing each other, taking over each other's land, shitting on Korea in the middle for thousands of years. Just stop. Like, yeah, Japan was a fascist imperialist state in World War II. They got clapped. It's over. Go home.
Go change your views.
You're still
just
here.
going to go.
It's over.
I do believe that. So what? I'm right. Quite like those fools I spoke about earlier. I found a growing tendency to adopt the word tanky, with many people often parading around the accusation as reinforcement that those around them are just deranged, and that tanky simply means you're right. and often sour uses of the word only further justify this adoption. If that is you, then I hope in the future you'll shake off some of that stoicism and arrogance. Let's just say that you're going to look mighty silly.
I don't know what I'm shaking off. I don't understand what he's saying. I'm
I
lost.
think he's talking to commies.
This is too online for me, bro.
I'd argue that there are ways
Just
of going about this stuff. It's understandable to ask whether the revolution of '56 would have accomplished its aims if it wouldn't have just fallen back into the bosom of the capitalist West.
Who cares?
It's another thing entirely to make the egregious and utterly unfounded claim that fascists were the leaders of the revolt and that the invasion was to save Jews from pogroms. Some things never change, eh? There's something very convenient going on here.
Is talking about. It's.
I mean, like, yeah,
nope.
kind of.
Side tangent.
It is a side tangent. Like, yes, but Japan had idolized China long before that, and they were almost willing subjects of China for a long time, and then the whole samurai culture came about, and they sort of separated off and did all that sort of stuff, and that's like their recent history. It's super interesting, super interesting. But yeah, continue.
When we talk about a subject like the Soviet-Afghan War, the general narrative is that the PDPA government were the noble good guys, bringing all those good reforms against the evil conservatives who were funded by the CIA. That the Soviets were in fact the saviors who were invited in to help them defend socialism against US-backed fascists. But when we take a narrative,
they built the ring road. They built the ring road, bro. America tried to revive that project.
Nuance. The PDPA were never a popular group with mass support. Correct. We often hear again and again about the conservative backlash to them, but we never hear about the wealth of communist-aligned groups throughout the land with far greater support, such as the Eternal Flame, ALO, Sama, Rawa, to name but a few. All groups that the government went on to later crush and repress after seizing power. It ignores the warring factions within the PDPA itself, which when you look into it creates almost, I'd argue, contradictory statements when it comes to defending the party. It presents the Mujahideen in a myopic and ahistoric lens as a monolithic Islamo-fascist entity, and it also ignores that the remaining progressive groups in Afghanistan to this day, including the Communist Party, revile the PDPA with a passion. It's not a coincidence many believe them to be communist in name only, with many of them joining the Taliban later on. But modern discussion tends to ignore all of this in favor of a much more streamlined approach. If America condemned it, then the other side must be good. Some even going as far as to condemn the popular grassroots groups for not falling in line, I guess. The defenses of all of these interventions is especially bizarre, seeing as that they took place during the so-called revisionist period of the Soviet Union, when they were perfectly fine coexisting with capitalism and were no longer pursuing socialism in any meaningful manner. Why? Surely 30 years onwards, these are the topics that you should be most willing to criticize. Now, with all that being said, I'd like to now bring us back and say that for whatever problems do exist, and there are many, there are some undeniable points to be had surrounding this that are worth engaging in. There's a documentary that flew under the radar a few years back called The Propaganda Game. It's a North Korea doc, but it separates itself from the more bland and generic secret inside North Korea ones that you see everywhere these days. Instead, the team does what every good documentary should, provide some...
Yeah, they go to North Korea to get a haircut, obviously.
...novelty. The film focuses much more on the topic and theme of propaganda, how it influences us, how none of us are immune no matter what country we may live in.
Oh no, second thought reference.
And how difficult it is to discern truths from untruths because of it.
Hairstyle.
It's a very confrontational
reference.
doc, and it was a pretty influential piece of work for me as a new socialist at the time. At least it definitely toppled a few of my previously held ways of understanding things.
He just admitted to getting propagandized by a North Korea documentary.
Why do places like the DPRK get such a spotlight in the West as this Dr. Evil-style maniacal hellscape?
Maybe it's the nuclear threats.
Maybe it's the 20% of their population starving to death because they refuse to feed their people because they're fucked.
And maybe it's because they have nuclear bombs.
Yeah. Couldn't possibly be anything
and
like
a
that.
stockpile of raw uranium, one of the most dense stockpiles of raw uranium there is on the planet that they can just mine. Conveniently enough, it's where the unicorns are. Do you know about those?
No.
You don't know about the North Korean unicorns? Kim Jong-il claims that he rediscovered unicorns in North Korea.
That's awesome.
They're not like unicorns how we know them, though. It's like a mythical like creature in like North Korean folklore type thing.
Interesting. Okay.
And so there's like this cave called Unicorn Cave, and I'm pretty sure it's like chock full of uranium deposits.
Yeah, that's why it's called Unicorn Cave, because it's a unicorn cache of uranium.
Similar autocratic nations like Turkmenistan go radio silent. What are the conditions that
why the fuck would we talk about Turkmenistan, bro?
Anyway, what are the financial implications?
What does Turkmenistan do?
Is that where the
Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead, Jack. You tell me about Turkmenistan because I fucking love Turkmenistan. If I could talk about it, I would do it a lot. Okay, Jack? So you tell me what Turkmenistan is about.
No clue. Are they Turkic?
Yes, but I'll explain.
Nailed it. Are they in Central Asia?
They're above Afghanistan.
Fucking nailed it. That's about the extent of my knowledge.
Of some of the defectors. How can we use that to understand things a bit more clearly? Now, over time, I've found that these are the questions and discussions that I would like to have. I think it's frankly the discussions that a lot of us would like to have more now than ever. They're just so much more meaty and productive. If you're turning away from these questions on the basis that they're tanky points, then you're buying into a terrible gambit, and you're going to look mighty silly down the line. Questions like that, I think, are a valuable piece of insight.
Almost like making a 30 fucking minute video about not explaining what a tanky is, and then fucking playing denialism and cope. Yeah, great. Awesome. Real cool.
And examination into our own government's priorities. And at the very least, it's a whole lot better than, look at this person, they have no food. Many times leftists do fall into the trap of regurgitating neoliberal lies under the pretense of being anti-authoritarian.
Not NATO.
I began writing this long before the contemporary conflict in Ukraine. And
So Turkmenistan, it's one of those North Koreas of the world, like how Eritrea is, right? So absolutely no freedom whatsoever.
Okay.
But the middle child, like Kim Jong-il, is a whack job.
Interesting.
So he renamed all the months of the year after him.
Yeah.
The religion is based on him. You have to like study a book about him. He's obsessed with monuments and has like all the like it's a beautiful capital city. It's a beautiful place because they invest so much into the monuments and stuff. Dogs aren't allowed in the country. He hates dogs. It's like a crime to have a dog or something. But also he gives dogs away to like he gives
what an asshole.
It's a specific thing. It's either they love dogs or nobody but him's allowed to have dogs. They like a specific dog. I'm not sure. But like he is really constructed a world that's only around him of his own design. It is a fascinating country, but like they don't, it's like talking about what is Kyrgyzstan gonna do, right? Like they're more relevant because like there was at least like wasn't there a war between them and Tajikistan not that long ago, or is that Uzbekistan?
No, that was Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan
where they were on horseback and shit.
No, that was a protest. No, there was a war between like two Afghan border nations.
Yeah.
And you got a lot of them. I love dogs. You love dogs.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You'd have to look that one up.
Whilst, of course, I don't support Russian aggression by any means, and I do consider it more pressing.
He's obsessed with white marble.
Principled leftists should not be so naive as to buy into Western narratives so jubilantly and allow discussion to favor a highly Pax American.
It reminds me of the what's that monarchy in Asia? That really random little one?
Mm-hmm.
Where the
Bahrain, no, not Bahrain.
No.
Bhutan.
It's in Bhutan, yeah. And it's like $1 trillion house or some insane shit like that. It's like golden marble.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Kind of standpoint in response. It's a Western savior complex that needs removing from our collective consciousness. I found actually that since the intervention took place, there's been good space created for a re-examination of our modern geopolitical outlooks. I do welcome it, because I feel it is a discussion worth having. But much of the time when we have these conversations...
NATO is more important now than it's been for the last 20 fucking years. All because of Russia. There's no re-examination. NATO's expanding because of necessity.
The responses I find usually only ever tend to move in a weirdly fetishistic and dogmatic fealty to the opposite, no matter what happens. Attitudes that you wouldn't find that uncommon from weebs. Whilst you might find the propaganda game insightful, it's just as easily a fact that many will see Alejandro's points, be faced with an entourage of new perspectives, and come to the very simplistic conclusion of, well, DPRK good.
Okay.
When you've been on the left long enough, there's always the inclination to call for a new beginning, a fresh start that separates itself fervently from everything that came before, or just calls for a return to the beginning again with Marx. I'm always a bit skeptical when things like this come up.
It could be Brunei, actually.
Because these
It might not be Bhutan. It may be Brunei. You're muted.
Calls for a new beginning are
I was
not
saying, I
quite
get them
as
confused,
novel
right?
as you may believe.
Because it's like
But I do
Bahrain,
get
Bhutan,
where-
Brunei. They just sound too similar to me.
Yeah,
I never remember.
Brunei.
Yeah, it's a little.
Yeah, they got the ANCAP flag.
It's in the little Indonesia place.
Yeah, it's
Malaysia,
I think it's Indonesia that it's in.
Mm-hmm. It's got a little piece of an island.
Yeah, it's just a little enclave. Yeah, Malaysia.
It's old trade hub.
Yeah, it's Malaysia.
The desire comes from. There's a certain Soviet sediment that's been depositing on our banks for 100 years now. And after a while, it just gets grating seeing this slow build to old ways that really doesn't amount to much. Like grand empires that suffer great defeat and withdraw into nostalgic narratives instead of looking towards future horizons.
Yeah, lots of oil.
You mean how Russians and tankies do that at the moment? How they fantasize for a USSR again? People like Putin saying the USSR's fall was the worst thing to happen in the 20th century? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Tell me about this renaissance of idiots wanting stupid systems that are outdated and should have been left in the 20th century. Yeah, leave capitalism there too. It's time for something else.
At the same time, that very sediment can often be seen as evidence that we should return to it. Why not? It's right there. It's had the longest run. Yeah.
That's not true. Capitalism's been around longer. Feudalism too. Yeah, federalism, monarchy, pretty much everything except for liberalism. Even liberalism's probably older than Marxism and communism. Not really sure.
Said to focus so much on attributing all these attitudes solely to Marxist-Leninists would be unfair and limiting. It's only a natural tendency to focus on the examples that verify our own existing beliefs. When it comes to reinterpreting events and taking on convenient narratives, I've seen plenty of demagogues under different flags. What you could say is that Tanky is a subreddit of sorts from such thinking. Well then sure, fine. I'm still not convinced to its application. It allows a convenient scapegoat for others to push their detritus onto more openly rabid actors. But that underarching thing that I think we're getting at here, or at least how I can best describe it, is the endpoint of a reliance on using dogma to do your thinking for you. Sticking to the grain and not budging, but relying on an archaic formula that defends things that don't need to be defended, using arguments that were never true in the first place, mining around for buddies to throw into your self-approval camp, and then move away from a materialistic analysis
tankies,
and
right?
towards a more...
And the word tanky, if we're this butthurt about it, right? How do you feel about people who make coalition with fascists? Open fascists.
Mm.
Are they fascists as well?
Depends. If they're tankies, probably not.
Well,
they probably just run a bunch of propaganda, misinformation.
What about, like, let's say Posey Parker totally says she's not part of the fascist group that was there, right?
Uh-huh. But she was there shaking hands and shit. Yeah, she's a fascist.
Oh, is everyone associated with her a fascist, even though she doesn't identify outwardly as these things, right? And her entire movement, a fascist movement, everything that, has to do with that let women speak and like women are women and anti-trans shit. Is that all associated with fascism? Because they're coalitioning with fascists.
Mm.
So, like, if tankies can just be labeled so broadly, you think it might have more to do with the coalition of, like, people that are, like, really, really bad and that you tolerate them? I mean, like, I tolerate some bad people, but, like, I don't adopt their views. I can
there's a difference.
And describe while certain people,
Yeah, it's called impartiality.
Fan club
called listening.
Over and beyond the precedent of actual
understanding
real communism. Look,
say
what you want. I don't care.
There is no real
you
communism.
You cannot argue that such a concept doesn't exist because it's highly observable anywhere you look, and it can be found in any ideology. The real question to now ask, the question that I think is more important, is why does it appear in some ideologies more than others?
Uh-huh.
My aim here is not to tightly wrap things up. Did you seriously think that a video on this word would be anything but? At the very least, I hope that by going a bit more in depth into this word has been a good springboard of discussion into a topic that so often gets stuck in the weeds. So yes, sorry, tankyism does exist. There's not really an argument here. I've come to the conclusion that a far too dogmatic mindset in this direction is not healthy, becomes too simplistic, and ends up with you putting your faith in some career party man over actually solving the problems in society.
Hey, he came to the correct conclusion in a very wrong way. Conclusion, don't be a tanky.
Advise against saying tanky this and tanky that, though. As of present, the ambiguity that it carries just oozes a sense of juvenile smugness and an unwillingness to investigate further. And I bristle at that. I've certainly gotten a lot from simply writing and making this video, dissecting it through and through instead of sticking to some vague phrase flinging.
Should have dissected it.
And it'd be a real shame if we all missed out on that because we all got too caught up in a word.
Fucking hell.
Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam.
Fuck off.
What, the ads?
Ugh. Oh, I hate Coke ads.
You hate Coke ads?
That is not the video I wanted.
What is it? That was Vosh?
Yeah.
What was it?
Landed in Miami.
What Vosh video was it, though?
It's 2 hours long.
Oh, yeah.
Stupidest tanky video ever. Brain damage suffered. There's peaks.
Who's he reacting to, though?
I'm actually curious. Oh my god.
Oh, it's Luna White. I've seen this one. I've seen this one. It's okay. It's just like it is very long.
Yeah. I'm gonna put my shit back in the kitchen. I'll be back. You want to play it? I'll play it.
Yeah, just hit play.
I have a friend of mine who visited the U.S., landed in Miami of all places.
Yuck.
And the first thing he went and did was buy a MAGA hat, and he walked around with it on for a bit. I don't remember the exact story, but I think some guy basically saw him and then struck up a conversation about Trump-esque topics. And then he's like, yeah, them liberal homosexuals.
Oh, God.
Was that a highlight?
That's gonna make me want to watch your podcast for sure. That's definitely not a podcast about genocide denialism. It's just us making fun of Trump supporters.
Yeah, must be.
Not anything about how genocides don't happen.
Yeah,
unless
although
American run.
when I was in Tennessee, I was this close to buying a Confederate flag and a MAGA flag just for the memes.
The fact that you can just, dude, it would be like just going into Germany and seeing like a Nazi flag there.
Yeah,
it's so wild when it happens.
I did get a souvenir from this shop. It was called the Rebel Corner. It was in Gatlinburg, and I'm like, I couldn't not get something, right? So I had to.
This motherfucker. This motherfucker.
Look, man, I had to get something. So I got a shot glass.
I would not. We don't need to show that to people, okay? We don't need to show that.
I couldn't not. It was so funny. I'm like, this is the most ridiculous thing ever. Why is this even a thing? How does this store exist? And then I'm like, oh, I'm in Tennessee.
Somebody just wrote punchline better be worth it because of the dead air.
Thoroughly enthralled by the
it does have my name on it.
Nonsense. What is it? Not crowning. Crowning is what a baby does.
Coronation.
Coronation.
You dirty brown peasant. Don't you understand?
Is this just your podcast, bro?
Is this literally just the podcast? It is. Do we really want to listen to?
You're making videos about your podcast?
No, I think it's just.
Maybe it's just an intro to the idea. Like, I don't know what's happening here.
Nope. It is just the podcast. It's just a bit from the podcast.
Oh, look.
Manifest.
Oh, look, Manifest Destiny is Hitler.
Isn't it funny that I can randomly click through a timeline?
And you know the narrative that they're going through at the time?
Yeah. Hilarious.
Bro, why did you put Hitler's head in front of the Native Americans being chased away? Kind of ruins your point. What's that? The Indian Wars? Uh-huh. This is them like raiding the teepees, right? I can't really tell.
Yeah. What else we got? Okay. Jesus Christ.
It's literally just their podcast.
It's just a 20-minute clip from their podcast. I do not want to listen to
that. That he animated and stuff instead of making a video.
Yep. I do not want to watch this.
I was looking forward to you talking about how all American, and I want like a well thought out video. Yeah. You know, where I said I want to see how right you can nail some of these.
Yeah. I mean, do we want to watch it?
No.
I really no.
No.
Okay. I'll take that off.
I feel robbed, bro.
Yeah, I know. What a cock tease. Let's go with the fast generator. Okay, let's see.
I sent you a bunch of stuff, so.
Do we want a video on Haley Luhan?
Huh?
Do e-girl army style?
We've probably already done it.
No, it's a new one. It's a different one.
Are you sure it's new? God, these fucking people.
No,
how many videos do they need to...
No, it's that weird dude that just is horny but in denial.
Who?
We watched it ages ago, but it's still on the list because I didn't get rid of it.
Okay, so like I said.
Yeah.
There's this Hassan debate.
Yeah.
That we can look at and suffer for.
We can have Patrick Bet-David and Candace Owens talking about
my God, yes.
why you shouldn't support Ukraine.
I'm all about it. I love them. I love both that combination. That's fucking awesome.
When I was watching the Republican debates, and they're sitting here trying to make me cry for people in Ukraine. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Have you looked?
Bro, she sounds exactly. You know exactly who she sounds like? Brianna Joy Gray talking about how she doesn't care about the genocide because people in Haiti are dying. Exactly the same.
Jesus Christ.
That they have to care about another nation more than their own backyards, that they should be caring more about what's happening in Ukraine, and Chris Christie trying to pitch it, and Pence trying to pitch it, and Nikki Haley, we need to be the police officers of the world when we can't even police her. We can do both. No, we obviously can't. Like, have you walked down the streets of Los Angeles? Have you walked down there?
God,
we clearly obviously can't do both, right? And so having, I think, that the courage to stand on something that doesn't feel establishment popular or mainstream media popular, but that you understand is what people are actually feeling. And I'm very much a person that from the very beginning has said F Ukraine. I stand on that.
How brave and
I
very,
would have said
very
it if I was
based
on the
of
big
you.
stage. Like, I would let them all do the little pitch and the cries,
Why?
the tears, because how this gets into the
why F Ukraine is what I ask. Why?
Because rich men north of Richmond, you know what I
Oh
mean?
my God.
Because
my
Richmond
God.
with Richmond, because people literally can't put food on the table. You've stopped people from working in America. The average person is struggling to even be able to afford gas, groceries. You have people.
How much money do you make, Candace? Are you struggling?
Influx
No.
of crime and
Why?
illegal immigration in their cities. People whose daughters and kids are being raped and killed. That woman that was horrifically killed in Arizona going on a run by an illegal immigrant. All of this is happening in our country right here.
Jesus Christ.
Because if you told me as a mother
that one anecdotal piece of evidence, way worse than Butcher.
I need to care more about what's happening in the neighbor's house while my kids were suffering in my house, I would look at you and tell you were crazy. Obviously. Of course, I'm going to take care of my own house first. And if I have something after my house,
your house is fine, bitch.
Order,
Bitches leave.
And then you say to me, "Hey, they need help." That's just common sense. Bites. But if my house is in complete chaos, and my kids can't
Candace,
eat, and my kids
you
are
ignorant slut. That's an Office reference. These people can't eat fucking missiles.
Exactly. Like, what are they gonna do? Oh, yummy, solid rocket fuel. The fuck?
Struggling. How dare you tell me that it's wrong to want to care for my own first? And that's exactly what the American foreign policy is amongst the elites.
Well, Candace, our house has never been in perfect order, as you know this, in America. So how do you grapple with the fact
RFK sounding
when do we get involved? Like, if China,
we shouldn't.
If anything, anyway, like
Not
non-interventionist. So China attacks Taiwan, you're good with it. What kind of
vanguard
foreign policy do you think we should even have? Zero whatsoever in the world?
Everything that we're doing in the world right now is we're suffering from not being able to mind our own business. This idea, post World War II regarding international liberalism.
Such an idiot. I'm so excited to watch the
everybody must accept them. Maybe people don't want to live like Americans want to live. Have we ever thought of that? Like, maybe
I legitimately forgot how dumb she is.
Many people don't want to live how Americans want to live. Are you kidding me, bro? Do you understand what our movies do?
Like, the goal for everybody is America.
Like, it is like we have the fucking culture victory in this.
Yeah. There is no, apart from Japan, actually, there is no soft power bigger than America's.
Well, Japan is also like it's limited to where it extends. Like the Japan openness and connection only started in the 90s, you know?
Yeah. With the tech boom.
People in Iraq and Iran actually are not interested in the way that we live. Maybe people in Saudi Arabia
exactly.
are not interested.
This is exactly right. This
Bro,
is the most America-brained.
She said people in Iran don't want to live like us.
I'm gonna send this video to Becca. She's gonna hate it.
In the way that Californians live. And by the way, if you're looking at what's going on in California and LA, does it seem like maybe people should be embracing American values and principles at this moment? Like, if you could buy them and purchase them right now as another country, you probably would be wanting to go the other.
Most people would love an economy so big that your market is now oversaturated to the point that nobody can afford a house. Like that, it's not good, but that is a sign of success.
We have the most successful homeless people here by like just default by design.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
The other way, hence Uganda and the laws that they're putting in place trying to keep this LGBTQ agenda that Americans are funding all across the world. Why?
Oh my God, bro.
Can we also address that this whole degenerate angle?
Uganda. This is classically a new thing for Uganda, the anti-gay shit, right?
Yeah, but like this whole the labeling of LGBT is like degenerate and like it's an infection that has to be cleansed from the country comes straight from Putin. Directly from Putin. It's straight out of his rhetoric. Like there's nothing else to it. Everybody on the right wing that's spouting this anti-trans stuff, straight from Putin. It's insane, and they don't even realize.
Why are we funding that? Why are we funding saying that girls in Pakistan need to learn about transgenderism? This is the foolishness that our
But how old is that Uganda video? The Why Are You Gay
Pakistani
video?
gender studies. Very old.
Okay, first of all, we need Pakistani gender studies.
Like that's literally what she referenced. That's literally what she referenced.
We need talk about a country where gender studies programs are like a good thing.
Yeah, it's the global south.
It's Pakistan specifically, though.
Yeah. Like crazy. It's just brain dead.
And Pakistan, they also Pakistan wants this because they want to that's the thing. This is like, you know how they say like, oh, the reason like women's right, like the commie type thing. They wanted the economy to grow because they wanted women to have jobs. You know, like that's part of like Pakistan's motivation for like opening this up as well.
Yeah,
it's not just human rights for them. They need workers, which then makes profit for who? America. That's right, Candace.
International liberalism. These are great ideas. No, actually, these ideas kind of suck. Actually,
it's
arrogance. And it's arrogance. It's it's not even American
ironic
because the average American doesn't think this way. The average American doesn't think that children in kindergarten need to learn 75,000 genders. We aren't even. We're not impressive academically. Kids are getting systematically
most people don't actually. Would you believe it that doesn't exist?
She'd probably lose her mind if you said that there are actually 8 billion genders. One for each person, technically. If you really want to be specific about it. No one person's the same, not really.
We have nothing to show for all of the money that we're spending all around the world. Our country is in full decline.
Okay.
So I actually want to be clear. It's not just F Ukraine. It's F everybody until we get our house in order.
So nothing.
Yeah.
You don't want to be involved. So if China attacks Taiwan,
Jack, what do you think about showing chat Ulalau?
Yes. All right, fuck this video.
Hang on, no, keep going. I'm gonna see what one you want to do.
Okay.
Oh, I got it already.
This is so perfect. This is we didn't know what to do with this guy. The stream's the perfect place for it.
Gone, and that's going to be gone. And 96% of the products that China manufacturing right now in China, where Apple's manufacturing in China, and they go through that mess. It's okay. It affects you're totally fine.
Our boys to die on foreign soil.
Zero.
No, not one American life.
So then,
don't.
But what if it's Mexico? What if it's Mexico, Candace?
Oh, then she thinks so.
Bro, every week he has a video about how the end of the US dollar is here.
And how do you so then what would, if a Candace Owens was president today, what would your foreign policies be? What would your approach be with Xi? What would your approach be with Putin? What would your approach be with what's going on in Iran or some of these guys? What would you do?
Yeah, well, I mean, with Putin, obviously the worst
Ulalau hasn't posted in a month.
What's
I hope he's
now
okay.
is folded him further into the arms of the East. Okay, Putin should be a natural ally with the West. We have been pushing this fake Cold War for way too long. Okay, we're not in the 60s anymore. Okay, Putin is not trying to rebuild Soviet Union. He doesn't have the money. I mean, it's completely ridiculous.
What the fuck are you talking about? Putin is probably the richest man on earth.
Yep.
What in the fuck are you talking about? His entire cabinet are billionaire oligarchs. What the fuck are you talking about? If they wanted to, they could fund terrorist groups to kill political leaders in foreign countries and take over. But they don't want to get nuked by NATO.
All right, listen, chat. Before we show you Ulalau, we need to have a serious conversation. This is our guy. All right, you don't go and show other chat or other streamers Ulalau. Okay, we found him. All right, and his botted views. It looks like a lot of this is just like he's just him ranting in his house now. I don't know if he's doing like a whole show anymore. Oh, you know what? It might be in the live tab. It is.
Yeah.
So his longer format stuff is in the live tab. Streamed 11 hours ago. And he's still it's just him yelling in his house. Bro, okay, hang on. Can I just show you what happens when I thumb over this? You're gonna love this, right? So watch the autoplay when I thumbnail over this video.
That's awesome.
He's better to jump around with anyway, right? You know?
Yeah, we can just jump through it.
A lot of I sent a bunch of 5-minute videos there.
Yep. Okay. We'll finish this one and we'll get to that.
Russia is the biggest threat. This is just the mainstream media simulation. It's going to be just like the Soviet Union, whereas we're the ones that are actually pushing further into that territory. I mean, it's complete delusion. We're the ones that is putting NATO on everybody's border and pushing and inching further after we gave promises that we wouldn't do that we would not expand 1 inch eastward. Okay, so we're just not.
Never happened. Literally never happened. You are an idiot. You are sucking in Russian propaganda, which explains why you are a Putin dick rider. Shut the fuck up. Fucking Jesus Christ.
About what it is that's
they must have cut Ulau's budget. He doesn't have the girl around anymore to talk to.
Corruption and the laundromat that Ukraine is, and the reason why we have such a vested interest in it, Biden's interest in it, Burisma and everything that's going on. This has nothing to do with caring about Ukrainian soldiers. If you actually bought that narrative that they're worried about the Soviet Union expansion, you're absolutely wrong. They want to expand their own power in that region. And so when Trump was in office and he sought to have a meaningful relationship with Putin so that we weren't pushing him into the arms of China, and China is actually a threat to the United States.
Okay.
Bro, Ulalau deleted all his old videos. It's only ones in his house.
What the fuck?
There's got to be, it's because he has his own channel. I'm thinking of it's geopolitics.
Yeah, because it was a different channel, wasn't it? Check the related channels.
Yeah, I got it. It's right here. This is the real Ulalau channel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, I'm gonna just send that so it puts a barrier between it.
It's that was the right policy to have. And
yeah, they never shut the fuck up about Burisma. It's always Burisma and the laptop. That they are obsessed with it because again, it's pretty much straight from Russia. It's fucking ridiculous. It's actually dumb.
Actual peace policy, that we should be.
And this is one of my favorite narratives, right? Because they're not sending money. They're sending weapons. The aid packages are cost of the materials sent. It's not money. And this is the thing that the right wing don't get, is that they think that they're sending actual money because they see figure on screen, figure mean money gets sent to corrupt billionaire. What the fuck? Do you think that they're buying the guns with the money that they then send back to the US? How dumb are these people? Like, Jesus Christ.
Respecting how people want to run their own countries, right? And also trying to have strategic relationships, strategic partnerships.
There you go, John.
Wow. It is. It's true.
With them. That is what makes sense to me. I believe in national sovereignty. I believe that Russia has the right to.
You believe in national sovereignty until Russia invades another country and removes their national sovereignty, which they agreed to not do in the Budapest Memorandum when Ukraine gave back their nuclear weapons. Yeah, okay, Candace. Fucking dickhead.
Run its country the way that it wants to run its country. I believe Iraq, Iran, America, the United Kingdom. I don't want to be, we want to be out. We don't want to be a part of the European Union.
Saddam, justified in using chemical weapons to kill the Kurds. Candace Owens, Hakim, same thing. Fascists.
The European Union, these concepts of trying to say, to globalize us and say, this is how everybody must think. In America, we can't even decide on how we all want to think. You know what I mean? The Southern principles and values compared to New York City and LA is something that we can't seem to.
Can I give you perspective? Can I give you perspective? I want to get your perspective on this. So, your Daily Wire. I was just with Ben a couple days ago, and we had a good time together. But think about a company, for example, that's built on software we rent, which we all do, right? A company's not built on 100% of software that you have. Like when we build an insurance
anyone who's
company,
still here who's ready for Ulalau, start with the Scott Ritter video that made me nearly piss myself. That's the last one I sent. Yeah, you guys are gonna love this guy. He's literally Borat for real in like real life, but he's like a Russian shill who's Borat, and like all his shit is like botted the fuck up. Like if you look at his comments, it's all like random name and a bunch of numbers.
Yeah, it's all the comments about it. It's
but
hilarious.
Like the intro to this, I literally nearly pissed my pants laughing at it. And we were like, how are we gonna make a video out of this? Because like you have to like kind of like click around because it's kind of like also boring at the same time. You have to find the gold in Ulalau's channel.
Christ.
I can't believe they did that to you. Come on, StreamYard. It's Ulalau. It's him. He's the one who's greedy for the ads.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome to Geopolitics. Politics in Conflict show. We're gonna be talking to Scott Ritter.
So blown out. Jesus Christ.
He's on his way connecting here, so I just spoke with him on the phone. So he will be here in about a few minutes. So I'm gonna just like start chatting with you guys, and I look forward to this conversation. Really, Scott is someone I trust. I trust his judgment. So he is a military analyst.
Yeah, we told you.
He knows what he's talking about. So.
Bro,
it's even funnier because
he goes live and he's waiting for Scott. Like Scott's not even ready, so now he's just stalling for time.
It's even funny because Borat is legitimately a journalist. Like he's like,
he is.
It's just so funny. How did nobody see this?
Well, mainly because nobody.
This is the reason why
him. It's all robots.
We decided to really have Scott because his inputs and insights will provide you a clear understanding. This is sort of put the Western media to shame. That is the reason why with Scott is kind of he is the deal. Hi Scott, here you are. How are you?
How are you? I'm doing fine, thank you. Yourself?
So excited to have you. I know we've been trying to connect for months and months. I know you were out of the country.
I was out of the country. I was in
Poland
his
as well.
I want still way better. It's definitely like not like a studio professional sound, but it's clearer. Yeah. It's not blown out. It's like balanced. Like Scott literally is the better, like easier one to watch right here, even though it's just like a laptop mic, right?
Yeah.
There are two pedophiles now.
In Europe, Germany, and so forth. And some of our viewers were like, when can you bring Scott?
You have no idea how funny this is about to get. They are not about to talk about Russia. The thing that made me leave is so funny.
Busy man. And when time permits, he will be here. So be patient and here you are. So, just to give our viewers one thing I would like to share with them about you and I. What is in connection with us here? You graduated from Franklin Marshall College, right?
I did a long time ago.
Well, guess what, Scott? I used to do track and field for Franklin Marshall College in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
You ran track and field.
I did track and field for 5,000 meters for them, and I played
football.
You did football. I was about to get scholarship from them, and just things didn't work out with the track and field coach, Peter Carroll, at that time. So I was kind of like moved on to Millersville University in
Well, I know Millersville very well.
That's where I graduated.
This is like this is literally what happens pre-show that's not recorded. This is what this is. They recorded not the part that they shouldn't have recorded.
Yeah, well, he thought it would be interesting for the viewers to know that he did track and field at the same time.
From I became aware of your name when you graduated from there. I was like, well, wait a minute, because it was during the UN.
Oh, I'm seeing all these news reports about this pedophile. Same school. No way.
Inspection and all that, which you played a major role into that and brought the truth to the fore. And I was like, well, wait a minute.
Well,
graduated from F&M. And some people in Lancaster said, yeah, he was here. He is an alumni. So
I'm an alumni. I used to go. I still go back for homecoming.
Number 2 alumni in all of the school. I am number 1.
I feel bad about Millersville. We enjoyed Millersville because it had an active fraternity life, so we would go down and crash the fraternity parties. But I actually studied, and I was I have to.
Crap, bro, that tracks.
All right. Next Ulalau video, please. We don't actually care what Scott Ritter has to say, but the fact that they literally they're talking about anything but the topic.
It's time.
It's time. It's time for another Ulalau video.
To feel
Interesting, they're
alive.
advertising Whistler to me. Would go. Actually, no, I'd go to Banff. It's much better. I think Whistler's owned by Aussies, actually.
He's the guy.
Bit of fun fact that nobody gives a shit about.
Topic is the
Hell
all right. Next topic is the first U.S. Abrams tanks arrived in Ukraine, and Russia has basically declared open season on them, which means that they might get taken out.
Well, they will. It's not the. I think it's not.
You mean military equipment in an active war zone might get taken out? No.
I mean, isn't Borat based off of that, I'm no longer friends with what's his name meme? Where it's like, I kiss you? That guy? Is that the same guy?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I think I'm no longer friends with is more of a Indian meme.
Oh, dude. Yes, we need to look at this guy.
Yeah, we will next time.
Yeah. The guy's a nutbag.
And remember, this is our secret, guys.
Yeah, don't show anybody this guy. This is ours. We found this guy. Well, more specifically, John found this guy. I don't know how.
Both the Leopard from Germany and the Challenger.
Bro, you can get his book.
Well, so the Abrams tanks. As a matter of fact, the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, said, well, we hope that they won't be attacked and we get them back. You ain't getting anything back. You know, pushing. Do you think people are just gonna sit and take
I love her. She's so good at just thinking.
I think
so this girl, right? All right. So Ulalau lore, guys. So it starts with him and another guy, and we are dying laughing at their intros because they're checking their notes and then breathing and then looking up. So eventually they bring in his daughter. That guy completely disappears. This girl is she thinks she's a psychic and that rocks are magic. She's one of these total crystal mommy. And she is so good at just going along with the Ulalau. Just sounds yeah, crazy. I know. Wow. You should tell him how you make coffee. She is she pulls this together so well while he's just constantly talking about fucking track and field. And like back in the 1900s, then they first had the Abram tank. A guy was like, hey. And also he like writes out all the notes ahead of time, right? So she prepares everything for her to like be briefed on before the show.
Mm.
And she only has this blue dress. That's the only dress she owns.
Oh, look, an investment.
Yeah,
It's,
so also
gold
the
sale.
whole thing is to sell a course, of course. It goes there. I don't think she's even aware that she's doing anything wrong, honestly. She's not evil Maureen Williamson because
Here we go. About Elizabeth. Here we go. About both of them. This is great. All right, let's fucking go.
I bet you she wrote this.
Dr. Ulalau served a 15-year career in the U.S. Armed Forces in support of the U.S. government security agencies in D.C. and around the world. His primary roles include security policy, intelligence analysis, security operations, advice including leadership and management operations. He advised high-profile U.S. military and civilian officials on security issues, economic trends, and foreign military threat information. He has written many articles and books, including his latest, Buy My Book. About her, Elizabeth graduated with a degree in global business. Okay. She visited corporations in China, India, and South Korea, among others. I wonder what the others are. She is a successful entrepreneur and business consultant. She's written, has visited many countries on 4 continents, including Asia, North America, South America, and Europe. Speaks different languages, and her passion is exploring ancient cultures. Very nice.
Oh, that's cool.
What's your perspective? The Russians gonna target
it's the other guy's daughter, though. Who like
and even let's see, I have a.
Yeah, we need to find one with the guy. Did you send me one?
I sent a few, but like you can go back to like the earliest ones.
Yeah.
Quote from someone talking about that, but the thing that I really want to point out about this is that each of those tanks cost, according to Reuters, cost over 10 million, including training and upkeep.
Okay. So this video is very interesting because the Abrams tanks stops here. Then we have
Noble Gold Investment,
an ad for gold, and then we have a 4-minute section on more gold.
Uh-huh.
And then it goes to the illusion of choice.
Oh,
so
I feel informed. This is why we said you can't like just watch a whole Ulalau video, you know?
And then the rest of it is about the illusion of choice, which obviously, realistically, it's a 3-minute video on tanks, and then the rest is an
the
ad.
chemistry they have with each other is just so funny. Because they're in the same room as well.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's just cut like this because they spliced it together. But they usually have a table, and they have like 4 or 5 sets. And it just rotates between the sets.
But he keeps on changing the background slightly, constantly. It's so bizarre. Can we show people the thumbnails?
Yeah.
Because the thumbnails, like, go to the oldest ones, right? So, like, there's some of them where they start, like, they're cut off and stuff.
Mm.
They're, like, a little further down, but, like...
Yeah, here. He's cut off here. In this one. It literally looks like they've just taken the stock YouTube
There's one
image.
where when she first comes in, they, like, crop her head so it's flat at the top as well.
Yes, I'll find her first one. But yeah, you can see like it's all China spying. China, Russia. A Christian radio show, yeah. But they've been doing it for years.
They got to a template for a minute there.
Yeah.
You know?
And then new template, which is just the 2 guys again, but they figured out a template. Where's her first one?
They start cropping her really badly.
Yeah, okay, so we got one. This is where she first shows up in a thumbnail. Okay, we've got this one. That's not too bad.
Yeah, she has the 2 poses. They flip her back and forth.
Yeah,
between the
yeah,
2
that's
poses.
right. Yeah. Yeah, look. So this is another pose. This one and this one's the same picture. It's just flipped.
And then there's that one's also the same.
Look, there we
There's
got
the
two of
chin
those
pose
ones.
again.
Yep. And this guy only has one pose as well. And flipped. This is fucking great. I need to find one with all three of them.
When they first introduce her, they have all three of them, and also like the mic is like placed in the center of the table, so it all picks
That's
them
right.
up differently.
Yeah.
I sent you some prime cuts though.
I'm really getting sick of these ads.
Oh yeah, I can't wait until YouTube goes down the drain. For pushing, don't use ad blockers or we'll ban you.
Mm-hmm.
Topic is the first.
Oh my god, it's the same one. Watch an ad for the same video.
You idiot.
The 19th century was typified by what.
Oh yeah, that's right. He starts every video with a fucking quote,
During
right?
this period, European powers aggressively expanded their empires into the African continent, establishing colonies in the hopes of extracting resources like rubber, diamond, gold, and uranium, among others. History being what it is, we are currently witnessing the exact same thing happening again. My name is Dr. David Waradu, and you are watching Geopolitics in Conflict.
The amount of times we just call him Ulalau because like
Ulalau.
we've heard it so many times and we still don't know what the fuck he says.
Mind as you watch this video. Historians agree that Africa never truly recovered from the colonial period.
True.
Indeed, the political landscape has been marked by high-profile coups and instability.
Color revolution.
Bro, put a fucking soundbox or something up behind you because the echo on your square ass room. Come on, Ulalau.
And as China, Russia, and various Western conglomerates vie for power across Africa's most vulnerable nations, the region seems primed for a historic shift yet again. The question is, will Africa become the new geopolitical ring where competition among major powers intensifies?
The answer is no, but China's going to try and make it. But he's going to talk about the US and how it's the US's fault.
The last 3 years, the African continent has seen military figures carrying out takeovers in Gabon, Niger, Burkina Faso, Sudan, Guinea.
We don't need to read all of them. Doctor, you
only need to read two.
2, 3 out, you know?
Yeah.
General Antonio Guterres recently spoke of an epidemic back in 2021, a year in which there were 4 successful government overthrows in Africa and 1 in Myanmar. Though Myanmar is clearly an outlier, it's worth noting that it is, like many of the other African nations, is extremely rich in minerals. In the 10 years before 2021, there had been, on an average,
I'm learning so much.
less than 1 successful coup per year. Therefore, the latest power grabs in Africa have raised concerns that the region could be backsliding from its progress towards greater democracy due to the increasing presence of military dictatorship. Yeah.
What country are all those? What country's flag are all those countries waving? I wonder.
You gotta you go back to the one with her though, when they talk to each other, because it's so funny how well she sells for him. Like she is like professional wrestler level of like, I'm selling your shit, bro. I could eat 1 million fucking cookies right now. Okay. I mean, I like cookies.
Yeah, the other guy's gone. They found a new format too, since we last saw. It's him and her. They like this format. This seems to be the format they're going with at the moment. This split screen thing. I want one of the table videos. Here we go. Have you seen this fucking guy? Have you seen what this guy does? He literally just drives these crazy vehicles at really high speeds with a GoPro sticking out the side. It's fucking great. Mm-hmm.
Stephen Calloway once said, a weapon does not decide whether or not to kill. A weapon is a manifestation.
Well, do they still have the intro? The intro is so funny because there's one part where he's like just lecturing a wall in the intro. You remember that shit?
Yeah. Look, they're not even framed properly. Come on, guys. They've changed the background.
They change it.
As we discussed today, the decision of the United States to proceed with a $20 million
I follow
sale
them on
of
all
F-16
social media except TikTok.
to Turkey. And what does it mean for the future of global relations between the West and the East? My name is Dr. David Waralu.
And my name is Elizabeth Ann Stewart.
And you are watching Geopolitics in Conflict.
A country that openly defies Washington, D.C. It buys Russian
They're doing
weapons,
just
it attacks
stings,
American
news
allies, it
stings for the
slams American
intros.
hegemony. What does the
Guest
U.S.
star.
do in return? It sells weapons to Turkey.
We should sell them the F-16 jets and modernize those jets as well.
True.
It's not in our interest not to do that. And I indicated to them that I've not changed my position at all since December.
The
New
world
intro.
is random, meaningless, chaos.
I know,
Or
right?
Yeah,
is it?
she has a new crystal
How
on
do
every
some of the
video.
best, wealthiest, and most powerful people seem to know what's coming before it happens? Well, one way is that they create the circumstances in their favor, but the other is that they know how to read the world's stage and spot patterns and trends in key areas.
Oh, okay.
They don't get
Oh,
lost
look, they're talking
in the
about the one.
overwhelm of endless information. They know what's important.
Actually, let's go to the Chinese dollar one. He's going to be talking about the fall of the US dollar again.
Just our ally Saudis agreed now to use the yuan instead of the dollar.
Oh man, that's huge.
We can just see where this is going. So sometimes
the fall of the US dollar.
Global affairs
I
and
love
geopolitics,
both of them
you
so
always
much.
have
They're like perfect compliments to each other. And
It's so funny.
Do you see her reaction to that? Like,
Mm,
oh my
mhm.
god.
It's so fake.
far ahead. If they keep pushing Russians to the corner, Russia will react.
Yeah. Well, and we're seeing that happen right now. We're seeing what you sort of outlined in your Russia book. You outlined a lot of.
I bet that's a great book.
Bro, they're already selling another product.
Already,
Like-
yeah. How old is this? This is 9 months old.
No, I just mean in the video. Like everything is a link to a product or
Yeah,
a course or something
Uh-huh.
like that.
It's happening right now.
Do they still check if this
Yeah, it's
video is
because
old enough
you-
where they have the intro in the beginning?
What do you mean?
In the timeline. Is it? Or did you just it was just
No,
that,
that
was
was-
her talking. Okay.
Yeah.
Seeing,
find
you
one with the
almost
intro.
the way.
I'm gonna find one with the intro because it's so fucking funny.
That's hilarious.
Okay, I
I
found
always
one.
look at it when I used.
Go on.
No, not use, but I
Yeah.
still write. When I write, usually I think of it like a
Right
landscape.
here, this one
I
has
put a
the
landscape
intro
in
that I
front of-
just sent.
Mm-hmm.
This is like the best opening ever to this show.
There's a saying that goes, respect is earned, honesty is appreciated, trust is gained, and loyalty is returned. Keep this in mind as we discuss today Indonesia
Wait, she did.
and China.
She had
recent
Minecraft
meeting
music
this
on.
weekend. And what does it mean? The future geopolitics in Southeast Asia. My name is Dr. David Waralu.
And my name is Dr. Ross Stewart.
And you are watching Geopolitics in Conflict.
I will say this: they do one thing better than the corporate press. They can actually tie a tie.
Well, I remember at one point they tried to synchronize the geopolitics and conflict and say it together, and they would fuck up every time.
Yeah, it was always off. Yeah, hilarious.
All right, this intro, the best when he starts lecturing the wall. It's my favorite part. There it is, right there. Like he's just, like, talking to himself in a room. Like, what are you doing? Also, I don't think we ever found the set that they were talking on in any of the videos.
No,
Also,
we
Dr.
actually,
Lulau, PhD in what, bro?
Maybe he introduces himself again. Nope.
No, they didn't have her to write the descriptions. And also, like, this is like the stock element that they put in here. Like,
yeah.
Like, it's just a stock element intro, but like the insert of him talking in the room to himself is like he's serious
So
and like
funny.
having a serious thing is just so funny.
I think that they can move the camera back. They're just like, this is good.
I don't know. I only ask questions when I watch this.
Again, we'd like to thank you for your thoughtful comments. We really appreciate them.
Indeed, Ross. I could.
Maybe we should look at the thoughtful comments.
No.
Oh, look. Numbers, 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 numbers. No recent comments, all 2 years ago.
Well, it's an old video, right? That's fine, right?
Yeah.
The only new people watching this is us. That's why.
Us.
I couldn't thank enough our viewers and supporters for those very insightful comments. We also wanted to thank our new Patreon members that have joined our membership. Thank you for your support. And for you, if you like our videos and you want to support us, consider our Patreon membership. And thank you for your support. Back to the topic.
Well, you know,
they have 22.
I love. You see, Ross always has to look down at his notes before he starts talking. It's so funny.
Yeah.
He even when he says his name, he has to look at his notes and then he'll say his name.
You want even more proof that all of their followers are botted? 115,000 subscribers. Their Patreon, 22.
There's a number of really important meetings coming up. G7, G20, NATO.
You hear him flipping the cards?
Summit, and there's one that snuck in.
Which one is that, Ross?
Oh, it's a meeting.
Oh no, they're moving to locals. Of course they are.
China and Indonesia. And wow, is this a blockbuster? We looked at the highest level meeting between these two nations.
Bro, he literally looks like, you know, the fucking video with it's the South Park guys doing deep fakes and Jared Kushner is a little kid at the end. That's literally how Ulalau was just sitting, like that kid in that video who's like, thank you for having me.
This, David.
Well, that's correct, Ross. The meeting just took place this past weekend. Interesting enough that
they need to work on their fake conversational skills.
Dude, it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. It's like the bots in the comments also make the show, right?
Yeah, that's literally what it feels like. It feels AI generated.
So some in my
plot twist. This is the first AI generated channel.
Not mean anything, okay? But to others, this is a very significant from.
There you go, guys. Follow him.
I know we don't. It's constantly new. Bloop 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 bloop. This that, bro. Relax.
Economically, strategically, geopolitically, and so forth. So the meeting in itself is very significant. And why is that? Is because in this meeting, in which the foreign minister, I believe, of China, Mr.
Wang
Yi, and the China coordinator for Indonesia met
Dr.
this
Ulalau
past weekend as we.
Isn't a real human being, guys.
This motherfucker ain't real.
Yeah.
He's not real.
He's not real. He's just the sleeping paralysis demon. This is his day job.
For them,
I just want the cross commentary because it's so funny when they
2.9%.
Look, they still got Twitter shit and Patreon shit on the screen.
It's still going.
It never stops.
Why China decided to elevate the partnership with Indonesia.
I've got some numbers here for you, David.
Certainly.
Indonesia.
That was a lot of dead air.
Bro, it's like he's holding all of them hostage, and this is like his nightmare play.
Indonesia.
Listen to how much dead air.
David.
Certainly.
We have a name for fantasy realized. It's called nightmare.
Indonesia.
8 seconds of dead air.
$78 billion worth of Chinese products.
Wow.
It's up
Still advertising a book, and now we got Twitter up there again.
Let's see what's next. Let's see.
And it's up
Patreon
over 72.9% over recent years. This is a big
the
deal.
lighting changed.
It is a big deal indeed. As a matter of fact, Indonesia is they are seeing the trends where things are going with China's growth, and they don't want to be left behind. If I am to analyze this, Ross, there is the reason why they want to head forward with this meeting, and also agreed to that all other departments or ministries will be included into this.
In a public statement, China said that Indonesia is clearly a developing country, rapidly economically and socially.
Yeah, what the foreign minister, he used the term. There is a specific term for that. Usually it's used, it's an emerging economy. Usually when you mention an emerging economy, it tells you that it's having an impact on the global level. And China wanted to sort of happen.
Indonesia is making moves that impact the globe, apparently.
Bro, Indonesia is like one of the most powerful countries there is. But like they control like all the trade through that region. That's why.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to another one. We'll try to hit one more that's really funny. Maybe with the girl. I sent a few. So.
Oh, you sent them?
I sent a few in private chat. I don't know. Ones that looked like they might be funny, which is like really every time we click on one, it's funny. And plus, you know, if he's gonna strike me, then guess what? He's not getting this ad revenue either. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm claiming it. I'm claiming it as a business expense. This is with him.
That goes respect.
We just watched this.
Is earned.
We just watched this. Clicking the same thing, and he's gone. He just crashed right out.
What a motherfucker.
Jason, press X.
There's this.
You sent the same link twice.
Bro, I just tried to send a bunch. Dude, stop. Maybe open them in another tab first.
All right. North Korean Wagner. All right.
So today we're actually focusing on the support that is happening in Niger right now.
Oh yeah.
So
we
know that there is
very nice
that unfolded, I guess, over the last couple of weeks. But what's happened afterwards has been more interesting, I think, than the coup itself. And that is who exactly is stepping up to support Niger and who isn't.
Yeah. Dude,
you know
Ace,
that the US
Ace
never
would
folded?
fucking hate this.
I think he'd be laughing along with us.
I think so.
The coup yet?
That's interesting.
One. Second,
Yeah.
the US didn't step in to support France either.
That is also very
look how smug he is.
This is the reason I'm mentioning these guys is because that's what the heart at geopolitics. It's all about interest. It is because the U.S. A lot of people do not know here in the U.S. that we get a lot of uranium also from that part of the world. So
can we get Ool out a fucking pop filter for God's
we will be
sake,
sharing
though?
some very map.
Notice the awful lighting on his side, but not hers.
Yeah, well, they set it up different every time, and they still haven't figured out a good one.
It's insane. It's like Chinese state media. That's all it reminds me of.
Yeah,
it's just awful production value.
Try and hit us with a strike now that we're covering half the frame. A little
But you're absolutely correct. So the focus on this, we're going to be focusing on this support that Niger is getting.
Yeah.
Actually, believe it or not, there are more than one country now supporting Niger.
There is, and it's interesting to note which countries those actually
Come
are.
on, guys. Pop
Which
filters.
countries?
Let's
You gotta
dive into
give
them because they're very
You gotta. If
interesting.
you're
we
gonna
can
use
only
this kind
focus
of
on
mics the
two
way you
mainly.
are,
Yeah, you really need them.
just buy one of these shitty ones. They're cheap.
Yeah, this came with the microphone. Yeah.
Oh, I have a pop filter. I just use this instead.
Yeah. I mean, it works the same. That would have come with one as well. The Rode ones always come with one. Oh, I think it's a Shure microphone, but they should come with one. All of those microphones do.
Yes.
There are 5 countries. You have Algeria.
Mm-hmm.
Just to put this in perspective for you guys, you need to see the map.
One little piggy.
So you'll understand
Two little
exactly
piggies.
how the layout of
I know what
the land is, because
Okay.
without the map, it won't make
Without
sense.
the
So
map.
I'm gonna leave the map on here for a while. So
Okay.
you get Algeria right here.
Mhm.
Yes.
Can you see, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
I can see it.
So
I
you
can
get
see it.
Algeria.
Zero
you got Mali,
animation.
you
Yeah.
got Burkina Faso.
No way.
So that's 3.
Is that over here?
Yep.
You get Guinea.
Ah, that's
Yeah.
down here.
Guinea is also part of it. Then now you have, of course, Russia. As a matter of fact, now I feel comfortable saying 6.
Yeah.
Then you have North Korea.
North Korea.
Where's that on
North
the
Korea.
map? Where's North Korea on the map?
We're gonna focus
That's
on
over
the
here.
2.
Yeah.
Russia and
North Korea.
So why is this important? Well, it is important for many reasons. Always think in geopolitics, think strategic.
Yeah.
So the strategic thing falls under 2 elements.
Yeah.
Economics.
Yep.
Get rid of the
And
map.
of course, access. Well, access to
Jesus
economic resources,
Christ.
but also access to
They're covering the hand
political
jobs.
Yeah.
to the government. So here's the shocking news. Did
Okay,
you know
I'm ready
that
to be shocked.
The top 5 commanders that conducted coup in Niger were trained by the U.S.?
Yes.
No
Which
way.
is very interesting.
Oh
We
my
talked about
God!
that
You
in
mean
our
you
other
mean the
Niger,
Green
video.
Berets? The Green Berets train people in Africa to fight insurgents?
Crazy.
Hey, where did that massacre happen that ISIS killed those guys?
Where
What country
was
that in?
It was Nigeria, wasn't it?
No.
No, where was it? I actually
Niger.
can't remember where it was. Huh?
I'm pretty sure it's Niger. It's either Niger
Okay.
or Mali.
Yeah, okay. Oh, could have been Mali actually.
That was
Might be.
a couple of weeks.
What was it called? I always forget the name of it.
It's like Tonga,
Yeah.
or something.
Or a week ago, maybe.
Yeah.
And that is that the amount of, and it was very
Tongo,
interesting. I
Tongo.
played a clip
Yeah.
from a hearing actually on.
Yep, it is Niger.
basically
Yeah, that
what how
Yeah.
many African coup leaders has the U.S.
Guys.
actually trained?
The map.
And so it was very
It's been there. It's still there.
People,
Oh my god.
what is this map doing for us?
I don't know. Like the least you could do is put some animations on there pointing to the countries that you're talking about. This does nothing. Awful.
interesting because the general didn't know. He didn't know.
Oh,
He
come on.
didn't know.
Yeah.
I don't buy that for 1
Yeah.
second. But what he said basically was that the U.S. had trained 50,000 soldiers in Africa.
That is true.
That's
He
awesome.
said
That
that
is cool.
less than 1% were involved in coups.
Yeah, no. They're
But
not-
he
yeah.
had no metric for why he had no
Do you guys know the US also trains child soldiers in Africa? That's pretty cool.
information for
Well,
how
actually,
he got that.
we were in Yemen when we said for the Yemen mercenaries. They were making the Brits, the SAS, do it because America had too much heat. Yeah, America had too much heat. So America, they were working with the Houthis because they were better at killing Al Qaeda.
Yeah.
So they stuck the child soldier from Sudan with the British. Yep.
Number, right? But let's say even if it was 500 people, that's still a massive amount of people when you're looking at the coups here. So the US actually does have a pretty substantial presence in Niger and all over Africa.
Why are they there?
Now, there's a really important reason why.
Also, it's not massive. We should actually look up the number of troops in Africa. I reckon it's less than 1,000.
They do, though. Because, like we always talk about, what is in Africa?
Resources, yeah.
Ooh.
Resources.
Ooh, no way.
So the
is
top
there
general,
infrastructure?
Abdurrahman Tiani, he's known also Tiani. That's how they pronounce it.
Yeah, maybe all the resources are there because the infrastructure is not there to extract them. Just coal and cobalt and the stuff.
Uranium in Niger, yellowcake comes from there. They were right about that.
Yeah. Australia has a massive uranium deposit too. Like gigantic, one of the biggest in the world, if not the biggest. And we don't have nuclear power because our politicians are dumb as fuck.
Okay.
Tiani, either or. He's the
there
one.
There are about
that,
1,000 U.S. service members. That's in the country. In the country. No, but hang on. That might be just one of the countries.
Okay. Did I nail it or what though?
Hang on. I'm looking at the Africa command now to see if they have troop numbers here.
Because I know the French were in the Sahel fighting ISIS, I believe. Or it could have been Al Shabaab. Can't remember.
Conducted. He's the head of the presidential guard and so forth.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he attended
there's
1
1,000
year
troops in Niger itself.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Fuck off. It's giving me the ad blocker.
The American Defense University in Washington, D.C. That's usually for what? But that's not the point on all this. The key that we want you to get from this video, guys, especially this segment here.
Tell us the key.
You have to understand now why North Korea has
You have to buy a course.
or reestablished its diplomatic ties with Burkina Faso.
Yeah.
Not Niger. Burkina Faso. Why is this important?
Mm-hmm.
Because, and by the way, North Korea had previously ties to those countries.
Yeah.
It was in 2006, I believe, that's where the diplomatic ties were cut off. Why? Because the leadership back then in Burkina Faso were supported by the West. Remember, France was very present in Mali.
The troops are only in the region in Niger, in the West African region, but there's also guys in Somalia. There's like 400 guys there, so it's probably under 2,000.
Yeah. Okay, so I was pretty goddamn close. A massive presence, these guys reckon. Okay. It's probably more Wagner guys in Africa than American soldiers.
Okay, roughly 6,500 U.S. troops, civilians, and contractors operate in Africa as part of Africa Command. And then it says, of which, hang on, this is testing purpose, of which, they cut it off in the Google, of which about 1,500 Americans deployed throughout West Africa.
Okay.
By none other than this guy here. I'm going to share a picture with you guys.
The colonials are not popular anymore.
This is Ibrahim Traore. And by the way, do you guys know, I'm going to share something with you here that wasn't disclosed in the West. Did you know when he took power through the coup? Of course, we're not going to, some will not perceive a coup is a good thing, but you know what he did as soon as he took the coup, he took power? He gave up his salary.
Yeah, that's right.
That is the first thing
he gave up his salary.
Oh my God.
His arguments, this is where you guys need to understand that now the geopolitical landscape in Africa is changing because the new leadership, the young leaders that conducted the same thing in Mali.
Look, man, it's Captain ANCAP. He'll be fine.
You mean about the Nazis there?
Wait, there are Nazis in Argentina? That's never happened.
They're in power now.
He's a young guy too. Now you got the Niger. Yes, they have some generals that's a little bit older, but it's still overall. All this is a reflection of those changes in the dynamics within the geopolitical landscape.
Yep.
Now you ask yourself,
where is it? Here. I mean, yeah. Look, if I'm gonna guess which one it is, it's probably Blackwater. If I was to guess,
They're Academy now.
Academy.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Which
They're just the
arguably
biggest
is worse.
I know he really
US
likes Libya.
Where's he from?
Who?
This guy.
Them?
No, this guy.
The Ulalau?
Yeah.
Morocco, I think.
It's Moroccan. Okay.
Oh, Ulalau is a Moroccan name, so.
Okay.
But I also think he's from the Czech Republic as well. Like he's a Moroccan from the Czech Republic.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
I think.
You looked into it?
I don't remember. I just know that there's a video where he says that we, the Czechs, are done with NATO. We want out or something.
Yeah.
what the heck is North Korea doing there?
Yeah, what is North Korea?
Big.
We get it, guys. This is
What is
just
North
them
Korea
going,
doing?
what is going on with North Korea there? And she's like, yeah, what is it? What is it going on?
I mean, if you look at most global conflicts, North Korean weapons show up all the time.
The thing is, like there has to be at least like some people that watch this on like and actually like engage with it, you know? It can't all be bots, right? So like
surely not.
Who is the person watching this and like, wow, this guy's got it figured out. He's enlightened, you know?
Yeah.
That's right. Eric Prince is now working for the Chinese. That's right.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. But Academy still exists. I have a friend who works there, I think.
Missile technology.
Yeah, absolutely. And
now the question is how do they develop that nuclear technology?
Right.
I'm sorry, missile technology.
Yeah.
Through Russia.
Yep.
Remember,
Wow.
North Korea is client of both Russia and China.
And China. Too.
No.
Yeah.
No. North Korea is an agent of China, and that's all. China is the only reason North Korea hasn't totally collapsed. Like, it's also the fact that they utilize UN aid and stockpile shit, and don't like they stockpile stuff in preparation for sanctions, so that the regime can survive. That's all it is, and the only way that they get through sanction periods is China, because China and North Korea are basically the same thing. So
Okay,
of course
so-
they're going to work together.
So now that we've shown Ulalau, is there anything else we want to show here before we sign out?
Not necessarily, no. I think we're out of shorter videos.
Oh, well, you know, that's the thing is you click around in them anyway. Like, because like, remember we were checking it out and like every time he would open with a quote, I would just like die. So, what did everyone, did everyone
on
like
the-
Ulalau? And have him talk about nothing. He's like the best talk about nothing guy there is.
I mean, if we want to, we could do the boy North Korea video. Stay on brand.
No, we're good now. Like stream's
Yeah.
ending. People are already tuning out now
Yeah.
because they know it's towards the end.
Yeah.
7 hours. All right. So anyway, that's the
Bro,
stream.
I do not understand it. It like hurts my brain.
Ooh la la.
I will
Thanks for
never
tuning in.
understand.
Could you give us some of your political beliefs?
Kill everyone now. Condone first-degree murder.